Chapter 1190. The waters of the heavenly realm are very deep. The old tortoise muttered to himself. His gaze swept across the 5 supreme experts. None of them were weak. Each of them had Tao rhymes circulating around their bodies. Even if they were not saints, they were at least half saints. Moreover, they should have saint tools on them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand the divine aura of the extreme Tao and come here. It seemed like, without any unnecessary words, the 3 supreme experts and the great demon immediately made their moves. The 4 supreme experts only had one goal, the Tao embryo that was frozen by the supreme emperor seal. This was the hope of becoming a saint. Everyone was envious of it. Great Sky Demon Hand. The mysterious great demon made his move. Demonic chi spread for 30,000 miles. The entire world was shrouded in demonic chi. A pitch-black hand reached out from the boundless demonic chi. The hand manifested the profound meaning of the demon path and triggered a trace of Tao power. It displayed a terrifying might, wanting to take away the Tao embryo that was frozen in the sky. Humph! An old Taoist snorted coldly. A divine light rushed out from the top of his head. This divine light looked like the Milky Way hanging upside down, rushing towards the demon hand in the sky. Rumble, the world shook as if there was a real Milky Way rushing up to the sky. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of the power of the celestial Tao was released. Everywhere it passed, the void was annihilated. Half-saint, a trace of the aura of a saint spread out. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This old Taoist was actually a half-saint. In this day and age where saints were extinct, a half-saint was an invincible existence. The demon path had been the land of all living beings since ancient times. No one was willing to see the hope of becoming a saint being taken away by a great demon. If this demon took away the hope of becoming a saint, an invincible demon saint would appear in the world. Boom! The divine light that rushed out from the top of the old Taoists had collided with the great sky demon hand. The power of the celestial Tao and the power of the demon path clashed. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The world was as fragile as a thin layer of paper. It was directly penetrated. A terrifying power came down from the sky. Even the old tortoise had to retreat. The layer of saint realm that Gu Fei had created with the 3 supreme saint tools collapsed immediately. The purple gold divine sword, half of the peerless ominous saber, and the mountain and river cauldron beneath Gu Fei vibrated at the same time. The purple gold divine sword exploded with a brilliant sword light, and the sword chi shot up to the 9 heavens. The peerless ominous saber exuded a boundless fiendish aura. A ferocious dragon shadow loomed over the peerless ominous saber, displaying a great ferocious might. The great heavenly demon hand dissipated in the void, and the divine light that rushed out from the top of the old Taoist's head also dissipated. In this attack, neither of them could suppress the other. It seemed to be a draw. Swoosh! At the same time, a silhouette flashed. The mysterious yellow skeleton took a step forward and appeared in front of the Tao fetus. An endless amount of mysterious yellow chi surged out from its body. It opened up a world, and wanted to take the Tao fetus inside. It's not that cheap. The old turtle roared and opened his inner world. He stood in the inner world and shot beams of divine light that could pierce through heaven and earth at the yellow skeleton. This was an attack that drew upon the power of the inner world. However, the mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to be unable to see the old turtle's attack at all. A world formed by the mysterious yellow chi revolved around its body. All the destructive divine light that pierced through it could not get close to the mysterious yellow skeleton's body. The heaven and earth changed around its body, and the divine light rushed in front of it, then dissipated in the void. Invulnerable to all techniques. Everyone who saw this scene was taken aback. This mysterious yellow skeleton was truly terrifying. It stood in an invincible position, and all the attacks were useless against it. The Tao fetus shook, and the aura of the Great Path surged. The marks of the Great Path flickered. It was actually shaken by the power of the mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world, and it slowly moved toward the mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world. Bam! The Tai Huang seal that was holding the Tao fetus in place shook violently. An extremely powerful force spread out from the Tai Huang seal, and the mysterious yellow skeleton was immediately sent flying. The mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world around its body almost collapsed. Lu Five's renewal speed invulnerable to all techniques was useless in front of the divine weapon of the extreme path. Stinking brat, take back the divine weapon. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. These B** stards were too despicable, and they actually wanted to take advantage of a ready-made one. He wanted Gu Fei to take back the divine weapon and let the extreme great matrix operate again. All right. Gu Fei nodded. Only the mountain and river cauldron was not enough to protect him. The opponents were half-saints, and they also had divine weapons. Although they were not divine weapons of the extreme path, they were enough to pose a great threat to him. He sat cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron and released his divine consciousness, connecting with the purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless ominous saber. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber vibrated at the same time, and the vast sword chi and saber chi suddenly erupted. Then, the two divine weapons of the extreme path that were suppressing the matrix I soared into the sky and flew back toward Gu Fei. Divine weapons of the extreme path. Everyone felt a trace of divine might of the extreme path. This trace of divine might of the extreme path made their hearts palpitate. Some people directly grabbed the purple gold divine sword and the half of the ominous saber. Only divine weapons of the extreme path could emit divine might of the extreme path. Divine weapons of the extreme path, like the hope of becoming a saint, were the most precious things in the world. The 5 half-saints knew their stuff. As long as they had divine weapons of the extreme path, they could go anywhere in the world. You guys are a little too much. Seeing this, the old tortoise could not help but be furious. These people were really despicable. He directly attacked. The Tai Huang seal shook, and rays of the divine light of the great path fell, strangling those half-saints. The expressions of those half-saints changed, and they immediately dodged far away. The battle of the semi-sage experts was unavoidable. The 6 super-experts were moving rapidly in the sky. They were constantly attacking, and the void was collapsing and collapsing. This was a half-saint. Moving mountains and draining seas was just a small matter for half-saints. With Old Tortoise's help, Gu Fei successfully retrieved the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber. Then, he used the weapon refinement technique to refine the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber into his body. Clanging sounds came from Gu Fei's body, as if there were thousands of swords and sabers ringing in his body. Sword chi and saber chi clashed as he activated the power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless saber. Borrowing the power of the divine weapons, Gu Fei felt that his body had endless power. It was as if he could crush the whole world with a raise of his hand or a kick. Humph. So what if you are a half-saint? Gu Fei simply put the mountain and river cauldron into his body. He activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and a shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. As for the power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless ominous blade, it was drawn to his right hand and left hand. The illusory image of the violet gold divine sword appeared on his arm, while a pitch-black blade appeared on his left arm. The mountain and river cauldron protected him, the purple gold divine sword and the ominous saber attacked him. This was Gu Fei's strongest combat state. Only someone like him, who had an extremely strong body, would dare to refine the divine weapons into his body. If it was an ordinary martial emperor, he would probably have died from his body exploding. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed into the sky and joined the battle. He held a purple gold divine sword in his right hand and a pitch-black saber in his left. He rushed towards the great demon in the demon chi. The purple sword light cut through the void, shook off the endless demon chi, and penetrated the terrifying figure in the demon chi. The sword light tore the void apart. A trace of the divine sword of the extreme path spread out from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. This was not the real purple gold divine sword, but a sword condensed from the power of the purple gold divine sword. Although it was not the real divine sword of the extreme path, the power it displayed made everyone's expression change. Everyone was secretly shocked. What kind of cultivation method was this? It could actually refine the divine weapon into the body and use the power of the divine weapon to kill the enemy. This was a trump card that Gu Fei would never use unless he had no other choice. The weapon refinement body could draw the power of the divine weapon of the extreme path to his body. This was a supreme battle technique. Boom! A black sun the size of a millstone rose from the head of the demonic shadow. A powerful demonic power spread out from the black sun. The void could not withstand this power, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. Black Sun Demon Venerable? Someone exclaimed. Some people recognized the origin of this demon and were extremely shocked. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was extremely powerful and was an invincible demon venerable in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. As soon as the Black Sun appeared, the entire space collapsed. The vast demonic power from the Black Sun sent Gu Fei flying. Then, a burly figure walked out of the demonic aura. With just a single step, he caught up to Gu Fei, who had been sent flying. Even though he had drawn the power of the divine weapon of the extreme path, he was still shaken away. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. A great demon of the half-saint realm was really terrifying. Boz! The shadow of the cauldron of mountain and river appeared on Gu Fei's body, blocking all the surging demonic power. At the same time, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and instantly retreated 100 miles away, distancing himself from the great demon. This. The Black Sun Demon Lord stopped in his tracks and stared at Gu Fei. His eyes were filled with a black aura and were extremely horrifying. They were like 2 bottomless demon holes that had the power to suck one's soul away. The divine weapon of the extreme path, one that has not appeared for thousands of years. The Black Sun Demon Venerable murmured to himself. He could not believe that he could see 3 divine weapons of the extreme path on a single person. This was too unbelievable. One should know that the divine weapon of the extreme path was a weapon refined by the great saints of the extreme path. The great saints of the extreme path had disappeared, but their weapons were indestructible and existed forever. It was not that the divine weapon of the extreme path had never appeared in the world before. However, the divine weapon of the extreme path had a soul and could only be obtained by someone with great luck. This person's luck was too heaven-defying. He actually obtained 3 divine weapons of the extreme path. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable was shocked when he sensed the aura of the divine weapon of the extreme path on Gu Fei. The others were also attracted by Gu Fei. Other than the old tortoise, the others were stunned. Chapter 1191. The battle was unavoidable. Everyone wanted to obtain the Tao embryo. It was the hope of becoming a sage. It contained the perfect great Tao and could help one become a sage. The world had changed. Sages were extinct. No one could become a sage in such an environment. These super antiques who had been stuck in the half-sage realm for countless years were determined to obtain the Tao embryo. Although Gu Fei had 3 sacred weapons of the extreme great path, everyone's attention was still focused on the embryo in the sky that was giving off an aura of the great path. Swoosh! Black Sun Overlord soared into the sky. He did not want to be entangled with Gu Fei. He rushed towards the Tao embryo in the sky. Monstrous demonic chi enveloped the entire void. As for the mystic yellow skeleton that was sent flying by the Thai's sovereign seal, it rushed over and intercepted the Black Sun Demon Venerable. It displayed its unparalleled skills and fought with the Black Sun Demon Venerable. Rumble. At this time, the 49 Dragon Mountains began to tremble. Boundless Earth Dragon Chi was released. Phantoms of dragons began to condense in the sky above the 49 Dragon Mountains. An extremely terrifying energy wave spread out. The extreme formation that was temporarily suppressed by the 3 sacred weapons began to operate again. The power of heaven and earth began to form. The aura of the extreme path was vast. Countless extreme path Tao patterns appeared on the ground. They interweaved into layers of formation patterns. They emitted boundless divine light as if they were drawing upon the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seemed that, everyone's expression immediately changed. If the extreme Tao Great Formation was activated, even if they had saint artifacts to protect themselves, they would still die. Unless they had the extreme Tao sacred weapon to protect themselves, they would be able to use their flawless Tao energy to fight against the flawless Tao energy. The Thai sovereign seal trembled. Rays of great Tao light rushed out and entangled the Tao embryo. At this time, the other super experts also made their moves. The old Taoist directly created the void of heaven and earth. He wanted to suck the Tao embryo in. The other 2 half-sages also used their sacred weapons. A divine sword turned into a golden dragon that was 10,000 feet long. It rushed towards the Tao embryo with a terrifying holy aura. A divine mirror that looked like a bright moon appeared between the heavens and the earth. Its clear light shone through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the endless demonic energy dissipated under the mirror's light. Gu Fei also soared up into the sky and dashed towards the embryo of Tao. This was a holy embryo born from the great Tao of heaven and earth, and only those who were fated could get it. Gu Fei also wanted to fight for it. Clang! A myriad of violet gold sword lights shot out from his right hand while numerous peerless and domineering saber chi charged out from his left hand. It was like a myriad of sabers and swords were slashing down, and it was extremely powerful. The void was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by the power of the sword and saber. Wherever the sword light and saber chi passed, countless fine lines were left in the void. Gu Fei activated the power of the purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and everyone's expression changed. The purple gold sword light pierced through the void created by the old Taoist and rushed towards him. There was nothing that could stop it. At the same time, the domineering saber chi that rushed out from Gu Fei's left hand rushed towards the big demon that was hiding in the demonic energy. Gu Fei's battle intent soared to the sky as he attacked 2 half-saints at the same time. He was just like the reincarnation of an ancient god of war, and he was insanely brave. All the super experts took out their holy weapons, and the heavens and earth collapsed. The old Taoist was forced back by Gu Fei's purple gold sword light. No one dared to go against the sharpness of the purple gold divine sword. Even if it was just a wisp of the holy aura, a half-saint would be killed. The peerless saber chi broke through the layers of demonic energy, and the edge of the saber pointed towards the Black Sun Demon Lord who was in the midst of the demonic energy. The black sun above the Black Sun Demon Lord's head vibrated continuously, and a towering demonic power was released to block the attack. However, the peerless saber chi was unstoppable, and it was hard to resist. The Black Sun Demon Lord had no choice but to retreat. Even the mysterious yellow skeleton that was fighting with the Black Sun Demon Lord retreated immediately. As soon as Gu Fei made a move, he had forced back 3 super experts. His battle strength was so powerful that it shocked everyone. However, everyone was clear that this was not Gu Fei's own strength, but the power of the extreme path sacred weapon that he used to kill the enemy. This killing technique was too heaven-defying. The merging of the weapon into his body increased Gu Fei's battle strength to a level where he could go against a half-saint. Even the old tortoise was shocked. This killing technique was too terrifying. If Gu Fei could draw out the full power of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, wouldn't he be like a descending Extreme Path saint, and could display the battle strength of a saint? While Gu Fei forced the three super experts to retreat, the old tortoise quickly activated the Tai Sovereign Seal to block the Sky Dragon Celestial Sword and the Moonlight Divine Mirror. Yao Tiandu, do you want to be my enemy? The old tortoise stared at the person behind the Sky Dragon Celestial Sword and said in a deep voice. This person was a half-saint of the demon race. In this world where saints were extinct, a half-saint of the demon race was a supreme great demon. However, after the return of the old tortoise, Yao Tiandu's position was threatened. The return of the Grand Emperor was undoubtedly an earth-shattering event for the demon race. Some of the great demons that had gone into seclusion were alarmed. Even the former subordinates of the Grand Emperor, who were said to have fallen, jumped out. The old subordinates of the Grand Emperor were the ancestors of the demon race and had a supreme status. Even Yao Tiandu had to be respectful to them and did not dare to slight them. The old tortoise had returned and gained the support of the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor. He should be the leader of the demon race, respected by all the demons in the world. Yao Tiandu's resentment was not ordinary and he disliked the old tortoise very much. However, the old tortoise's status was too noble, and no one was willing to challenge the old tortoise's position. Yao Tiandu could only swallow his anger. However, now that the hope of becoming a saint was right in front of him, how could he swallow his anger? As long as he had the hope of becoming a saint and become a great saint of the demon race, the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor would have to step aside. Humph. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yao Tiandu's expression was very ugly. After the Grand Emperor returned to the demon race, he had been suppressing him. This made him, a half-saint of the demon race, very sullen. Boz. The Sky Dragon Celestial Sword vibrated and emitted sword waves that looked like golden dragons. It was like a real dragon leaping above the ninth heaven and attacking the old tortoise. This was a flawless sacred weapon of the demon race. Although it was not an extreme sacred weapon, it was not comparable to ordinary sacred weapons. This was because it was a sacred weapon refined by an advanced demon saint of the demon race. I knew you were disloyal, humph. The old tortoise sneered. He knew Yao Tiandu's every move like the back of his hand. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one emerge victorious. The old tortoise was a very careful person. The old tortoise did not show any mercy. An ancestral dragon shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a killing light, piercing towards Yao Tiandu. This was the Grand Emperor's soul-severing technique, which specialized in cutting the opponent's spiritual soul. Chapter 1192. The Tai Huang soul-severing technique was a killing technique created by the Tai Huang that specialized in severing the spiritual soul. The spiritual soul was the mark of a cultivator's life. Once the spiritual soul was severed, there would only be one outcome: the soul would be destroyed. The cultivator's physical body would not be damaged by the Tai Huang soul-severing technique, but the spiritual soul would be gone, leaving only a body. Swoosh! The soul-severing divine light was extremely fast. The moment it rushed out from the old turtle's brow, it had already shot in front of Yao Tiandu, causing his heart to tremble. This kind of attack was too terrifying. If he was not careful, his spiritual soul would be severed and he would become a walking corpse. Without any hesitation, Yao Tiandu flew backward. At the same time, his eyes lit up, and then there were Dao marks intertwining in his eyes. Swoosh! Two divine lights formed by the intertwining Dao marks rushed out of Yao Tiandu's eyes. Two faint and illusory blade shadows that were only a foot long appeared in front of Yao Tiandu. These two blade shadows silently slashed forward with the great Dao's charm flowing. This was a terrifying killing technique, and it was also a great technique created by a supreme saint-level existence. The soul-severing killing light formed by the Tai Huang soul-severing technique collided with the two blade shadows. This was a confrontation between two saint-level great techniques. The Tao marks intertwined and vanished. The void was silently annihilated. Lu 5 renewal fast throughout Tiandu's eyes emitted a strange power. The great Tao's charm flowed and flashed with evil demonic light, intertwining with the divine patterns of the great Tao. The faint and illusory blade shadows actually blocked the old turtle's Tai Huang's soul-severing technique. The two powers of the great Tao cancelled each other out, and the soul-severing killing light and the two blade shadows dissipated at the same time. The old turtle was extremely shocked. He could see the origin of this saint-level great technique that Yao Tiandu used. This was a supreme killing technique that was not inferior to the Tai Huang's soul-severing technique. The Tai Huang's soul-severing technique is only a so-so. Yao Tiandu rushed back from afar, and a golden dragon shadow circled around him. This was a dragon-shaped sword light formed by the heavenly dragon sword. The dragon-shaped sword light gave off a terrifying saint-tier might. Sword chi rushed into the sky. This was sword chi formed from boundless dragon chi. It was golden dragon sword chi. I didn't expect you to obtain the heavenly Yao's legacy, old tortoise said coldly. In the primordial era, two supreme existences appeared in the demon race. One was the Grand Emperor, the first true dragon born from the 9 heavens 10 earths, the ancestor of all dragons. On the other hand, another demon spirit was born in the sun star in the sky. That demon spirit was the heavenly demon, a supreme demon saint that could compete with the Grand Emperor. Humph. My Sky Yao lineage is the true ruler of the Yao race. It looks like Lu 5. Yao Tiandu did not hide his killing intent towards Old Tortoise at all. He wanted to fight to the death with Old Tortoise and shed all pretense of cordiality. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. As long as he could kill this so-called Grand Emperor and seize the embryo of Tao, he would still be the demon lord who was respected by all the demons in the world. You want to be the leader of the demon clan? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Old Tortoise said disdainfully. Since ancient times, the only demon lord who was respected by all the demons in the world was the Grand Emperor. Although Heavenly Yao was the other demon lord of the demon clan, Heavenly Yao was like a wild crane that lived alone and did not have much power. But the Grand Emperor was different. He unified the demon clan and became the supreme demon lord. During the Grand Emperor's era, the humans controlled the land while the demons controlled the sky. The demon clan was extremely powerful. If the humans hadn't produced a few supreme saints, the entire world would have been taken over by the demon clan. Cut the crap. I'll still be the demon lord after killing you. Yao Tiandu was determined to kill Old Tortoise. If he didn't, there would be no place for him in the world. No one knew how strong the Grand Emperor's old subordinates were. They were the most terrifying existences in the demon clan, and even Yao Tiandu was wary of them. Old Tortoise had the support of the Grand Emperor's old subordinates, so it was only a matter of time before he became the demon lord. Swoosh! 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yao Tiandu's eyes again. 2 saber shadows appeared in the void and silently slashed at Old Tortoise. There were no fluctuations on the 2 saber shadows. There was only a trace of Tao rhymes circulating around them. They silently slashed through the void, leaving a spatial crack wherever they passed. Although the 2 saber shadows didn't emit any earth-shattering power, they were able to slash through the void, displaying a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Divine light intertwined with Tao marks rushed out from Old Tortoise's glabella and went up against the 2 saber shadows. His expression was extremely solemn. His opponent's killing technique was not inferior to his, so he didn't dare to be careless. While Old Tortoise and Yao Tiandu were fighting, on the other side, Gu Fei was fighting against the 4 super experts. He punched the Black Sun Demon Venerable, stepped on the Xianhuang skeleton, and slashed the old Daoist with his saber. He was extremely fierce. The other black-bearded Daoist who used the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was attacking the Black Sun Demon Venerable. A black sun and a divine moon kept colliding in the sky, causing the void to collapse. The black-bearded Taoist was a half-sage of the Tai Ching sacred realm. This time, he entered the peerless tomb with a sect-guarding treasure of the Tai Ching sacred realm. The Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was a sacred weapon, but it was not an extreme sacred weapon like the heavenly dragon sword. However, the power of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was enough to destroy a part of the world. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was attacked from both sides and had no choice but to retreat. Then, Gu Fei rushed forward and fiercely clashed with the clear godly virtual mirror a few times, causing the godly virtual mirror, which was like a moon, to tremble continuously. The Tai Ching half-sage was shocked. This guy was too abnormal. He could fight against a sacred weapon with his bare hands. He could fight against a sacred weapon with just his fists. This was a saint-level chaotic battle. After Gu Fei and the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror exchanged a few blows, he turned around and charged into the void of heaven and earth that the old Taoist had conjured. He charged toward the old Taoist. "You really don't know your place. How dare you barge into my world?" The old Taoist was surprised and happy when he saw Gu Fei rushing in. This was the void of heaven and earth that the old Taoist had conjured using a supreme technique. In this void of heaven and earth, he was an omnipotent supreme god. But soon, the old Taoist's expression changed. Rumble, the void created by the old Taoist was shaking violently. Gu Fei used the flawless five elements fist. Every punch almost shattered the void created by the old Taoist. He's actually this powerful. The old Taoist was really shocked by Gu Fei this time. He waved his hands in front of him and there seemed to be worlds appearing between his hands. Chapter 1193. The old Taoist displayed his supreme technique, conjuring the 3,000 void worlds to trap Gu Fei within. Such a technique was truly shocking. Those who were trapped would be lost within the 3,000 void worlds, never to be able to escape. Phenomenon of the Immortal Tao. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was surrounded by an endless void with no end in sight. He was like a speck of dust within, everywhere he looked was the same. 3,000 void worlds, endless void. Don't even think of escaping. The old Taoist's voice resounded in the void. Such a technique did not seem to have any killing power, but it was capable of trapping someone within. Below, left, and right were all boundless emptiness. As far as the eye could see, everything was the same color. If one were to be trapped in such a place for countless years, even a saint would go crazy. Humph. Do you really think you can trap me like this? Gu Fei sneered. He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned his surroundings. The martial path heavenly eye could see through the origin of the world, pointing straight at the essence of falsehood. Through the martial path heavenly eye, the surrounding space turned transparent. Following that, strands of the law of the void as thin as hair appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. This was a type of Tao law that constructed this void. This was the phenomenon of the immortal Tao cultivated by a half-sage. It could trigger Tao laws to construct a void. Wang. The violet gold divine sword materialized in Gu Fei's right hand, emitting a towering violet gold sword chi. Even before the sword slashed out, the sword chi had already torn apart the void. Watch how I slash through the void. Gu Fei roared. His blood and chi surged as yin and yang energy surged wildly towards the violet gold divine sword in his hand. The violet gold divine sword light instantly shone 10 times brighter than before. Terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Roar! Gu Fei's hair danced wildly in the wind as he let out an enraged roar. He raised his sword with both hands and slashed forward. A purple golden sword ray burst out from his hand like a purple golden dragon, soaring thousands of zhang into the sky. A strand of extreme godly might filled the entire space as Gu Fei slashed out with his sword with all his might. The 10,000 zhang long sword light tore through the space and shattered the world. It was as though the entire world had been cleaved into two by the sword. The boundless Tao laws collapsed under the sword light, and a spatial rift that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the void, causing the 3,000 worlds to tremble. What? The old Taoist was shocked. He stared blankly at Gu Fei, who was in the 3,000 worlds. He saw that one of the worlds was actually broken by Gu Fei's sword. This was something that had never happened before. Ever since the old Taoist cultivated this immortal Tao anomaly, as long as someone was trapped in the trichiliocosm, they would never be able to escape. They would be trapped inside until they died. No one dared to be trapped by the old Taoist's trichiliocosm. Even those who were also half-saints feared the old Taoist and didn't dare to provoke him. Gu Fei slashed open the void with his sword and rushed out. However, he only entered another world. The 3,000 worlds rotated, like 3,000 cycles of reincarnation, endless and endless. The world that was destroyed by Gu Fei was destroyed, but it condensed in the outermost layer. Unless the 3,000 worlds were destroyed at the same time, Gu Fei would never be able to break out of the 3,000 worlds. Could it be that there are really 3,000 small worlds that trapped me? After Gu Fei rushed out of the void, he saw that there was no sky nor earth, there was only the darkness below. It was exactly the same as before, there was no sky nor earth, there was only him in the entire void. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei slashed out again, cutting open the void, breaking open the heaven and earth. He rushed out again, but after rushing through the cracks in the void, Gu Fei saw that there was still nothing around him. Gu Fei slashed more than 10 times, rushing through more than 10 cracks in the void, but nothing changed in front of him. It was as if he was really trapped in the layers of void. Such a technique, Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. This immortal Tao technique was too terrifying. It interweaved the Tao laws to create layers of void, breaking one world and then another. It seemed endless. This is forcing me to be ruthless. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and was about to use his trump card to completely destroy the 3,000 worlds. However, at this time, the void that Gu Fei was in suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. An aura powerful enough to make the world tremble came down from above. A ray of divine light, like a divine rainbow, broke through the void and shrouded Gu Fei. The aura of the Grand Sovereign Seal. The purple divine light was dazzling, containing the aura of the Great Tao. Within the divine light, Tao laws interweaved, like a divine bridge descending from the sky to receive Gu Fei. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly soared into the sky and rushed into the purple divine light, breaking out of the void that was devoid of heaven and earth. At this moment, the battle outside had already reached its climax. The old tortoise unleashed a supreme sacred art and fought against Yao Tiandu, the old Taoist, the grand pure half-sage, the black sun demon venerable, and the yellow skeleton. Boz! The void trembled. A divine mirror that resembled a bright moon shone through the void and collided with a black sun. The void was constantly destroyed by the two extremely powerful forces. The Tai Ching half-saint and the black sun demon sovereign fought, but they soon separated, because Yao Tiandu and the old Taoist had attacked again. The black sun demon sovereign fought against Yao Tiandu, while the Tai Ching half-saint fought against the old Taoist. On the other hand, the old turtle and the Xian Huang skeleton were competing with the divine techniques of the Tao laws. The two super powerful experts kept casting all kinds of deadly techniques to attack each other. The old turtle's supreme sovereign seal stopped the Tao embryo that was trying to escape. With the grand sovereign seal in hand, the old tortoise had the upper hand. While fighting against the yellow skeleton, he also used the grand sovereign seal to break through the void and rescue Gu Fei, who was trapped in the 3,000 worlds of the void with a ray of divine light. Boom! After breaking free, Gu Fei's qi and blood surged all over his body. Streams of chi and blood rushed out of the top of his head like dragons. The chi and blood of the emperor martial body enveloped the entire world. Without saying anything else, Gu Fei directly attacked the yellow skeleton. Whoosh! A golden divine pagoda rushed out of the yellow skeleton's skull and rapidly enlarged. It emitted a monstrous chi of heaven and earth, suppressing Gu Fei. A strand of heaven and earth chi of heaven and earth could crush a mountain range. It was a kind of essence chi derived from the primordial chaos chi. The heaven and earth chi of heaven and earth created the world and then evolved into all things in the world. The chi of heaven and earth was also a kind of ancestral chi of the world. Golden divine pagoda of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked when he felt a trace of the aura of the extreme Tao. With a thought, an ancient cauldron appeared around Gu Fei and protected him. Chapter 1194. The mysterious yellow skeleton transformed into a mysterious yellow pagoda and pressed down on Gu Fei. This wasn't the real mysterious yellow pagoda, but it had intertwining Tao patterns on it. It emitted an aura of the extreme great path. Bang! The mysterious yellow pagoda pressed down, and the void below crumbled and turned into primal chaos. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions. Gu Fei sensed the danger. A mountain-like pressure pressed down, and his body sank. He was almost pressed down from the sky. Buzz! A loud sound came out from Gu Fei's body. An ancient cauldron emerged from his body. The chaotic primordial chi lingered on it, and it emitted a terrifying aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The mysterious yellow pagoda that was pressing down from the sky was immediately stopped above Gu Fei's head by the power of the cauldron. It couldn't descend even half an inch. The mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious yellow skeleton's skull transmitted a trace of divine sense. Then, its eye sockets burst out with 2 divine lights that were as dazzling as heavenly swords. This mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to know the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. What emerged from Gu Fei's body was only the phantom of the mountain and river cauldron. The real mountain and river cauldron hadn't manifested yet. Even so, the aura of that illusory cauldron was enough to make the hearts of the common people palpitate. A trace of the extreme great path's aura circulated on Gu Fei's body. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was drawn out by him. It displayed a divine might that could suppress the world in all directions, and it stopped the mysterious yellow pagoda in the sky. Bang! The phantom of the mountain and river cauldron shook a little. Then, the mysterious yellow pagoda that was stopped immediately exploded and disappeared in the void. The mysterious yellow skeleton suffered a great impact. The mysterious yellow chi on its body was almost scattered. It was sent flying thousands of feet away. It didn't dare to confront the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In the end, it was a mysterious yellow pagoda that was created from a great technique. It was not a true divine weapon of the extreme path. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth could not truly contend against the cauldron of mountain and river. The yellow skeleton was forced back, and the old tortoise took the opportunity to soar into the sky and land on top of the Grand Sovereign Seal. It used all of its power to control the Grand Sovereign Seal to retrieve the Tao embryo that was bound. When everyone saw this, they immediately stopped fighting and rushed over to attack the old tortoise. Buzz! The great purity godly virtual mirror vibrated, and a dazzling divine light rushed out from it like a Milky Way, rushing toward the old tortoise. Within the divine light, there were Tao patterns interweaving. The Tai Ching semi-sage had released a trace of the power of the great Tao of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. Although it was not a flawless great Tao, it was enough to destroy a part of the world. That was equivalent to an attack from the Grand Pure One. The Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror was a divine artifact refined by the Great Purity Saint. It could pierce through the 3,000 worlds and illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possessed great divine might. Damn it! The old tortoise almost went berserk. These guys were too abominable. The attack of a divine artifact was earth-shattering, and the old tortoise could not keep calm. He attracted the interweaving Tao patterns to form the divine light of the great Tao and rushed toward the great purity godly virtual mirror. The two divine lights collided in an instant, and there was a muffled sound. Streams of light shot out in all directions like divine rainbows. Each stream of light was formed by the collapsed Tao patterns, and it was the power of the great Tao. The void was directly pierced, and a pitch-black spatial hole appeared in the void. All the people who rushed toward the old tortoise were shocked and quickly dodged. The power of the great Tao could hurt a saint, let alone a semi-sage. The Tai Ching semi-sage was forced to retreat. Although the great purity godly virtual mirror was very powerful, it could not compare to a divine artifact of the great path. It could not compete with a divine artifact of the great path. Boz. Just as the old tortoise forced the Tai Ching semi-sage to retreat, a golden dragon rushed over from a distance. The streams of light that shot out in that direction were shattered one after another. That was a dragon's shadow that looked like a real dragon. The dragon's shadow erupted with a soaring sword chi, and the golden divine light illuminated the entire world. The golden dragon rushed over, and a majestic holy dragon's aura shook the heavens. This was the power of the heavenly dragon sword. The old tortoise immediately changed his expression, and Yao Tian made his move. This demon race semi-sage seemed to have a belly full of grievances. The old tortoise knew that ever since he returned to the demon race, Yao Tian had been cast aside by the experts of the demon race. Yao Tian was originally very hopeful to become the leader of the demon race, but now that the old tortoise was back, he suddenly fell from his high and mighty position. It was absolutely impossible for Yao Tian not to hate the old tortoise. Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, the old tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on the Tai sovereign seal, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the golden dragon rushing over. He was very familiar with this divine artifact because it was made by a saint of the dragon race. And this saint of the dragon race had some friendship with the old tortoise. The original body of the heavenly dragon divine sword was a heavenly dragon, and it was an ancient heavenly dragon. This was because this divine sword was refined from the body of an old friend of the old tortoise. The power contained in the heavenly dragon divine sword was not to be underestimated. If its power was fully unleashed, even the old tortoise would have to retreat. It could destroy everything in the world, and only a divine artifact of the extreme path could suppress it. The old tortoise was not careless. He attracted another divine light of the great path and then strangled the dragon that was rushing over. Clang! The divine light of the great path tangled with the golden dragon, and there was a sound of metal clashing. The divine light of the great path could not destroy the golden dragon's shadow. However, the divine light of the great path blocked the heavenly dragon divine sword. Yao Tian Du, are you forcing me to kill you? The old tortoise's words were extremely cold. He did not want to kill Yao Tian Du before because Yao Tian was a member of the demon race, and he was a demi-saint demon. In this world where saints were extinct, demi-saints were invincible. There were not many demi-saints in the demon race, and if the demon race were to kill them, the demon race would suffer a great loss. This was why the old tortoise did not take any action even though he knew that Yao Tian Du was disloyal. Humph. It's not certain who will kill who. Yao Tian Du sneered. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. Today, either the old tortoise or Yao Tian Du would die. There was only one demon lord in the demon race. Boz. The heavenly dragon divine sword vibrated. Yao Tian used all his strength to activate the heavenly dragon divine sword, causing the heavenly dragon divine sword to emit a divine might of the great path. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be a primordial heavenly dragon awakening, and the aura of a divine dragon filled the world. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their expressions changed dramatically. If it were not for the fact that everyone present had a holy weapon, it was likely that they would not be able to stand. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they could still feel their spirits trembling. Chapter 1195. He activated the power of the heavenly dragon's sword with all his might. It was as if an ancient heavenly dragon was awakening, and the aura of the divine dragon filled the sky and the earth. Everyone's expression changed. The aura of the ancient heavenly dragon shocked the heavens, and the golden dragon's shadow seemed to be coming out of the void. Every scale was opening and closing, emitting a sonorous sound that shook one's heart. Although it wasn't a true primordial sky dragon, it wasn't too far off. Bam! The power of the Tai Huang seal that the old turtle drew was shattered, and the divine light of the great path collapsed. Broken Tao patterns shot out and then disappeared in the void. Buzz! The heavenly dragon sword let out a sword cry that resounded through the 9 heavens, and a sword wave spread out. Sword chi swept in all directions, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the old turtle. The old turtle sat cross-legged on the Tai Huang seal, and endless demonic light bloomed all over his body. An extremely powerful dragon aura erupted from his body, and there seemed to be an ancient heavenly dragon awakening in his body. Divine patterns of the great path appeared around him. He connected with the Tai Huang seal and attracted the dragon-like divine light of the great path. The divine light of the great path, which was formed by 18 interweaving Tao patterns, was drawn by him. Without saying anything, the old turtle directly shot out the 18 divine lights of the great path. Each divine light was surrounded by Tao patterns, and each divine light surged with the power of the great path that made the world lose its brilliance. Everyone's expression changed. Was the crown prince risking his life? The yellow skeleton, the old Taoist, the Tai Ching half-saint, and the great demon all stopped and then retreated. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal, an ultimate divine artifact. No one in the world dared to confront it head-on. Everyone was afraid of being hurt. Gu Fei also retreated. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he had to be careful. He was not willing to take the risk. The collision of the ultimate divine artifacts was likely to destroy a part of the world. Now, everyone was just using divine artifacts, and they had already displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The divine light of the great path collided with the sword wave created by the heavenly dragon sword. This was a collision of the 2 powers of the great path. There was nothing fancy about it. At Old Tortoise and Yao Tian's level of cultivation, there was no need for them to use any tricks. As long as they unleashed their strongest attacks, any tricks would be destroyed in an instant. The void was silently annihilated, and the patterns of the way were collapsing. The terrifying power of the great path crushed everything, and nothing was left. The heavenly dragon divine sword let out a mournful cry, as if it had a life of its own. The golden dragon-like sword chi was dispersed, and the divine sword trembled, almost falling from the sky. Compared to an extreme path sacred weapon, the heavenly dragon divine sword was nothing. After 18 consecutive attacks, the sky dragon divine sword's light was scattered by the divine light of the great path. In the end, it was knocked away. Even Yao Tian was severely injured. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Swoosh! Just as Yao Tiandu was sent flying, a figure instantly appeared beside Yao Tiandu and struck him with a palm. Yao Tian was shocked, he barely managed to block with his hands. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Yao Tiandu's hands were broken. White bones were exposed, and blood splattered everywhere. Moreover, that person's palm did not stop. Bam! Kacha! With a muffled sound, the sound of bones breaking was heard again. That person's palm landed on Yao Tiandu's chest. His chest caved in, and all his bones were crushed. Yao Tiandu's body was almost split in half by that palm. Blood had already clogged his throat, and Yao Tian could not even scream. His body was like a broken sack, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Everyone was taken aback. The one who made a move was actually the mysterious yellow skeleton. The mysterious yellow divine light in its skull flickered, and then it grabbed the heavenly dragon divine sword. It struck Yao Tiandu to snatch the heavenly dragon divine sword. The golden skeleton did not seem to have a divine implement, but it could compete with others for the embryo of the way. It was truly unbelievable. Now that it held the heavenly dragon divine sword, its aura suddenly rose to its peak. The heavenly dragon divine sword vibrated in the hands of the mysterious yellow skeleton. It was like a golden dragon struggling. This was a saint weapon, it already had its own spirit. Naturally, it wasn't easy to control. But soon, the heavenly dragon divine sword in the golden skeleton's hand calmed down. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but be taken aback. This mysterious yellow skeleton actually suppressed the heavenly dragon divine sword so quickly. This was something that no one expected. After all, it was absolutely not an easy task to control a saint weapon. Even if a half-saint obtained a saint weapon, he would need to refine it for a period of time before he could barely use it. Roar! Yao Tiandu roared in anger from afar. Demonic aura soared to the sky, and a huge shadow loomed, like a great ancient demon roaring. He did not expect that he would not be able to kill Old Tortoise, and that the heavenly dragon divine sword would be snatched away. That was the demon race's divine sword, a weapon left behind by an ancient great saint of the demon race. It was incomparably important to the entire demon race. In this world where saints were extinct, a divine weapon was, in a sense, a deterrent force. Having lost the heavenly dragon divine sword, Yao Tian was on the verge of going berserk. The demonic energy in his body was boundless, and his wounded body was recovering rapidly. In just a few breaths, his broken arms and sunken bones were all healed. Swoosh! Yao Tiandu directly rushed towards the golden skeleton, wanting to take back the heavenly dragon divine sword. However, the golden skeleton shook the heavenly dragon divine sword in its hand, and a golden sword wave immediately rushed out from the divine sword, spreading towards Yao Tiandu like a golden ripple. Heavenly demon forgetting slash! Yao Tiandu roared in anger. Endless demonic light gathered in his eyes, but his eyes did not emit a bright light. Instead, they were like two bottomless black holes, devouring endless demonic energy. Swoosh! Divine light flashed in the depths of the bottomless black holes. Two ink black blade shadows, less than a foot long, rushed out from Yao Tiandu's eyes and slashed forward. Heavenly demon forgetting slash! Old Tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Thai sovereign seal, was shocked to see this scene. This was an ultimate killing technique created by the heavenly demon. The forgetting slash that was shot out from his eyes could destroy the void of the world. The golden sword wave was broken apart by the two black blade shadows, and the two blade shadows streaked across the void soundlessly towards the mysterious yellow skeleton. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and attacked Old Tortoise together. Gu Fei soared into the sky and intercepted one of them. This person was the old Taoist who trapped him in the 3,000 voids. It was not easy to deal with this old Taoist at all. The old Taoist seemed to be standing outside of the world, and there were voids circling around him. This was the Immortal Tao's 3,000 worlds phenomenon. Although it was not the real 3,000 worlds, it was still a great threat to Gu Fei. Once trapped in the 3,000 voids, it would be very difficult to rush out. Chapter 1196. The celestial demon forgets emotion was invincible in the world. The celestial demon forgets emotion / could destroy the void of heaven, earth, and everything. In ancient times, this killing skill had shaken the entire untainted land. The killing technique created by the extreme path demonic saint was definitely the most terrifying killing technique in the world. Apart from the great techniques created by other extreme path demonic saints, it could be said to be invincible. The killing skill created by Skyless Demon was definitely not inferior to Tai Huang's soul-slaying skill. Swoosh! The golden skeleton did not dare to neglect. It shook the heavenly dragon's sword in its hand, wanting to destroy the two black saber shadows with the holy sword. However, the two saber shadows suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the two saber shadows suddenly slashed out from the void in front of the golden skeleton. Without a sound or presence, the two pitch-black blade shadows cut through the void. It was impossible to guard against them, and they instantly killed the mysterious yellow skeleton's body. Clang! Without any suspense, the two black saber shadows instantly slashed through the golden skeleton's body, producing a clanging sound like a peerless divine weapon. What? Yao Tian was dumbfounded when the two black saber shadows failed to kill the mysterious yellow skeleton. Every bone on the mysterious yellow skeleton's body was flowing with mysterious yellow divine light. The two saber shadows couldn't hurt the mysterious yellow skeleton at all. The celestial demon forgets emotion / could not break the golden skeleton's body. Not to mention Yao Tian, even old Tortoise was shocked. What kind of body was this? Could it be the body of a supreme demon forgets emotion / Otherwise, how could it resist the celestial demon forgets emotion / One should know that the celestial demon forgets emotion / was a supreme killing skill that could destroy the void of heaven and earth. Even Yao Tian was not strong enough to fully exert the power of this great skill, but it could definitely kill a half-step saint. The body of a half-step saint definitely could not withstand the attack of the celestial demon forgets emotion / The two black saber shadows blended into the void and flew backward, slashing at the golden skeleton's head. They wanted to split open the skull of the golden skeleton and kill its spirit. However, at that moment, the mysterious yellow skeleton was already alerted. It disappeared from where it was and instantly appeared in front of Yao Tiandu. The speed of the mysterious yellow skeleton was so fast that it was even faster than teleportation. Yao Tiandu was greatly alarmed and didn't hesitate to attack. However, the mysterious yellow skeleton was faster than him and shot out another palm. The bony hand suddenly pressed on Yao Tiandu's chest. Bam! A muffled sound rang out, and blood appeared. Yao Tiandu's entire body was split into two by this palm strike. The lower half of his body fell from the sky, while the upper half was sent flying. Yao Tian, who had lost his heavenly dragon divine sword, was no match for the mysterious yellow skeleton. The spectators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they witnessed this scene. This fellow actually defeated a half-saint with such ease. That was something that none of them had imagined. The mysterious yellow skeleton had easily defeated Yao Tiandu, and he still wanted to make a move to completely eliminate this enemy. But at this time, a divine light of the Great Path rushed out from the Tai Huang seal like a huge dragon, rushing toward the Xian Huang skeleton. The divine light of the Great Path could kill a saint. Even the yellow skeleton had to retreat. Humph. Although he is a traitor of our demon race, it is not up to others to kill him. The voice of the old tortoise sounded in the void. It was he who made a timely move and saved Yao Tiandu's life. The Tai Ching demi-saint wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the demon race half-saint, but after hearing the words of the old tortoise, he didn't have the intention to do so. Yao Tiandu only had half of his body left, and his physical body was severely injured. Although it was not fatal, his vitality was greatly damaged, and he was no longer able to fight. This fellow was also a decisive person. He didn't think too much and directly fled into the distance. If he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. No one went after Yao Tiandu because in everyone's eyes, there was only Tian's Tao fetus. Buzz! The void shook, and the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror emitted an unprecedentedly powerful divine light, attacking the old tortoise. The killing light was like the Milky Way, surging forward with indomitable will. On the other side, the Black Sun Demon Venerable also made a move. Boom! A black sun emitted endless black light, and the terrifying power of the demonic way was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, spreading from the black sun. The void was shattering, and heaven and earth were annihilated. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a divine moon and a demonic Sunday. The power of the great way spread to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the entire world began to collapse. At this time, the Tai Ching demi-saint and the Black Sun demon Venerable actually showed signs of joining forces. Swoosh! The golden dragon soared for thousands of miles, and the yellow skeleton waved the heavenly dragon's sword in its hand, directly shattering the divine light of the Great Way, and directly launched a powerful attack at the old tortoise. The endless divine dragon aura spread from the heavenly dragon's sword in the yellow skeleton's hand, shattering the void of heaven and earth, and destroying a part of the world. The destructive sword light shook in all directions. The heavenly dragon's sword in the yellow skeleton's hand displayed great power, which was much more powerful than when it was in the hands of Yao Tiandu. The 3 half-saints launched a powerful attack with the sacred weapon. Even a real sage would be shocked, let alone the old tortoise. Even with the Tai sovereign seal in hand, the old tortoise felt great danger. The power of the sacred weapon was enough to destroy this part of the world, and even the 49 dragon mountains below might be affected. At this time, heaven and earth shook, and the extreme formation of the land of earth had already been activated, and the 49 dragon mountains emitted endless essence of heaven and earth. Rumble! There seemed to be a huge millstone on the land of earth, and the essence of the 49 dragon mountains were drawn by the extreme formation of the land of earth, forming a terrible power that could destroy the world. Without the suppression of the extreme sacred weapon, the extreme formation of the land of earth showed its true power. There was no time, and if the extreme formation of the land of earth was fully activated, everyone here would be in danger of dying. One should know that the extreme formation of the land of earth operated with the power of the 49 dragon mountains. Those were the 49 ancestral veins of earth, and the power contained in them was so huge that it could be said to be endless. Even a supreme sage might not be able to resist such power head-on. Just when the 3 half-saints launched their strongest attack, the Tao fetus that was bound by the Tai sovereign seal suddenly shook, and endless Tao rhymes circulated. Flawless marks of the Great Way intertwined, and the power of the Great Way was mighty. A vague figure condensed in the Tao fetus, and then walked out. This is Chapter 1197. It was a blurry figure. The figure was very burly, giving off an oppressive feeling like a huge mountain. The figure took a step out from the fetus of Tao. He then stretched out his hand and swiped in the void. The divine light of the great path that rushed out from the Tai Huang seal immediately shattered in the void. The fetus of Tao trembled and broke free from its shackles. It then rushed into the sky. It rushed into the distance. Everyone was shocked that the fetus of Tao was going to fly away. Swoosh! Old Tortoise immediately chased after it with the Tai Huang seal. The others also put away their holy weapons and used them to protect themselves. They rode on conveyance lights and chased after it with all their might. The extreme great path matrix was activated. The power that could destroy the heavens and the earth was vast. Even the fetus of Tao sensed the danger and wanted to leave this area. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and rushed out. He had the speed of 8 steps. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with the Black Sun Demon Lord. He then attacked the Black Sun Demon Lord. Virum! The sword light of the purple gold divine sword lit up the whole place. The sword aura rushed out. The sword aura of Gu Fei with all his might seemed to have split the whole world in half. The layers of demonic chi collapsed under the sword light. Even the Black Sun Demon Lord was frightened. This was an attack from the extreme great path divine sword. The black sun above the Black Sun Demon Lord's head was shaking. A terrifying power of demonic way spread out from the black sun. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon had awakened in the black sun. The towering demonic chi condensed into a 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow. Then, the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow stretched out its hands and blocked the purple gold sword light. The layers of demonic chi smashed forward like a tsunami. The entire void was shattered in an instant, turning into a chaotic land of nothingness. Swoosh! The purple-gold sword light was invincible. It directly broke through the layers of devil chi and slashed the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow. Moreover, after slashing the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow, the sword light's momentum did not diminish. It fiercely slashed the black sun. The black sun that emitted the power of demonic way was smashed away by the purple-gold sword light. The black sun demon lord also suffered a great impact. A few drops of demonic blood dripped from the sky. Extreme saint weapon. Within the demonic chi, the cold voice of the black sun demon venerable could be heard. He was not forced back by Gu Fei, but he was suppressed by the power of the extreme Dao saint weapon. The power of the extreme Dao was not something that could be resisted. After being blocked by Gu Fei, the black sun demon venerable immediately distanced himself from the escaping Dao fetus. Gu Fei wanted to stop all of them so that the old turtle could collect the embryos of Dao. He attacked with all his might, and every strike was earth-shattering, causing the void in this part of the world to crumble. His battle intent surged and his chi and blood surged violently. After repelling the black sun demon venerable, he set his sights on the mystic yellow skeleton. A supreme saber light shot out from his left hand. The peerless saber light dominated the world. After rushing out of Gu Fei's left hand, it immediately turned into an extremely ferocious dragon, madly devouring the mysterious yellow skeleton. The mysterious yellow skeleton was taken aback as well. It seemed to have figured out the origin of the peerless saber. Divine light flickered in its eye sockets, and it sent out a strong divine thought. The peerless saber light turned into a dragon, and when it slashed out, the world seemed to lose its brilliance. The mysterious yellow skeleton did not dare to go head-on against the power of the saber, and instantly disappeared on the spot. Swoosh! The peerless dragon formed by the saber light rushed past, and the place where the mysterious yellow skeleton was immediately turned into nothingness, and everything was destroyed in an instant. In the next moment, the figure of the mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to have walked out of the void, and appeared 100 miles away. This was not teleportation, but a magical technique that was much more mysterious than teleportation. Gu Fei could not help but be startled at the sight of this. It was a little beyond his expectation that he could not stop the mysterious yellow skeleton. A half-saint was the most powerful existence in the world. As long as the sages did not appear, a half-saint was invincible. This was not an empty saying. In just an instant, everyone rushed out of the extreme Dao formation, and left the range of the 49 Dragon Mountains. Roar! All of you, stay here for me. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered wildly, and the moment he rushed out of the extreme Dao formation, his body erupted with a terrifying true force. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, as though the entire world was about to collapse. The space within a radius of 1,000 zhang around Gu Fei was instantly shattered by the vast energy that surged out from Gu Fei. With Gu Fei as the center, a terrifying spatial crack spread out in all directions. Each spatial crack was thousands of meters long, and it seemed as if it would tear the world apart. Everyone felt a palpitating aura, and the power that erupted from Gu Fei's body made their hearts tremble, and they could not help but change their expressions. Buzz! The void shook as Gu Fei turned into a beam of divine light. With an unimaginable speed, he caught up with the Xianhuang skeleton in an instant and stomped on the Xianhuang skeleton. What? The mysterious yellow skeleton was shocked. It had never thought that Gu Fei's strength would increase to such a terrifying level in an instant. It had increased by 10 times, no, more than 10 times. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Even with the mysterious yellow skeleton's cultivation and strength, it could not avoid the huge foot that was stomping on its head, and was directly stomped down by Gu Fei. Boom! The earth shook, and the mysterious yellow skeleton fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing a huge pit in the ground below, and dust flew up, and a circle of smoke spread out in all directions. Gu Fei took 3 steps in succession, and each step crossed the void, trampling Black Sun Demon Venerable, Tai Ching Semi-Sage, and the old Taoist who had manifested the 3,000 voids down from the sky. Stepping on a half-sage, Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled, and his combat strength was shocking. It was like the reincarnation of an ancient invincible ancestor of war, tyrannical to an unimaginable extent. He actually intercepted 4 half-sages, and if such a battle achievement were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shaken. Roar! The 4 half-sages rushed out from the ground, and each of them was in a sorry state. They were actually trampled down from the sky by a junior, and all of them were enraged. This was unacceptable to them. One should know that they were usually high and mighty, and had never been trampled by anyone before. This was a great humiliation. However, no matter how great the humiliation was, it could not be compared to becoming a sage. Although the 4 half-sages could not wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces, they did not attack Gu Fei, and directly rushed in the direction of the Tao fetus. Swoosh! The old Taoist manifested the 3,000 voids, as if he was walking in the 3,000 worlds. With just a few steps, he was already 1,000 miles away, and his speed was so fast that it seemed to be on par with Gu Fei's 8 steps. The Black Sun Demon Venerable's figure disappeared in the Devil Chi, and he merged with the Black Sun above his head. He then turned into a ray of black light, and instantly disappeared in the void. The Xianwang skeleton and the Tai Ching half-sage executed their skills and chased after him. However, Gu Fei had already locked onto them. He raised his hand and struck, and the 3,000 voids were shattered, causing the old Taoist to fall from the sky. He then took a step forward and appeared directly above the Black Sun Demon Venerable. He stepped on the Black Sun, and the Black Sun fell from the sky. Boom! It was as if a real Black Sun had fallen from the sky, and the entire ground was shattered by the Black Sun, causing the land within 1,000 miles to sink. The Xianwang skeleton and the Tai Ching half-sage were no exception. They were instantly caught up by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei struck them to the ground with lightning speed. Damn it! You're courting death. Are you forcing me to kill you? The 4 half-sages roared furiously. Seeing that their hopes of becoming sages were about to disappear, everyone was extremely nervous, and could not wait to fly to where the Tao fetus was. However, Gu Fei was like an unparalleled god of war, intercepting them all. This made the 4 half-sages want to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei was trying his best to buy time for the old tortoise. Although he seemed to be suppressing the 4 half-sages and displaying his undefeatable battle prowess, he knew very well that he could not maintain such an undefeatable state for long. Tao runes circulated around his body. He was using one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension, to increase his strength to the limit. Logically speaking, even if Gu Fei were to use the secret art of ascension, it would be difficult for him to go against any half-sage. However, he had activated the power of 3 extreme sacred weapons. The stronger his own strength, the more power he could activate from the extreme sacred weapons. Only in this way would he be able to fight against a half-sage. The 4 half-sages rushed forward several times, but they were all intercepted by Gu Fei. No matter what kind of technique they used, Gu Fei directly broke them with absolute strength. This was the supreme profundity of the martial Tao. It didn't matter if you had tens of thousands of divine techniques or Tao laws. As long as I'm strong enough, I can break all techniques with a single punch. Gu Fei had used a small portion of the power of the 3 extreme path sacred weapons to strengthen himself, which was enough. Even if a half-step saint executed a great art, he could use his fists to break it. The 4 half-sages were going crazy. The aura of the Tao fetus had become very weak, and it was about to leave their sensing range. This was not a good thing. The 4 half-sages knew that they would not be able to catch up to the Demon Emperor and fight for the Tao fetus if they could not defeat Gu Fei. Therefore, they all attacked Gu Fei at the same time. Bang! A mysterious yellow pagoda fell from the sky like a mountain and pressed down on Gu Fei's head. The endless power of the mysterious yellow pagoda was boundless, and the entire void was sealed. The void was annihilated, and the mysterious yellow pagoda displayed a great divine might. Lines of the great Tao were circulating above the pagoda. This was the power of the great Tao. Although this mysterious yellow pagoda was not the real mysterious yellow pagoda, it had attracted a trace of the power of the great Tao under the drive of the mysterious yellow skeleton supreme technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but palpitate. The power of the mysterious yellow pagoda was too strong. This mysterious yellow skeleton might have a great relationship with the mysterious yellow skeleton. Boom! Gu Fei blasted his fist upwards. He used the flawless 5 elements fist technique. Moreover, it was a punch with the power of the purple gold godly sword. A purple gold godly sun emerged above his fist, and the purple gold godly light penetrated the void. The purple gold godly sun and the mysterious yellow pagoda collided. The mysterious yellow pagoda was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and then disintegrated in the void. Chapter 1198. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He directly blasted out a punch and blasted the yellow pagoda that was pressing down from the sky high up in the sky. Then, the yellow pagoda disintegrated in the sky. Countless beams of golden light shot out in all directions, piercing through the void and destroying the world. Countless pitch-black spatial holes appeared high up in the sky. It was too powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei only felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible power. He could crush the heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand. This was a kind of almost invincible power. The yellow skeleton was forced to retreat. It was inexplicably shocked. The opponent could actually force it to retreat. What kind of cultivation technique was this? It could actually increase a person's power to this level. Could it be, the yellow skeleton was blasted thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch? The yellow divine light in its eye sockets flickered rapidly. It seemed to have thought of something. A violent wave of divine thoughts came out from its skull. Swish! A clear radiance, like the Milky Way, rushed over from the side. The holy power was vast and mighty. The Tai Ching semi-sage had made a move. The Tai Ching godly virtual mirror shone towards Gu Fei. Divine patterns rushed out from the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. That was a phenomenon that would only appear when the mirror was activated. This was the release of the power of the great Tao. This was different from the yellow pagoda that the yellow skeleton had evolved with a great technique. This was the attack of a real divine tool. It was almost equivalent to a sage attacking Gu Fei. Even a semi-sage would have to retreat from such an attack. This was a terrifying power that could kill a semi-sage. It made the semi-sage present to be moved. Boom! Gu Fei did not dodge. He directly rushed forward. The true force in his body was surging violently. An extremely vigorous qi and blood shrouded in all directions. He blasted out an incomparably fierce punch. An extremely tyrannical and ferocious power rushed out from his left fist. He drew the power of the peerless ominous saber and struck out such a punch. Gu Fei's entire left arm had Tao patterns flowing and intertwining. The peerless ominous saber's power dominated the world. Gu Fei blasted out a punch that had a divine might that could destroy everything. Bam! The mirror light of the clear godly virtual mirror was dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and instantly raised the power of this punch to its limit. Pang! The sleeve on Gu Fei's arm was shattered into thousands of pieces by this force. He fiercely punched the Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror, completely ignoring the power of the Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror. With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist smashed directly onto the clear godly virtual mirror, causing it to shake continuously. It almost flew out of semi-sage Tai Ching's hand. The Grand Pure One was sent flying, and the Grand Pure One godly virtual mirror in his hand immediately dimmed. The Grand Pure One was shocked. He only felt a sharp pain in his arm that was holding the divine mirror. It was almost broken by Gu Fei's fist force. The physical body of a semi-sage was extremely strong. Even though semi-sage Tai Ching was not a warrior that cultivated the physical body, he was still a semi-sage after all. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all contained vast power of the immortal Tao. The strength of semi-sage Tai Ching's physical body was almost comparable to that of a mighty martial emperor. However, he still suffered a significant impact from Gu Fei's punch. Fighting against a sacred weapon with his bare hands. Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. However, the four semi-sages immediately felt relieved. They did not know what great technique this kid used to actually fuse the extreme Tao's sacred weapon into his body. How profound were the four semi-sages' knowledge? They knew that this was not Gu Fei's own power, but the power of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. They were being suppressed by the power of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. Gu Fei forced semi-sage Tai Ching to retreat, but the Black Sun Demon Venerable and the old Taoist attacked again. Buzz! The void trembled as the void around the old Taoist fluctuated violently like raging waves that surged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei discovered that each void wave was a small world. The old man was creating 3,000 voids in an attempt to suck Gu Fei into them again. Gu Fei had been trapped by the 3,000 voids once before. This time, he knew how powerful it was. He executed the desolate steps and soared into the sky, dodging the void waves. Flawless 5 elements void break. Gu Fei let out a loud roar as he waved his hands. Boundless true force frantically gathered towards his fists. The power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless savage saber were drawn out as much as possible. A pair of fists that seemed to be able to destroy the world came crashing down at the old Taoist. This was the flawless fist art created by martial ancestor supreme. Gu Fei's fist seemed to contain 5 different heavens and earth, which then smashed downwards. The extremely ferocious fist energy shattered everything, piercing through the heavens and earth, displaying a might that caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The old Taoist standing in the 3,000 voids had a change of expression. The 3,000 voids around him were shaking violently as if they could collapse at any time. Layers of void waves were collapsing. Gu Fei's fists seemed to be indestructible as they could even penetrate the heavens and earth, let alone the 3,000 voids that the old Taoist had created. Gu Fei, who was using the Heaven Ascension secret technique, displayed an invincible combat strength. The 3,000 voids that the old Taoist had created were shattered by his fists. The old Taoist's life was forced out from the 3,000 voids by Gu Fei. However, at the moment when Gu Fei had forced the old Taoist out from the 3,000 voids, the Black Sun Demon Venerable had arrived. A black sun came crashing down from the sky like 100,000 ancient demonic mountains. The terrifying demonic force that came from the black sun sealed the heavens and earth, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. At the same time, the real body of the Black Sun Demon Venerable appeared behind Gu Fei silently. He slammed his palm on Gu Fei's back, sending Gu Fei flying 3,000 zhang away. Even with the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei still suffered a great impact, causing blood to leak out from the corner of his mouth. It was a full-force attack from a half-martial sacred, but it only managed to send Gu Fei flying instead of killing Gu Fei. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable found it unbelievable. Roar! Gu Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then let out a furious roar and charged at the Black Sun Demon Venerable. He used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps, closing in on the Black Sun Demon Venerable instantly. It was a great taboo for a martial artist to get close to him. The Black Sun Demon Venerable instinctively retreated without hesitation. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps were unparalleled in the world. Under the state of using the Heaven Ascension secret technique, even the speed of a half-martial sacred was no match for Gu Fei. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was caught up by Gu Fei in an instant. What? How can he be so fast? The Black Sun Demon Venerable was truly taken aback. His opponent's speed was far too fast. Before he could even recall the saint weapon of the demonic path, the palm had already landed on his chest. Pfft. Chapter 1199. Roar. The Black Sun Demon Venerable let out a furious roar as demonic aura surged out from his body. Although his physical body was almost torn apart by Gu Fei's attack, he still managed to land a powerful punch on Gu Fei's chest. Gotcha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Gu Fei's body. The place where his chest was punched had caved in, revealing a deep fist mark. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was ruthless. This was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Gu Fei was sent flying over 10 miles away as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been punched through by the Black Sun Demon Venerable. Although a half-sage was not a sage, it had the word sage attached to it. Every move was natural and powerful. Every move he made was a Tao Law sacred technique. The punch of the Black Sun Demon Venerable also contained a trace of Tao power. Even a half-sage would not dare to take it head-on. As the demonic aura penetrated his body, Gu Fei's face turned pale instantly. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and the primordial chaos chi surged. Immediately, the demonic aura that had invaded Gu Fei's body was expelled from his body. The fist mark that had sunk deep into Gu Fei's body also disappeared gradually. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's injured body had fully recovered. The physical body was the greatest advantage of a successful martial artist. No one could compete with a martial artist in terms of physical strength. This was because martial artists spent their entire lives tempering their physical bodies. To a martial artist, they did not need to use any weapons. This was because their physical bodies were already the best weapons. The Supreme Martial Ancestor was unparalleled in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No one had ever heard of him using a weapon. The Supreme Martial Ancestor did not have an extreme Tao sacred weapon. This was definitely an anomaly for a supreme existence who had comprehended a flawless great Tao. When an extreme Tao expert achieved his Tao, he would definitely refine a Tao protection sacred weapon. The Tao ancestors, Fei ancestors, demon ancestors, and other supreme existences all had sacred Tao protectors. The ancient Buddhist Lord had refined more than one Buddhist artifact. Of course, the Millennium Buddha Lord was also an oddity because he had refined a lot of extreme Tao Buddhist weapons, unlike the other extreme Tao experts who only had one extreme Tao sacred weapon. Damn it! You actually injured my demonic body. The Black Sun Demon Lord was enraged. This was a great humiliation. To think that his demonic body would be pierced by a sovereign. This almost drove him crazy. Black light and demonic chi were flickering and surging. Streams of demonic chi rushed out from Black Sun Demon Venerable's body like huge dragons. His demonic body was also recovering rapidly, but the speed was obviously not as fast as Gu Fei. Rumble, a black sun rose from the head of the Black Sun Demon Venerable, emitting a terrifying demonic might that shocked all directions. Then, it directly pressed down on Gu Fei, destroying the void of heaven and earth under the black sun. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the flawless 5 elements fist, his expression suddenly changed. The terrifying aura that surged out from his body retreated like a tide. Time's up. Gu Fei was taken aback. The time limit for the secret art of ascension was up. He could no longer maintain his invincible state and was powerless to stop the 4 half-sages. Boom! The black sun descended and the entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. Gu Fei was directly pressed down from the sky by the power of the black sun. Humph. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have an extreme Tao sacred weapon, you are just a child playing with a big knife. What's the use? The Black Sun Demon Venerable sneered. His murderous aura soared into the sky as he pressed forward, swearing to kill Gu Fei. At this moment, the mystic yellow skeleton, Tai Ching half-sage, and the old Taoist all soared into the sky and chased after the direction where the Tao fetus disappeared. Becoming a sage was their lifelong goal. Now that the hope of becoming a sage had appeared, no one was willing to give up. Everything else had to be put aside at this moment. They no longer cared about Gu Fei. In fact, no one was willing to care about Gu Fei at this moment. Gu Fei's body had a problem and could no longer stop them. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable stopped and recalled the Black Sun. He turned into a demonic light and chased after the mystic yellow skeleton and the others. The strike of the Black Sun caused the ground to sink. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into a barren land. Nothing could be preserved. The entire area disappeared, leaving only a huge pit. In the bottomless pit, boundless qi and blood surged. Gu Fei was not killed. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, the Black Sun Demon Venerable could not kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei rushed out of the bottomless pit. His clothes were ragged and he was in a sorry state. There were even bloodstains on his body. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao allowed him to suppress a half-sage. However, once the time limit of the secret art of ascension was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. Although he could still fight against a half-sage with the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, it was impossible to stop 4 half-sages. At this moment, a clanging sound came from within Gu Fei's body. The purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber rushed out from his body and entered his dantian. The dantian was connected to Gu Fei's inner world. The extreme Tao sacred weapon was stored in Gu Fei's inner world. After putting away the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber, Gu Fei felt his body collapsing. Using the extreme Tao sacred weapon required a huge amount of true energy. If it had been anyone else, they would have long had their vitality sucked dry by the 3 extreme saint weapons. Even without the 3 extreme saint weapons doing anything, they would have already been reduced to a dried corpse. Gu Fei flew towards the exit of the tomb. He no longer had the strength to fight against a half-sage. Even though the Black Sun Demon Venerable's attack was not enough to kill him, it was still a huge blow to him. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only use a trace of the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. Just like what the Black Sun Demon Venerable said, even though he had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, it was like playing with a saber like a kid. Not only could he not use the power of the saber, he might even hurt himself if he was not careful. Gu Fei walked in the void, traveling tens of miles with each step. Using the extreme speed of 8 steps, he soon left the battlefield and appeared thousands of miles away. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the distance. The entire world was shaking. Saintly might was mighty, shaking the world. Someone had used a sacred weapon. It was a battle between saints. These be asterisk stars. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This wasn't the 49 Dragon Mountains. Without the protection of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, if those people were to use the sacred weapon with all their might, the entire world would be destroyed. Although he had the protection of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, he might not die. But if the world was destroyed, he would be swept into the chaotic void and lost in the endless void. Even a sage would not be able to return to this world. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei rushed towards the exit of the peerless Great Tomb. Rumble, at this moment, the sky and earth cracked. The void was really broken. The destructive power spread out and the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Chapter 1200. The battle for the embryo of Tao broke out. Someone used a holy weapon to shatter the void. The earth sank and the terrifying holy might spread in all directions, shaking the entire world. Gu Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed towards the entrance of the tomb. He wanted to rush out of the tomb before the battle broke out. However, Gu Fei seemed to be worrying too much. Even if someone used a holy weapon, it would be difficult to destroy this part of the world. The broken void was quickly repairing itself. There seemed to be some kind of power protecting this part of the world. It was very difficult to destroy it. Using the heavens and earth as a tomb, this peerless tomb had already existed since ancient times. Even the Tai Emperor had once entered this place. One could only imagine how extraordinary this tomb was. Even the passage of time couldn't destroy this peerless tomb, let alone a holy weapon. Unless someone could trigger a supreme attack from a holy weapon of the extreme path, no one could really destroy this peerless tomb. If this tomb could be destroyed so easily, it would have already ceased to exist. This was a tomb built by a master of the extreme path. It was shockingly extravagant to use a part of the world as a tomb. This kind of method was definitely not something an ordinary saint could do. Only a master of the extreme path had this ability. The Tai Emperor Seal's aura was vast and mighty. The Tai Emperor Seal was a demon weapon of the extreme path, not an ordinary holy weapon. The old turtle had the upper hand and could suppress all the holy weapons. However, those half-saints were not to be trifled with. Although the old turtle had a demon weapon of the extreme path, it was difficult for him to take away the embryo of Tao. This was a great battle between saints. Saint might constantly erupted from the depths of this part of the world. Every surge of saint might was vast and boundless, containing supreme power. Among them, there was the flickering light of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror, and there was also a huge golden dragon leaping about. There were 7 holy might in this part of the world. The whole world was shaking and large cracks in the void were constantly spreading out from the depths of this part of the world. The world was torn apart and the earth sank. This was the power of a holy weapon. It could unleash an attack from a saint. Below the saint level, everyone was an ant. Between a saint and a great expert, one was high and insurmountable, while the other was underground. At a time like this, even emperors at the almighty level could not interfere. The powerhouses of the almighty realm were constantly retreating from the depths of this world. Those who were attacking were all half-step great sages with holy weapons. 7 saints might, that meant that there were 7 saint weapons fighting. The vast and mighty auras were too strong, even Gu Fei's heart palpitated, let alone the others. Even emperors at the almighty realm felt their souls tremble. Gu Fei had the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, but he still felt a sense of danger. He used the desolate steps and quickly arrived at the entrance of this world. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the entrance of the great tomb. Boom! Just as Gu Fei rushed out from the exit, an extremely powerful force erupted above Gu Fei's head. A huge bronze bell emitted a monstrous wave of energy. It descended from the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. Someone made a move at the moment when Gu Fei rushed out of the great tomb. The huge bronze bell pressed down like a mountain, sealing the void, so that Gu Fei could not escape and was sucked into the huge bell. A cry of surprise sounded. Then, a group of bright starlight rushed over from the side, and then, like a meteor, smashed into the huge bronze bell. Dang! The huge bronze bell made a bell sound, and a circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge bronze bell. Wherever the transparent ripples passed, the nearby mountains were instantly turned into flying ashes. There were many cultivators gathered near the exit. Some of these cultivators rushed into the sky to avoid this destructive force, but some were directly killed by the shock of the bell wave. This was a terrible sound wave that could kill people invisibly. Everyone was shocked. The huge bronze bell was directly hit by the starlight and flew thousands of feet away. Inside the huge bronze bell, Gu Fei only heard a wang sound in his ears, and then he could not hear anything else. He almost fainted from the shock. The powerful sound waves vibrated in the huge bronze bell, forming a killing power that surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. However, they were all blocked by the shadow of a huge cauldron that appeared around Gu Fei. Who was it that was attacking him? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. He activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, and a huge cauldron condensed around Gu Fei. It then rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it filled the entire huge bronze bell. And outside, there was a young man with starlight above his head, like a huge star floating in the sky. He was fighting a big demon with a towering demonic aura. This was a demon emperor. This demon emperor had a head of long blue hair, and a pair of antlers on his head. The antlers were sparkling like red divine jade, and there seemed to be traces of fire flowing within them. The person who was fighting this demon emperor was none other than Erebus. Clang! Hei Tian activated the huge star, and the endless power of the stars condensed into rays of killing light. The rays of killing light were like starlight swords, and they pierced towards the blue-haired demon emperor. The blue-haired demon emperor flipped his hand, and a fan that was surrounded by flames appeared in his hand. This was a fan that was refined with red feathers. The red feathers looked like they were formed by the essence of fire, and there were traces of Emperor's aura flowing around them. This was an Emperor divine weapon. Whoosh! The blue-haired demon emperor directly fanned at Hei Tian, and monstrous flames immediately rushed out from the red fan. The terrifying flames immediately enveloped the whole sky, and the void almost collapsed from the heat. The streaks of starlight that pierced through the sky were not extinguished by the monstrous flames of the blue-haired demon emperor's fan. Instead, they directly broke through the layers of flames, and rushed towards the blue-haired demon emperor. The blue-haired demon emperor was shocked. His opponent's huge star seemed to be a divine weapon of the Almighty, and a divine weapon of the celestial being realm was not comparable to an emperor divine weapon of the celestial being realm. The blue-haired demon emperor turned into a ray of demonic light and retreated. At the same time, a pitch-black shield appeared in front of the blue-haired demon emperor. The pitch-black divine shield was surrounded by essence, and the divine shield quickly enlarged. The streaks of starlight hit the pitch-black divine shield, but the divine shield was not penetrated, and only a few shallow marks were left on its surface. Just as Hei Tian forced the blue-haired demon emperor to retreat, the bronze divine bell that trapped Gu Fei suddenly shook, and then it was gradually expanded by something from the inside. Soon, cracks appeared on the bronze divine bell, and it seemed as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was about to rush out from the divine bell. Boom! Chapter 1201. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. A divine weapon of an almighty was broken just like that. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. It should be known that that was a divine weapon of an almighty. In the heaven realm, Almighty's divine weapons were also known as imperial weapons. This was because Almighty's divine weapons were known as emperors in the heaven realm. The divine weapons refined by Almighty were known as imperial weapons. In the heaven realm, there were many emperors with Almighty's imperial weapons. However, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break an imperial weapon. Unless it was a semi-saint, but this young man who rushed out from the great tomb was definitely not a semi-saint. He was not even a Tao-severing Almighty. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gu Fei was like an ancient war god. His whole body was filled with boundless qi and blood. His whole person gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. He strode through the void, and with every step he took, the entire void trembled. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving, and his aura was unparalleled. How can a human have such vigorous qi and blood? Qi and blood like the sea. This person is unfathomable. When did such a person appear in the human race? In the surrounding sky or on the distant mountain peaks, many figures flashed. There were many experts who came out from the great tomb watching the battle. They did not leave. The feng shui formation laid down by the heaven, earth, and human masters of the Central Earth feng shui aristocrat family no longer existed. No one knew whether they had rescued the genius Duanmu Hong. At this moment, everyone already knew that Duanmu Hong had found this peerless tomb, and he had even used a nearly decayed saint bone to open this peerless tomb. The great tomb had existed for countless years. Even thousands of years could not erase it. Even if Duanmu Hong had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would still die if he entered it. However, at this time, no one cared about Duanmu Hong's life or death. A battle between saints had broken out in the great tomb. Terrifying saint might would occasionally surge out from the black hole on the ground. No one dared to approach. The whole area was shrouded by saint might. In this world where saints had disappeared, only saint weapons could emit saint might. This was a kind of supreme pressure that surpassed all living things in the world. Everyone's mind was shaken, and they all retreated far away. When the blue-haired demon emperor who had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei saw that the situation was not right, he immediately turned around and rushed into the distance. He wanted to escape. Gu Fei was too monstrous. He had actually shattered the bronze divine bell. This was an imperial weapon that had been refined by a supreme being of the demon race and was brought out by the blue-haired demon emperor. However, it had now been destroyed. This was a loss to the demon race, a loss that the blue-haired demon emperor could not afford to bear. The blue-haired demon emperor could not afford. When the bronze divine bell was broken, almighty of the demon race, in demon emperor, a dragon, was the mighty. An emperor's might surged out from the ancient cave, and the depths of the mountain immediately fell into chaos. Countless savage beasts were startled, and they fled in all directions, knocking down many trees. Old ancestor, a few figures rushed out from the mountain. Each of them was a sovereign. They were the sovereigns of the demon race. Demonic chi rose from the mountain. These monarchs all looked in the direction of the ancient cave in shock, their faces filled with shock. Playing with fire. At this time, He Tian saw that the blue-haired demon emperor wanted to escape. He Tian was not willing to let him go. He chased after him and stretched out his hand. A 5-colored divine fan appeared in his hand. It was a divine fan refined with 5-colored feathers. The 5-colored divine light circulated and the power of the 5 elements intertwined. There seemed to be phoenixes appearing on the fan. Whoosh! He Tian waved the fan at the fleeing blue-haired demon emperor. As He Tian waved the fan, the power of the 5 elements in the void was activated. The essence of the 5 elements gathered from all directions and was ignited by the 5 elements fire essence that rushed out from the divine fan in He Tian's hand. Boom! Monstrous flames appeared in the sky and engulfed the whole place. The blue-haired demon emperor was immediately swallowed by the flames. There was no suspense. The space within a radius of 100 miles was instantly transformed into a 5-colored sea of fire. Everyone's expression changed. This is 5 elements divine fire. Many people were shocked to see this. The young cultivator was holding a 5 elements divine fire fan. It ignited the essence of the 5 elements and burned the void. The void was distorted by the heat. The blue-haired demon emperor roared in anger and wanted to rush out of the sea of fire. But who was He Tian? How could he let the blue-haired demon emperor escape so easily? Array patterns appeared on the 5 elements divine fire fan in his hand. Caw! A bird's cry was heard. A 3-legged divine bird rushed out of the 5 elements divine fire fan. This was not a real 3-legged divine bird. It was a shadow formed by the essence of the 5 elements fire. Back when Gu Fei and He Tian broke into the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon, they met a 3-legged divine bird that was born from the earth fire vein. That day, He Tian obtained the feather of the 3-legged divine bird. He said that he wanted to refine a divine fire fan. He seemed to have succeeded. When he waved the fan, the five elements' divine fire was mighty and powerful. It was powerful enough to destroy everything. The five elements' divine fire fan contained the essence of the three-legged divine bird. This essence was driven by He Tian and turned into a divine bird. It rushed into the sea of fire in front of him. A scream of horror came from the sea of fire. Soon, the scream weakened and the blue-haired demon emperor's aura disappeared in the sea of fire. He was refined. There's going to be a good show. This demon emperor has a strong background. He actually killed him. They're in trouble. Bronze divine bell. Could this demon emperor be that person's descendant? In the end, the monstrous fire disappeared into the five elements divine fire fan in He Tian's hand. A three-legged divine bird appeared on the fan, surrounded by fiery aura. The blue-haired demon emperor was really refined by the five-element divine fire. Only the pitch-black shield fell from the sky to the ground. However, after being refined by the five-element divine fire, the shield had lost all its spirituality and became a piece of scrap metal. A divine weapon that could withstand the attack of a great sovereign weapon was actually refined to the point where its spiritual chi was completely depleted. This was truly shocking. This five-elemental divine fire was simply too tyrannical. In an ancient cave in the depths of Nanling Mountain, a green magical lamp was extinguished. A roar resounded from within the ancient cave, causing the entire cave to tremble. If it wasn't for the formation protecting the entire ancient cave, it would have collapsed by now. Who is it? Who is it? How dare you kill my descendant? A deep voice echoed in the ancient cave. A shocking murderous aura rushed out from the cave. Several demon emperors in the distant mountains felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies shivered. Chapter 1202. He Tian had killed the blue-haired emperor beast with the five-elemental godly fire. Everyone was astonished by his strength, as every emperor beast from the Nanling Mountains had experienced countless battles. Unfortunately, the blue-haired emperor beast had encountered He Tian. Humph! How impressive! Gu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, but at that instant, a figure appeared in front of them and stopped them from leaving. It was a black-haired middle-aged man. He did not have a strong physique, and was wearing a green robe. His skin was dark, and his appearance was ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. There was a vertical eye on his forehead, which was different from ordinary people. The vertical eye was tightly shut, and a faint demonic aura lingered around his body. Demon. Gu Fei's eyes widened. This person was not a human, but a demon. Furthermore, he could not see through the person's cultivation. The heavenly eye of martial path could see through all illusions, but this person was shrouded in a strange force, which even the heavenly eye of martial path could not see through. Is he carrying a forbidden weapon? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This person must have a powerful background. What, are you going to stand up for the despicable person who ambushed our leader? He Tian glanced at the person in front of him and said coldly. That guy is not worthy of me standing up for him. I just want to have a spar with you guys. The middle-aged man's body radiated with a powerful will to fight. That person seems to be the emperor of the demon race. The celestial-eyed emperor beast. There were people who recognized the middle-aged man and were discussing in low voices. These words were all transmitted into Gu Fei's ears. This person was indeed not ordinary. Humph! A friendly match. He Tian laughed as the evil aura on his face intensified. A cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. The so-called sparring was just an excuse. He Tian was using this as an excuse to avenge the blue-haired demon ruler. Everyone knew that the celestial-eyed demon emperor had stopped Gu Fei and He Tian because he wanted to defeat the two of them and dampen their spirits. If you want to spar, we can arrange another time. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. He was not afraid of the celestial-eyed demon emperor, but it was not a good time to cause trouble. At this moment, the saintly might emanating from the great necropolis was even stronger than before. It was so terrifying that it felt like it was going to overturn the entire world. Everyone was observing, and no one dared to approach the entrance of the peerless tomb. "Are you scared?" the celestial eye demon emperor sneered. "Although you defeated the blue-haired kid, you're just two ants in my eyes. Since you're scared, just admit defeat. From now on, wherever I am, you'd better stay as far away from me as you can." Hei Tian's eyes widened when he heard this. A murderous intent emanated from his body without any concealment, and the power of yin and yang circled around him. The power of yin and yang intertwined on Hei Tian's body and seemed to be evolving into the great path of yin and yang. There was an inexplicably weak Tao rune circulating around his body. The people present could not help but be shocked when they heard the words of the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor forcing the two of them to fight? The strength of Gu Fei and Hei Tian was obvious to all. Even some experts of the older generation who had cultivated for thousands of years might not be a match for them. Was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor confident that he could defeat them? "Very well, you've achieved your goal. Now I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe." Hei Tian flipped his right hand, and a feather fan with flowing five-colored divine flames immediately appeared in his hand. "Humph!" the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor sneered. He then turned around and flew toward a nearby mountain range. He was not trying to escape, but he did not want to fight someone near the entrance of the tomb. Swoosh! Hei Tian did not hesitate. He took a step in the void, covering thousands of feet with each step, and chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor gave off an unfathomable feeling and was very mysterious. Who exactly was he? There were many experts of the demon clan present, but no one dared to stand up for the blue-haired Demon Emperor. Only the three-eyed demon wanted to fight Gu Fei and Hei Tian alone. Gu Fei also chased after him. Although Hei Tian was powerful and was half a step into the realm of mighty figures, and he was only half a step away from the great path-severing realm, his opponent was not weak either. Many people did not want to miss such a battle, and they also rushed into the nearby mountain range to watch the battle from afar. After entering the mountain range, Hei Tian directly waved his fan at the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor without saying anything else. Endless five elements essence immediately gathered from all directions. A wisp of five elemental fire essence rushed out of the fan and instantly ignited the five elemental essence chi that had gathered from all directions. The entire world was instantly turned into a five-colored sea of fire. This was the five elements divine fire. The void was burned to the point of distorting, and several mountains were instantly burned to ashes. The people who were watching the battle nearby had no choice but to retreat further away. The terrifying heat wave of the five elements divine fire burned everything. Not a single rock or tree was spared, and everything was turned into ashes. Even a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. Such a divine fire made everyone's heart palpitate. It was no wonder that the blue-haired demon emperor was trapped by the divine fire. This divine fire was too overbearing and terrifying, and it seemed to be able to burn everything. "This is useless against me." The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor stood in the sea of fire, and endless divine fire surged around him. However, the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor seemed to be invulnerable, and all the divine fire that surged towards him could not get close to him. He seemed to have become one with the void of heaven and earth, but it also seemed like he was not in the three realms and five elements at all. His entire person became illusory. When Hei Tian saw this, he could not help but be shocked. His eyes shone brightly. This person was actually able to enter his sea of fire as if there was no one there. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. He's not afraid of the five elements divine fire. The people who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. It was known that even emperors could not withstand this kind of five-colored divine fire. The blue-haired demon emperor was a good example. This was a type of fire that could burn emperors into ashes. The celestial eye demon emperor moved quickly in the sea of fire and attacked Haitian. 5 rays of divine light rushed out of his hand, broke through the layers of 5 elements divine fire, and pierced towards Haitian. Buzz! The void trembled, and a huge star rose from the top of Haitian's head. The dazzling starlight illuminated the entire world as if it was daytime. The terrifying power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the emperor's might was terrifying. Haitian used the divine weapon of a great figure. Chapter 1203. Boom! There was a deafening sound as if heaven and earth had collapsed. A circle of visible ripples spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, more than a dozen mountains were instantly turned into ashes. The power of the stars that Haitian had triggered collided with the finger radiance of the heavenly eye demon emperor. The two extremely powerful forces erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and the mighty aftershocks caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Everyone was shocked. This was a battle between two peak emperors. The heavenly eye demon emperor was the emperor of emperors and was invincible among his peers in the entire Nanling Mountains. Even those of the older generation who had cultivated for many years were no match for him. He had once fought his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone, took the head of an old demon emperor, and retreated calmly. This incident had shocked the entire Nanling Mountains. The demon clan and the demons had fought in the Nanling Mountains for countless years and attacked each other. However, it was unprecedented for the heavenly eye demon emperor to fight his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone and kill an old demon emperor who had been famous for thousands of years. There was no doubt that the heavenly eye demon emperor was powerful. However, Haitian was not a good person either. He did not stick to a single pattern and would use any means as long as he could defeat his opponent. Buzz! The huge star above Haitian's head vibrated, and spots of starlight appeared in the sky. Beams of starlight fell from the sky and merged into the huge star. A starry sky appeared in the sky. Countless stars were twinkling. Haitian had attracted the power of the stars from the 9 heavens with his extraordinary ability. Stars appearing in the daytime. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why would there be stars appearing in the daytime? Such a strange phenomenon was too heaven-defying. Good. This way, it won't be boring. The heavenly eye demon emperor's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Haitian in front of him. His aura was rising rapidly, and the heavenly eye between his eyebrows was vibrating gently as if it was about to open. This demon emperor was very confident and proud. Humph. Do you think you're a Tai Huang? Or was it a sky demon? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Haitian said disdainfully. His background was mysterious. Even Gu Fei could not figure out his background. The arrogant look on the celestial eye demon emperor's face made Haitian very unhappy. Clang! Endless starlight poured down from the star above Haitian's head. Then, streams of starlight condensed around Haitian to form a dazzling divine sword. In just an instant, the space around Haitian was densely filled with sword shadows. Countless divine swords floated around Haitian, and the power of stars transformed into sword chi that shook the heavens and earth. Even those who were 100 miles away felt a chill run down their spines, as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Boom! As Haitian's hands danced, the thousands of divine swords that floated around him began to dance around him. Every beam of sword radiance had the power to tear the void apart. Every beam of sword radiance streaked across the void quickly, leaving a spatial crack that looked like a black line. Go! As Haitian shouted, countless beams of sword radiance immediately flew forward. They were like tiny streams of flowing light that instantly streaked across the void and pierced through the celestial eye demon emperor in front of them. The silk-like sword radiance cut through the void. Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even the emperors of the older generation were shocked. A single beam of sword radiance was enough to destroy a mountain range. Sword of starlight. The celestial eye demon emperor's expression became solemn. His opponent was very strong. He was afraid that he had already stepped into the mighty realm, just like himself. In this world, it was almost impossible to become a sage. Even cutting one's way had become much more difficult. No one could cut their way easily. However, once he severed his Tao, he would be much more powerful than those who severed their Tao in the untainted land. He Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor had already taken half a step and were in a state of cultivation between mighty realm and celestial emperor. Such figures were known as half-emperors in the heaven realm, but in the human realm, they were known as half-mighty realm. Just as the thousands of sword radiance pierced through, a strange force suddenly surged from the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Then, the void around him turned pitch black. It was as if a spatial black hole had suddenly appeared. Then, everyone saw that a small universe seemed to have appeared around the celestial eye demon emperor. In the darkness, there were specks of divine light flashing, and a terrifying aura that seemed to have opened up the sky spread out, transforming the body into the universe, invincible. It was as if the celestial eye demon emperor was standing in a small universe. Galaxies could be vaguely seen in the pitch-black void. Thousands of sword lights rushed into the small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor and disappeared. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was inexplicably shocked. The great technique that the celestial eye demon emperor displayed was too terrifying. He was simply invincible. The celestial eye demon emperor is invincible among his peers. It's really not a lie. He actually cultivated such a great technique. No wonder he could kill his way into the 100,000 demon mountains alone. Many people were amazed. The celestial eye demon emperor's great technique could indeed be considered invincible among his peers. This was truly invincible. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this scene. The celestial eye demon emperor had the right to be arrogant. Such a strength was indeed almost invincible among his peers. He was even stronger than Zi Huang back then. He Tian felt a great deal of pressure. The strength of the other party was beyond his expectations. Such a great technique was terrifying, and it was innately invincible. Even if the celestial eye demon emperor stood still and let He Tian attack, He Tian might not be able to hurt the celestial eye demon emperor. Humph. I don't believe that your cosmic void can even take in my mighty holy weapon. He Tian was ruthless as he drove the large star above his head with all his might. Rumble, the entire world trembled as boundless starlight cascaded down from the 9 heavens. Mahakala had used his great star to draw upon the power of the stars in the heavens, and as the boundless power of the stars flowed into his body, it was as if a starry sky had appeared around him. He Tian began to press forward, and the starry sky around him also moved forward. The void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the power of the stars. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure. The nearby mountains continued to collapse, and the entire mountain range was shaking. He Tian wanted to use absolute power to break the celestial eye demon emperor's invincible technique. It seemed that this was the only way to break the small universe outside the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Everyone was extremely nervous. The scene in front of them was absolutely shocking. The starry sky was moving towards the small universe in front of them. This was a battle of supreme techniques. There were no expenses, and there was no way to use tricks. Victory or defeat would be decided in one move. If he lost, he would probably lose his life. The starry sky around He Tian finally collided with the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor. The two forces collided, but there was no sound. Where the starry sky and the small universe came into contact, the void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. This was a great destruction, as if two worlds had collided. This kind of destructive power would probably make even the expressions of mighty figures change. Roar! He Tian roared, and the essence of his body was vast and mighty. The power of yin and yang intertwined between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye was about to open. The starry sky around He Tian was annihilated, and the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor was also collapsing. Bright starlight fell from the 9 heavens, and the power of the stars was endless. However, the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor was also attracting the power of the void between heaven and earth. It was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, making the small universe more and more real. He Tian was still approaching the celestial eye demon emperor step by step. With every step he took, countless large stars were annihilated in front of him, and the power of the stars was obliterated by the power of the small universe. During this process, the celestial eye demon emperor was not having it easy. With every step He Tian took, his body trembled. Although he was not forced to retreat, his dark face had already become black and red. He Tian was using absolute power to break the invincible technique of the celestial eye demon emperor. This was a martial arts method to break all techniques with force. He Tian had been with Gu Fei for a long time, so he naturally knew some of the mysteries of martial arts. In the face of absolute power, any magical technique would be destroyed. Very good. I didn't expect you to make me show my true strength, the celestial eye demon emperor suddenly said. Then, the closed divine eye between his brows began to emit rays of divine light. A terrifying aura spread from between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows, as if a terrifying primordial beast was about to awaken. The celestial eye demon emperor is going to go all out. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of the celestial eye demon emperor? Everyone was extremely shocked. The reason why the celestial eye demon emperor was called that was because of the divine eye between his brows. It was a heavenly eye. If the heavenly eye were to open, it could destroy the void between heaven and earth and kill all enemies. In the entire heaven realm, no one had ever seen the divine eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows open. That was because anyone who had seen the divine eye open was already dead. In the entire Nanling Mountains, there was absolutely no one who could force the celestial eye demon emperor to open his heavenly eye among those of the same cultivation level. However, He Tian had forced the celestial eye demon emperor to use his killer move. The heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows vibrated, and rays of divine light shot out, piercing through the void, directly penetrating the small universe around him, and shooting outside. He Tian could not help but slow down when he saw that. He sensed danger. Once the heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows opened, everything would probably be destroyed. This guy is actually so powerful. He Tian sensed that the heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows was condensing a terrifying power. Rays of divine light shot out from it, and they were already able to destroy the void and break open the small universe. Several rays of divine light rushed into He Tian's starry sky, instantly wiping out countless large stars and almost tearing the starry sky apart. The power of the stars could not withstand the divine light of the extreme path. Just a few rays of divine light already had such power. What would happen if the heavenly eye were to really open? It was unimaginable. Chapter 1204. He Tian fought against the heavenly eye demon emperor, and the two of them displayed supreme divine techniques. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and it was as terrifying as a duel between two ancient gods and demons. Rumble, the power of the stars drawn by Mahakala transformed into a starry sky that clashed head-on with the small universe of the heavenly eye demon emperor. The heavenly eye demon emperor's great technique, which was known to be invincible, was shaken by Mahakala. Absolute power could surpass all magical techniques. No matter how powerful one's magical powers were, they could not compare to that ultimate attack. The heavens and earth shook, and the power of the stars spread in all directions. 100 suns appeared in the starry sky, and the huge star above Tian's head emitted an unprecedented power, which had the power to crush the heavens. The power of the divine weapon of a great cultivator had been exerted to a terrifying extent by him. A mighty imperial might filled the heavens and earth, and everyone was shocked. Even the heavenly eye demon emperor had to be serious at this time. The combat power that the other party had displayed had exceeded his expectations. This person, like him, was about to cut the way. If it had been in ancient times, people like the heavenly eye demon emperor and Tian would have long cut the way and become powerful cultivators of the way. Cutting the way was a threshold, an insurmountable mountain in front of the celestial emperor. In the current world, it was almost impossible to become a saint, and cutting the way was about to become a dead end. For 10,000 years, only the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land, Yuan Gu, had successfully cut the way and become an emperor. He had risen in the heaven realm and dominated the Eastern Land. 10,000 years ago, it was a great era. Everyone thought that the road to becoming a saint would open in that great era, and that the world would change. However, in the end, countless cultivators fell, and the blood of immortals and gods dyed every battlefield red. Thousands of corpses had only helped one person cut the way. The heavenly eye demon emperor had evolved into a universe, and he was innately invincible. However, Tian had mobilized the power of the stars with all his strength, condensing a terrifying power that was enough to shake the small universe. The invincible great technique was being challenged by an unprecedented power. The starry sky was shattering, and the microcosm was collapsing. The power of destruction surged out, and the surrounding mountains kept collapsing. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Two extremely powerful forces collided, and neither could truly suppress the other. Buzz! The huge planet above Mahakala's head was shaking. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. This was the power of the stars that was visible to the naked eye. The entire starry sky lit up. Tian continued to press forward. The small void universe was suppressed to the point of collapsing inwards. The body of the heavenly eye demon emperor swayed continuously. He had received quite a bit of an impact, and Eben made him feel a sense of danger. This was something he had never encountered when fighting against someone of the same level. The celestial eye demon emperor was the emperor among the emperors, and he was known as the emperor among emperors. He was said to be invincible among his peers, and none of the emperors of the same level were his match. The fact that Tian could make him feel a sense of danger was unacceptable to the celestial eye demon emperor. The celestial eye demon emperor stared at Tian, who was still pressing forward step by step, and said coldly, "You are the first among the emperors to die under my celestial eye demon emperor." Then, the closed divine eye between his eyebrows began to vibrate gently. Rays of divine light that emitted an endless aura of destruction burst out from the gap of his divine eye. A terrifying destructive power was emitted from the divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. "Humph! You are the first to die under my yin-yang reincarnation eye." Tian sneered. His opponent had cultivated the celestial eye demon emperor, but he had also cultivated a great technique. "Die!" The celestial eye demon emperor roared angrily, and his long hair fluttered despite there being no wind. Rays of divine light of destruction burst out from between his eyebrows, and the eyelids of his divine eye twitched. Whoosh! One of the divine eyes opened, and a destructive power rushed out from between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. Then, the void in front of the celestial eye demon emperor collapsed. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the weather changed. An extremely terrifying power engulfed everything in an instant. The starry sky around Tian shook violently, and the endless power of the stars was engulfed by a strange power. The starry sky was collapsing, and the big stars were exploding. Even Tian could not help but fly forward, which made Tian turn pale with fright. The divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor opened. It was a terrifying divine eye that represented destruction. As long as one was shrouded by the destructive light of the divine eye, one would be turned into ashes. That divine eye seemed to be connected to a world of destruction. In the divine eye, only the power of destruction was surging and mighty. That power was enough to destroy everything. The eye of destruction. It's too terrifying. It can destroy the entire void with a single glance. I can't believe he has cultivated such a supreme magic. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned by the scene in front of them. They did not expect such a situation to occur when the divine eye opened. The destructive aura emitted by the eye of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. The celestial eye demon emperor was already invincible among those of the same level. Even a mighty cultivator of the severing path would probably be engulfed by the divine eye behind the divine eye and be completely obliterated. He Tian, Gu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He could not watch He Tian be engulfed by the eye of destruction. He was about to make a move, but at that moment, a divine light also rushed out from between He Tian's eyebrows. It was a black and white divine light that was intertwined with the power of yin and yang. Then, the void trembled and the way flowed. The power of yin and yang that rushed out from between He Tian's eyebrows turned into a sword of the way. It cut through the void between heaven and earth and the destructive power emitted by the eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. He Tian manifested the great path of yin and yang. A divine eye also appeared between his eyebrows. The divine eye contained the power of yin and yang. The way flowed and the yin and yang intertwined, attracting a trace of the power of the great path. One eye of reincarnation. He Tian shouted, and the sword of the way condensed from the power of yin and yang disappeared in the void. Then, a strange power surged out from He Tian's divine eye. Then, the world seemed to be in chaos. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared between He Tian's eyebrows. The pitch-black whirlpool quickly became larger and shrouded the front. It seemed to be a reincarnation passage that connected to the legendary 9 serenities of hell. He Tian wanted to force the celestial eye demon emperor into reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation. It's the eye of reincarnation. Some of the old antiques of the heaven realm were shocked when they saw this. Some of them even cried out in fear, as if they had seen something unbelievable. What? The celestial eye demon emperor was shocked. The other party had also cultivated a divine eye, and it was the legendary eye of yin-yang reincarnation. Such a supreme technique was extremely terrifying. It could send one into reincarnation with a single look. In the past, someone had cultivated such a great technique. The power of yin and yang intertwined, as if it had really attracted the power of reincarnation. The pitch-black whirlpool shrouded the front, and nothing could stop it. The eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor was gradually suppressed. The power of destruction was constantly dispelled by the pitch-black whirlpool, and all the power was unable to resist the power of reincarnation. Who is this person? He has actually cultivated the eye of reincarnation. This person seems to be someone that the South Mountains demon emperor brought. Is he the subordinate of the crown prince? Everyone was discussing in low voices, and everyone was extremely shocked. No one would have thought that someone had actually cultivated the 2 legendary divine eyes. The power of destruction and reincarnation clashed. It was obvious that the power of reincarnation that He Tian had attracted could suppress the power of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques, and it did not cost anything. There were Tao rhymes flowing between the eyebrows of He Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor, shining with dazzling divine light. Boom! The void between heaven and earth collapsed, and the power of reincarnation completely shattered the power of destruction. The small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor instantly collapsed, and he roared as he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Humph! Emperor of emperors. That's all there is to you. He Tian changed his usual frivolous demeanor and became majestic. The huge star above his head was unparalleled as he pressed forward. The eye of reincarnation between his eyebrows opened and closed, and the pitch-black reincarnation vortex shrouded the celestial demon emperor who was sent flying. At this time, the mountain was silent, and everyone was stunned. The celestial demon emperor was actually defeated, and everyone could not believe what they had seen. This was the celestial demon emperor, the emperor of emperors. He was not called the emperor of emperors for nothing. The supreme small universe made him invincible, and countless powerful opponents had died under his small universe. The eye of destruction was even more terrifying. No one had seen the celestial demon emperor open his divine eye, because those who had seen him open his divine eye were all dead. Damn it! The celestial demon emperor was furious, and his long hair stood up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely ferocious. He looked like an injured ancient beast. He had actually lost, and he could not accept this reality. A stream of scarlet blood flowed from the divine eye between his eyebrows. His divine eye had been seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to open it. Is the invincible emperor going to be finished? How is this possible? Unbelievable. Where did this person come from? He actually defeated the emperor of emperors. Everyone saw that He Tian had suppressed the celestial demon emperor. The eye of reincarnation had broken the eye of destruction. Everyone felt like they were in a dream, and the scene seemed so unreal. At this time, the reincarnation vortex in the sky became larger, covering the sky and the earth. It was about to hit the celestial demon emperor into the reincarnation passage. At this time, a figure rushed out from the body of the celestial demon emperor. An old man stood in front of the celestial demon emperor, emitting an aura that shocked all living beings in the world. It was a wisp of saintly might. A semi-saint. Chapter 1205. He Tian displayed the great yin-yang technique. His yin-yang reincarnation eyes penetrated reincarnation and opened the legendary gate of hell. He wanted to force the celestial demon emperor into reincarnation. Seeing that the celestial demon emperor was doomed, a figure rushed out of his body without any warning. It was an old man dressed in white. His figure was blurry, and one could see his white beard fluttering in front of his chest. However, no one could see his true appearance. The old man seemed to have merged with the Great Way, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. He looked down on all living beings in the world, causing the world to pale in comparison. This is an incarnation of a saint. No, it should be the will of a half-saint. Something had happened. This old man wasn't a real person. He was just a phantom that seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, it was this phantom that made Mahakala feel a great sense of danger. Who dares to hurt my descendant? A wave of will came from the faint, unsubstantial figure. A wisp of holy might lingered in the world, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Great ancestor, the celestial demon emperor did not seem to know that he had been planted with a will of will. He could not help but be surprised and happy. He had definitely escaped from death this time. Humph. It's just a wisp of will. If it was your real body, I might have had some scruples. He Tian sneered, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. It was the will of a half-saint that had been planted in the celestial demon emperor's body. It would only take form if the celestial demon emperor's life was threatened. How dare you? No one has ever dared to be presumptuous in front of me. The faint, unsubstantial figure sent out an angry wave of will. Although it was only an incarnation of will, it still displayed supreme majesty. As if his real body had descended, the aura that emanated from the old man made everyone watching the battle from afar feel a sense of fear. I'm presumptuous in front of you. What can you do about it? He Tian did not say anything else. The power of yin and yang intertwined at the center of his brows, and the Taoist rhymes circulated. The pitch-black reincarnation vortex swallowed the incarnation of the will. The reincarnation vortex seemed to have connected with the cycle of reincarnation and opened the gates of hell. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from the vortex. The old man didn't say anything else. The current situation could no longer be benevolent. The old man in white stretched out his right hand and gently pressed upwards. Bam! The pitch-black whirlpool trembled before collapsing. The samsara whirlpool had actually been shattered by a single palm strike from the old man. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme. This old man was merely a manifestation of a strand of his will, yet he was able to display such great power. It was truly unbelievable. Roar! The reincarnation vortex was shattered, and Erebus roared in rage as he was sent flying backward. He had received a tremendous blow, and his head was spinning. His head felt like it was going to split open, and he almost passed out. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. Another stream of blood seeped out from the center of his brows and flowed down He Tian's devilishly handsome face. The samsara whirlpool formed by the yin-yang reincarnation eye had been shattered, causing He Tian's yin-yang god eye to be severely injured. It would be difficult for him to use it again in the near future. How dare you injure my descendant? You truly deserve to die. The old man did not conceal his divine sense at all. Every cultivator there could sense it. The old man's killing intent towards my Tian had been aroused. Bam! As he spoke, the old man pressed forward with his palm again. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a monstrous wave of immortal force. However, there was a Tao rhyme circulating on the old man's palm. Although this attack wasn't an earth-shattering move, it was even more frightening than those techniques that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. The old man seemed to have fused with the Tao. On his palm, the power of the Tao surged. This was the power of the Tao. A half-sage could already use a trace of the power of the Tao for their own use. Boom! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away by the old man's palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. This strike had almost killed my Tian. All the bones in his body had been shattered, and shocking cracks had appeared on his body. So powerful. He Tian fell from the sky. Then, his consciousness fell into endless darkness and he fainted. The impact just now was too great. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared under He Tian. He reached out and caught him. Then, he opened up his inner world and threw He Tian into it. I didn't expect you to have cultivated a small world at such a young age. All the more reason why I can't let you live. The old man who rushed out of the celestial-eyed demon emperor's body suddenly had a murderous aura. Bam! A huge hand broke through the void and appeared above Gu Fei's head. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy and grabbed at Gu Fei. The huge hand enveloped the entire world and sealed off a part of the void. Divine inscriptions appeared indistinctly in the surrounding void, sealing off the area where Gu Fei was. Forcing me to fight. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge hand that was grabbing at him. His pupils shrank involuntarily. A half-saint was indeed an invincible existence in the whole world. Just a strand of his divine will could easily defeat He Tian. Now, the divine will of this half-saint wanted to kill Gu Fei as well. The 3 realms and 6 Tao were about to usher in a great era that happened once every 10,000 years. The path to becoming a saint would probably appear in this 10,000-year cycle. The path to becoming a saint was destined to be paved with white bones. This old man actually wanted to kill a genius of the human clan in the cradle. It was really despicable to do this. However, there was no other way. Everyone wanted someone in their clan to become a saint. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei roared furiously, his long hair fluttering wildly. Boundless martial path true power erupted from his body, and then crazily gathered towards Gu Fei's right fist. Boom! The fist power was monstrous and shook the whole world. On top of Gu Fei's fist, there was endless five-colored divine light flickering. In the five-colored divine light, there seemed to be five small worlds revolving. The power of the five elements intertwined. Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The power of the flawless five elements shattered the whole void of the world. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. The ground was shaking violently and a few terrifying abysses appeared. In the abyss, there seemed to be ancient fighting souls roaring. It was a few dangerous places. The huge hand that the old man had sent out dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's fist power had also reached its strongest level. After dissolving the old man's sure-kill attack, it was also completely cancelled out. Gu Fei was shaken down from the sky by a powerful force. Boom! Like a meteor falling from the sky, the whole ground was crushed by Gu Fei's feet. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything on the ground no longer existed. The ground was shaking violently like waves. What? The old man couldn't believe that this guy could actually resist his attack. Could it be that Yi Shiwen's body was so strong that it could be compared to a real dragon? The strength of Gu Fei's body really surprised the old man. The people watching from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw that Gu Fei could actually contend with the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint. Although it was only an incarnation of the divine will, it was still a half-step saint. How could an emperor of the celestial being realm withstand the attack of the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint? Half-step sage had the word sage in it. Even if he wasn't a true sage, he was already close to one. Anything on a half-step sage was a supreme treasure. A strand of hair from a half-step saint could kill a peak expert. It was as easy as flipping a palm for the incarnation of a half-step saint to kill an emperor of the celestial being realm. However, no one expected that Gu Fei actually had the terrifying strength to go against the natural order and kill a half-step saint. It's my turn. Gu Fei shot up into the sky. Purple divine light flashed from his brow, and a little purple person sat cross-legged on his forehead, surging with the power of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit he had unexpectedly obtained came in handy at this time. Gu Fei used the power of his primordial spirit to display the divine seizure secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The little purple person walked out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, the little purple person turned into a beam of divine light of the great path and shot toward the old man. The power of the great path tore through the void, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. The old man was only an incarnation of a half-step saint's divine will, while the divine seizure secret art specialized in killing primordial spirits. It was the old man's nemesis. The old man was shocked to the extreme when he saw Gu Fei use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He seemed to recognize this secret art, but he didn't dare to fight it head-on. He flew backward. The speed of the incarnation of the will was extremely fast. However, the demon emperor of Celestial I was right behind the incarnation of the will of the old man. The incarnation retreated with the demon emperor of Celestial I, but the divine light of the great path formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit flashed by. The lower half of the old man's body was cut off along with the demon emperor of Celestial I's legs. Ah! The demon emperor of Celestial I roared. He had never been so severely injured since he began cultivating. This made him, who was extremely proud, feel humiliated and angry. Ancestor, kill him for me. The demon emperor of Celestial I roared. His legs were cut off at the knees by the divine light of the great path. For a moment, he was unable to regenerate his flesh and heal his injured body. Injuries of the great path were the most difficult to heal. The demon emperor of Celestial I might become a crippled demon emperor in the future. 9 secrets of the immortal path. You actually obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Is this the legendary divine seizure secret art? The old man was completely shocked. His incarnation of the will had been cut off at the waist, and there was no way for him to recover. Only the upper half of the incarnation of the will of the old man remained. The lower half had already dissipated in the void, and the power of his will was immediately greatly reduced. What? The 9 secrets of the immortal path? That person actually used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Haven't the 9 secrets of the immortal path been lost for countless years? Chapter 1206. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were said to be 9 immortal killing techniques created by Tao Ancestor Supreme Tao. Each of the killing techniques had incredible power. Some said that they were the embodiment of the 9 immortal laws that Tao Ancestor Supreme Tao had comprehended and were the carriers of the great Tao. However, the 9 immortal killing techniques were no longer complete during the primordial era. No one expected Gu Fei to use one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. His primordial spirit transformed into a beam of light that instantly destroyed half of the old man's body and cut off the celestial I-Demon Emperor's legs. This was an injury of the great Tao that was difficult to heal. The celestial I-Demon Emperor roared in anger and desperately activated the demonic power in his body, wanting to regrow his flesh and repair his legs. However, no matter how much demonic power he had, his wounds were still bleeding. It was the celestial I-Demon Emperor's blood essence that he could not even stop bleeding. He could not help but panic. Swoosh! The old man extended his hand and wiped it across the heavenly I-Demon Emperor's legs. The heavenly I-Demon Emperor's wounds immediately stopped bleeding, helping the heavenly I-Demon Emperor stop bleeding. Go! Go quickly! The old man's voice sounded in the celestial I-Demon Emperor's mind. This was the fluctuation of the old man's divine will. The old man did not have a physical body and was a clone formed by a divine will. The divine will incarnation was cut in half by Gu Fei using the godly snatch secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Only half of the body was left. The old man's divine will power was cut in half. Swoosh! The celestial I-Demon Emperor did not hesitate. He rushed into the sky and fled into the distance. His opponent was so powerful that even the divine will that the old ancestor had planted in him was cut in half. He would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. The invincible celestial I-Demon Emperor fled. Who are these two? They actually defeated the celestial I-Demon Emperor, who is said to be invincible among his peers. The celestial I-Demon Emperor seems to be very close to the demonic half-saint, Yao Tian. Some people talked in low voices. They had seen the demonic half-saint Yao Tian retreat from the great tomb in defeat, and this He Tian seemed to be a friend of the demon emperor. Everyone thought of many things. He Tian, Shao Qing, and the others had been following the old turtle ever since they met the old turtle. This time, He Tian and the others had followed the old turtle to the area near the Red Plains. Many people had seen He Tian, Shao Qing, and the demon emperor enter the sky city with the old turtle. The various powers in the heaven realm were very well informed, especially when it came to everything related to the crown prince. The various powers in the heaven realm were even more interested. To emperor, the dragon emperor to be, he. The old turtle's background was simply too great. The supreme emperor was a supreme expert who had shocked an entire era. He was invincible under the heavens and was revered by everyone under the heavens. He could compete with any extreme path saint. Even the ferocious Xian Huang, who had rampaged through the primordial era, had to take a detour when he saw the Grand Emperor. All the cultivators in the heaven realm wanted to know how the son of the Supreme Emperor survived the dark times of ancient times. As a demon saint, he didn't disappear like the other saints. Of course, the old tortoise's current cultivation level was only at the peak of the Almighty Realm, still one step away from the half-saint realm. His cultivation level had been weakened to the extreme. If Gu Fei hadn't accidentally stumbled into the peerless ominous formation in the virtual sky world, the old tortoise would probably have died in another 1 or 2,000 years. Today's world had changed. The Great Way was almost untouchable, and it was almost impossible to become a sage. Even becoming a semi-sage was extremely difficult. How could it be easy for the old tortoise to restore his demon sage cultivation? Ever since the return of the Crown Prince, the Goblin clan in the Heaven Realm had been turbulent and there were signs of internal strife. Many people supported Yao Tiandu as the Demon Lord. If the old tortoise hadn't returned, no one would have been able to compete with him for the position of Demon Lord. But now that the old tortoise had returned, the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor, who had maintained a wait-and-see attitude, immediately stood up and supported the Grand Emperor to become the Demon Lord of the world. Among the demons, the most senior group wanted to support the old tortoise as the Demon Lord, and no one dared to object. Even those who were originally on Yao Tiandu's side were hesitant. The old subordinates of the Grand Emperor had been asleep for countless years and didn't care about the affairs of the demon clan. However, the old tortoise's return and the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor woke up from their slumber, and the entire demon clan was completely shaken. Yao Tiandu, who was originally high up, was cast aside and fell from the sky to the ground. That kind of grievance and depression was absolutely unimaginable to others. Even so, there were still some people who supported Yao Tiandu. These were the new generation of demons, and the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was one of them. Everyone knew that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor and Yao Tiandu were very close. He stood up to oppose He Tian, and his various motives were thought-provoking. This was an internal matter of the demon clan, and no one was willing to talk about it. Where do you think you're going? As soon as He Tian saw that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor wanted to escape, he immediately chased after him. The power of the stars was mighty, and the yin-yang divine eye between his eyebrows opened again. Whoosh! The power of yin and yang intertwined, forming a yin-yang divine light that pierced the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who had lost his legs, in an attempt to kill him. Void Microcosm. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor roared angrily, and an unfathomable power suddenly surged from his body. A pitch-black void spread from his body, as if a cosmic void was evolving around him. The divine light shot out from He Tian's yin-yang divine eye demon emperor shot into the microcosm around the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's body, and it was immediately engulfed like a clay ox entering the sea. The great technique that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor cultivated was known to be untouchable, and it was difficult to break through his microcosm no matter how powerful or unparalleled it was. Unless one used absolute power to directly break through his microcosm, he would be a supreme god as long as he stood in the microcosm. How dare you! The old man's body emitted a wave of angry divine thoughts, and he directly slapped his palm at He Tian, and a trace of Tao power erupted from his palm. Boom! The void in front of the old man's palm was instantly destroyed, and then an extremely terrifying destructive power was formed, rushing towards He Tian. He Tian could not help but be shocked. The old man's palm was very powerful, and it triggered the destructive power of heaven and earth. Even a powerful figure would probably be shocked when faced with such an attack. He Tian was about to dodge, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of He Tian, and then blasted forward. Bam! The divine light of the 5 elements surged from the fist, as if there were 5 small worlds emerging from the fist, and the endless power of the 5 elements directly penetrated heaven and earth. Boom! There was a loud sound, and heaven and earth shook. The fist and the old man's palm collided, and a terrifying power wave spread in all directions. A circle of transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Your opponent is me. Gu Fei withdrew his fist, and the old man also retreated. The person who took the old man's palm was Gu Fei, and only Gu Fei would help He Tian. Humph! Celestial Eye, you're dead, and no one can save you. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei had blocked the old man, he no longer had any worries, and then immediately chased after the celestial demon emperor, who was trying to escape. The two of them were extremely fast, and in an instant, they rushed hundreds of miles away. The cultivators in front of them all retreated to the sides. Chapter 12:07. Gu Fei blocked the old man. His fist force was like a mountain. Even a spirit clone of a peak half-saint would find it hard to break through and kill He Tian. Although the old man was furious, there was nothing he could do. His opponent's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was his nemesis. He had no choice but to be careful. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Divine Snatch. Although it was only one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, there were all sorts of transformations and killing moves. Gu Fei didn't have a primordial spirit before, so he couldn't use the transformations of the secret art. That was because the true power of the secret art could only be displayed with the power of the primordial spirit. On the other hand, Gu Fei cultivated the supreme martial way. His body was the source of his power, so there was no need for him to cultivate his primordial spirit. This was because he had already cultivated the life imprint into every part of his body. However, he accidentally obtained a primordial spirit, which allowed him to display the various transformations of the secret art. He finally mastered the secret art of the immortal Tao. Whoosh! Gu Fei didn't say much. He immediately used the secret art. A purple divine light surged out from his forehead, as if a divine eye had opened. A small purple figure appeared between his eyebrows. Then, with a flicker, it turned into a purple light with Tao runes flowing around it and rushed towards the old man. This was a supreme killing move derived from the secret art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. It used the power of the primordial spirit to transform into a divine light of the great Tao that could destroy everything. Nothing could stop it. The light of the primordial spirit was extremely fast. With the Tao runes flowing around it, it tore through the void. It was a destructive light that left a pitch-black spatial crack wherever it passed. The old man was shocked when he saw it. He immediately rushed up into the sky in an attempt to escape. He only had the upper half of his body left. If he was struck by the light of the primordial spirit, there would only be one result: he would be killed. Such a killing move was impossible to resist. If his real body was here, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this was only a spirit clone. Even though divinity incarnations were capable of executing all sorts of powerful techniques, they were ultimately just incarnations. The strength that they could display would probably not even be 1,000th of their true selves. Of course, if it had been an ordinary celestial being realm emperor, this divine will clone would have killed as many of them as they came. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary emperor. The god-snatching secret technique was the nemesis of all divine wills and primordial spirits. No matter how powerful the opponent's primordial spirit and divine will were, they could not withstand an attack from the divine light of the great path formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit. This kind of great art specialized in attacking the primordial spirit. Without any suspense, the divine light of the great path that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows caught up to the half of the old man's will incarnation in an instant. Then, with a twist, the half of the old man's will incarnation also dissipated in the void. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. This kind of great art was too terrifying and impossible to defend against. It specialized in attacking the primordial spirit. If one was hit by this divine light of the great path, there would only be one outcome: one spirit would be directly scattered, leaving only a body behind. There were many demons among the spectators. Some wanted to stand up for the celestial demon emperor, but they were stopped by the people next to him. If even the celestial demon emperor was no match for him, then these people were definitely no match for Gu Fei. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. This young cultivator was too powerful. He had actually destroyed the divine will incarnation. One must know that it was the divine will incarnation of an existence that even the celestial demon emperor had to call an ancestor. Just as Gu Fei killed the primordial spirit incarnation, an old man who was in a deep sleep in an ancient cave residence in the depths of the Nanling Mountains suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Two rays of divine light pierced through the void and shot out from the old man's eyes. The dazzling divine light illuminated the entire ancient cave residence. Who is it? How dare you destroy a wisp of my divine will? Tian is in danger. The old man suddenly sat up on a purple jade bed and disappeared from the bed. In the next moment, the old man's figure appeared in the sky above the Nanling Mountains. Whoosh! The old man broke through the void and directly traveled in the void, heading out of the Nanling Mountains. At this moment, Gu Fei killed the old man's divine will incarnation. However, at the same time, he also sensed a few murderous intents coming from nearby. These murderous intents were directed at him. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and kept pointing. Pfft! On a mountain 300 miles away, a cloud of blood exploded. Gu Fei had killed an expert of the demon race who wanted to kill him with a single point of his finger. There were other cultivators on that mountain. There were a few other great demons standing beside the great demon. These great demons were all splattered with blood. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that Gu Fei would attack the other demon clan's experts. What Gu Fei did next was even more shocking. He attacked continuously and killed the remaining great demons who wanted to kill him on the spot. None of them could escape. This kind of ruthless method shocked everyone. For a moment, the surrounding area was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This person killed the demon emperors as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. The great demons that Gu Fei killed were all demon emperors. Is he crazy? Does he want to start a war with the entire demon race? This is crazy. I'm afraid the old turtles of the demon race are going to be furious. Gu Fei killed the tree demon emperor one after another. This made everyone who saw this scene dumbfounded. It should be known that every demon emperor that came from the Nanling Mountains was an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. Behind every demon emperor was a powerful force. Gu Fei was indeed too bold to kill these demon emperors who wanted to kill him. The people behind these demon emperors would not let this matter rest. However, Gu Fei didn't have any expectations. Everything he did came directly from his heart, without the slightest shackles. He was free to do as he pleased. After going through a series of battles, Gu Fei's state of mind had improved a lot. Humph! If you want to kill me, do it. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes swept across a group of demons. All the demon experts did not dare to look him in the eye. At this time, no one dared to have the intention to kill Gu Fei. This person was too terrifying and unparalleled. He did not have any scruples in doing things. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He did not care how powerful the person's background was. It was not worth it to die like this. You deserve to die. Just as Gu Fei shocked everyone and all the demon experts present did not dare to make a sound, a figure appeared silently in front of him. A cold voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. The person who had suddenly appeared was a black-clothed young man. Gu Fei was no stranger to this person. It was Yao Tiandu, the demon race's sage-to-be who had been chased away by the old tortoise. Chapter 1208. Half-Sage Realm. The sudden appearance of Yao Tiandu had Gu Fei feeling a sense of danger. Humph! How dare you show up here? Aren't you afraid that the old tortoise will come out and kill you? Gu Fei said expressionlessly. No one outside knew that Yao Tiandu had launched a sneak attack on the old tortoise in the tomb. Yao Tiandu stood in the air with his eyes shining brightly. It was as though a starry universe was being destroyed within his eyes, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. A trace of sage might fill the air. This was the aura of a half-sage. Everyone's expression changed as they retreated far away immediately. It was evident that Yao Tiando was behind everything that had happened earlier. He had been hiding at the side and did not come out even when the blue-haired demon emperor was killed. Even when the celestial-eyed demon emperor was almost killed, he did not attack immediately. Many powerful beings of the demon race present could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they thought of this. This Yao Tiando, all the powerful beings of the demon race present looked terrible. Even though they knew that Yao Tiando was not on good terms with the crown prince, what he had done this time around was way too ugly. Some of the powerful beings of the demon race who had supported Yao Tiando were starting to waver. "I'll kill you first and settle the score with that tortoise later," Yao Tiando said coldly before striking out. A gigantic golden palm tore through the void, bringing with it a torrential demonic aura as it grabbed out at Gu Fei. To think that this human would have gotten his hands on the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. As long as I can kill him and refine his soul, I'll be able to get my hands on that unparalleled killing technique. Sure. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and retreated 100 miles away instantly. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled under the heavens. It was so fast that everyone was shocked. Boom! As the gigantic golden palm came crashing down, the void where Gu Fei had been standing turned into chaos. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Everyone's expression changed. To wipe out a mountain with a single hand was way too frightening. Countless beasts were killed instantly and turned into meat paste. Power of the metal element. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but narrow when he saw this. Yao Tiandu cultivated the metal elemental energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This was known as the #1 offensive power among the 5 elements. Ferocious and domineering, Yao Tiandu's long hair danced wildly in the air. He took a step forward and arrived before Gu Fei. Like a terrifying divine mountain crashing down, the entire space rippled, visible to the naked eye. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing from his mighty aura. Even though Yao Tiandu was gravely injured in the Great Tomb, he was still extremely terrifying. His body was flowing with Tao rhythm that could draw on the power of the Great Tao. Drawing upon the power of the Great Tao to attack was a great technique that only a half-saint could display. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei retreated once more, disappearing from where he was and reappearing 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that even Yao Tian was shocked. How could he be so fast? This footwork, could it be? It's too fast, it's unbelievable. The spectators in the distance were all shocked, and they couldn't help but be astounded. Such speed was truly too inconceivable, and it was simply faster than teleportation. Humph. Let's see how you can escape. Half-saint realm. Yao Tiandu roared in anger. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body like golden rainbows. Countless rays of divine light shot out in all directions and disappeared into the void. A strange power suddenly appeared within a radius of 1,000 miles. Then, the golden divine light that had been hidden in the void reappeared, enveloping this part of the void. Golden light intertwined with each other as the power of the metal element surged. Gu Fei discovered that he was actually trapped in this instant. The golden divine light formed into a huge net, trapping him within. The power of the metal element sealed the void. Gu Fei felt a heavy pressure coming from all directions that wanted to crush him into meat paste. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and Tao rhymes flowed under his feet. Although there was a powerful force coming at him from all directions, he was still able to move within the domain. Oh! Your footwork. Yao Tiandu's eyes flickered. Although he had trapped Gu Fei in the domain, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Gu Fei's footwork was indeed extraordinary. Could it really be that legendary footwork? There were many old antiques from the celestial realm among the spectators in the distance. Although their cultivation was mediocre, they had lived for a long time, so their knowledge was naturally different from ordinary people. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. It's the 8 desolation steps. You actually obtained this footwork. Yao Tiandu suddenly exclaimed. The 8 desolation steps was a footwork that had been lost for countless years. Legend has it that this footwork was created by a supreme martial ancestor. The footwork could be divided into 2 parts. The first part was the 8 extreme steps, which allowed one to display unbelievable speed. The 8 desolation steps allowed one to traverse the 8 desolates of the world with just 8 steps. Even the great golden peng, a connate divine beast known for its speed, would be left in the dust in front of this footwork. Very well, this footwork is also mine. Yao Tiandu was a little excited. This young cultivator and the old tortoise were his greatest enemies. Moreover, this young cultivator also had 3 sacred weapons of the extreme path. As long as he could kill this human cultivator, extract his soul, and read his memories, he would be able to obtain everything from the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the 8 desolation steps, and the sacred weapons of the extreme path. Yao Tiandu's eyes lit up as he looked at Gu Fei. This human cultivator was practically a moving treasure trove. As long as he could obtain this treasure trove, why would he need to fear the tortoise? The son of the Grand Emperor was nothing in Yao Tiandu's eyes. The only thing he believed in was power, and invincible power was the most practical thing. I was able to fight against you in the Great Tomb. Are you sure you'll be able to defeat me? Gu Fei said indifferently. While the opponent's half-sage domain was powerful, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Your words are useless. Yao Tiandu's killing intent soared to the sky as his demonic energy surged. He seemed to have turned into a dazzling golden sun, making it hard for others to look at him directly. His hands danced about, sending out divine runes that branded into the void. Rumble, the entire half-sage domain lit up and turned into a golden world. The terrifying power of the metal element circulated, turning the entire golden world into a giant millstone that wanted to grind everything within. Each of the golden divine runes drew upon a trace of the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao could slay saints. Even though it was very weak, it wasn't difficult for it to kill a half-sage. Of course, if it was a fight between people of the same level, a half-sage of the same level wouldn't be so easily trapped by the half-sage domain. Preposterous. The power of destruction came from all directions, causing Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. The power of the great Tao interweaved and formed a terrifying power that could slay everything. This power could definitely slay a half-sage. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He drew upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers in his body, causing an ancient cauldron to emerge from his body. Buzz! A deafening sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, a circle of transparent ripples spread from his body. The void around Gu Fei immediately collapsed into pitch-black spatial cracks. Even the void that was sealed by the half-sage domain was about to collapse. The cauldron of mountains and rivers, Yao Tiandu murmured to himself. The sacred weapon of the great path, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. It was a famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. The power of destruction that came at Gu Fei from all directions was blocked by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers from Gu Fei's body. It couldn't affect Gu Fei at all. The cauldron that emerged from Gu Fei's body also had Tao markings flickering on it. This was the power of the great path. Although the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers had not awakened, it was enough for Gu Fei to protect himself. Yao Tiandu seemed to have fused with the great path. His entire body became one with the half-sage domain, and he displayed the supreme killing technique that only a half-sage could perform. The world-destroying golden millstone was operating. Yao Tiandu wanted to use the power of the half-sage domain to destroy the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers on Gu Fei's body and kill Gu Fei. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was a sacred weapon of the great path. It contained a deity. If it was threatened, the deity in the cauldron of mountains and rivers would awaken and automatically counterattack. It was absolutely impossible for Yao Tiandu to destroy the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Very soon, Yao Tian realized this as well. Under the cover of the ancient cauldron's shadow, his opponent was practically impregnable, and it was impossible to break through. At this moment, Gu Fei was completely trapped in this golden world. The destructive power constantly attacked the shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers trembled continuously. The ancient cauldron became clearer and clearer, as if it was about to completely materialize in the void. Everyone watching the battle from afar was extremely shocked as they looked at the flickering void. The marks of the great path intertwined and sealed off everything. No one could see into Yao Tiandu's half-sage domain. Even those who had cultivated the eye of the heavens could not. No one knew what was happening inside. Everyone felt the urge to worship under the saintly might. It was as if they were facing a supreme saint that all living things in the world had to worship. The world-destroying golden millstone had destroyed a part of the void and obliterated everything. However, it couldn't obliterate the faint and illusory ancient cauldron within it. The ancient cauldron seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Even the chaotic force could not damage it. The power of the great path could only make it tremble when it slashed at it. Is that all? Then you can't kill me. A trace of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face. Yao Tiandu had lost his heavenly dragon sword and could no longer break through his defense. He was already in an invincible position. Chapter 1209. A cauldron suppressing heaven and earth. Yao Tian unleashed his half-sage realm, and the golden void transformed into a great obliteration millstone. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei, who was trapped in the half-sage realm. Rumble, the world shook, and the golden light pierced through the void. Every beam of golden light was a law of the great path drawn by the half-sage and condensed into this deadly divine light. The golden laws of the Tao shot in front of Gu Fei, but they were blocked by the faint cauldron around Gu Fei. The illusion of the cauldron of mountains and rivers was shaking. Streaks of golden Tao laws could only break through the illusory shadows. They shot forward about a foot before shattering in the void. Streaks of broken Tao patterns were dissipating. If the cauldron of mountains and rivers truly unleashed the power of the great path, it could suppress the heavens and even the great path of heaven and earth. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was already his limit to use a bit of the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself. Unless he risked losing a lot of his vitality and used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret art of ascension, to activate the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers with all his strength, he would only be able to make the cauldron of mountains and rivers release a bit of its power. However, it would not be worth it. Even if he could kill his opponent, he would probably lose his ability to fight. Any random person could come up and kill him, and then take away the saint artifact of the great path. Gu Fei had no choice but to merge the weapons into his body again. The purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless saber rushed out of his dantian, and then into his arms. Buzz! Gu Fei's right hand vibrated, and the purple gold divine light burst out. Chilling sword chi spread from his arm, and even the great obliteration millstone could not suppress this sword chi. Pang! The sleeve on Gu Fei's right hand instantly shattered into countless pieces. Before those pieces could fly in all directions, they were ground into dust by the sword chi that rushed out of Gu Fei's right arm. The color of his entire right arm changed. The purple gold divine sword flashed, and divine runes appeared indistinctly. Those were the marks formed by the sword's essence chi. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire right arm was spewing out purplish golden sword chi from every pore. His right arm seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. The peerless saber meleeed into Gu Fei's left arm, and Gu Fei's sleeve was also turned into dust by the sword chi from the peerless saber. Gu Fei's left arm looked as if there was a peerless ferocious beast lurking within it. A domineering aura surged out from his left arm as a terrifying blade light circulated. The auras of the violet gold godly sword and the peerless ominous saber erupted in the half-sage domain. Even Yao Tiandu's expression changed. He had already seen Gu Fei use this technique in the peerless Great Tomb. If a saint of the extreme Tao were to use such a saint art, he would be able to use a small portion of the saint weapon's power. Such a saint art was truly terrifying. If a saint of the extreme Tao were to use such a saint art, they would become one with the weapon. Not only would they be able to raise the weapon's power to the limit, but they would also be able to raise their own power to the limit. I'm invincible. So what if you're a demon saint? Gu Fei's voice was neither sad nor happy. It was extremely calm. His eyes shot out two divine lights that were as sharp as heavenly sabers towards Yao Tiandu, who was standing on the great obliteration millstone. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with his right fist and a beam of purplish gold divine light rushed out from his fist like a purplish gold heavenly sword. It slashed through countless golden Tao laws and stabbed into the great obliteration millstone, almost piercing through the golden great obliteration millstone. The entire sage domain shook. Yao Tiandu's body swayed. Gu Fei's punch had dealt a huge blow to him. The sage domain was intimately connected to him. If the domain was broken, Yao Tiandu would be severely injured and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Damn it, I don't believe that your vitality is endless and will never dry up. Yao Tiandu was furious. He circulated the supreme mystic art with all his might. Resplendent divine light radiated from his body, and he almost turned into a golden divine sundae. The might of a sage surged in the golden world. Golden Tao laws rushed out of Yao Tiandu's body and pierced towards Gu Fei from all directions. At the same time, the Tao marks that were imprinted in the void also emitted a dazzling golden light. It attracted the power of the Tao in the world. The Tao runes circulated, and the destructive power obliterated towards Gu Fei. Yao Tiandu knew that Gu Fei had to consume endless vitality to activate the power of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. He saw this and wanted to exhaust Gu Fei to death. However, what he did not know was that Gu Fei had two inner worlds in his body. Moreover, he could attract the power of the Hell Tao. It was equivalent to Gu Fei having endless essence of heaven and earth to absorb. His vitality was truly endless. Only Gu Fei dared to consume vitality like this because he was not worried that his combat power would be exhausted. If it were anyone else, they would not even need Yao Tiandu to attack. The three extreme Tao's sacred weapons would have sucked them dry and turned them into a dried corpse. Looks like you're going to be disappointed. Gu Fei said indifferently. Did he want to exhaust himself to death? It was a good idea, but it was useless against him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's left arm shook, and the void immediately shattered. A domineering energy wave spread from his arm, shattering the void between heaven and earth. The boundless golden laws of Tao were collapsing, and the entire semi-saint realm was shaking. The great obliteration millstone was almost overturned, and the destructive power coming from all directions was almost shattered. Then, a dazzling saber light rushed out from Gu Fei's left hand. Every pore on his arm was spewing peerless saber aura. The domineering saber light directly broke the great obliteration millstone and slashed towards Yao Tiandu. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing could stop it, and it destroyed everything. It was once the most ominous saber in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It wasn't called the most ominous saber for nothing. Although it was only half of the ominous saber and the other half was probably still lost in the virtual sky world, this half of the most ominous saber was still incomparably ferocious, enough to make the world pale. It was really hard to imagine what terrible thing happened back then that could break the most ominous saber in the 9 heavens and 10 earths into two. If it was Wu Kei's peerless ominous saber, just the extremely tyrannical aura that it emitted would cause Yao Tian to retreat as far as he could. What? The peerless saber light instantly broke the great obliteration millstone, which shocked Yao Tiandu. Golden laws of Tao lingered around his body, and the Taoist rhyme was vast and mighty. He was like a golden saint zombie, displaying a supreme technique. Golden laws of Tao containing the power of Taoism entwined forward and blocked the peerless saber light. This was the power of the Great Path. Among the golden laws of Tao, there were vague traces of Tao that entwined with the peerless saber light, causing it to tremble. The peerless saber light broke through the world and destroyed 18 golden laws of Tao in a row. In the end, it was still blocked and couldn't hit Yao Tiandu. Yao Tiandu couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Although he trapped Gu Fei in the semi-saint realm and wanted to destroy him with the Great Obliteration Millstone, Gu Fei was protected by 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. However, Gu Fei was protected by 3 extreme sacred weapons, allowing him to defend and attack at will. In other words, he was undefeatable. Unless a sacred saint made a move against him, no one would be able to break through his defense. Perhaps only the life that was born in the Great Tomb could threaten Gu Fei, who was protected by 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. At this time, Gu Fei and Yao Tiandu were fighting in the mountains. There were many people watching the battle, and the surrounding mountains were filled with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had come. However, no one could see into Yao Tiandu's semi-saint realm. No one knew what was happening inside, and no one knew that Gu Fei had used 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. The supreme holy weapon was a holy weapon refined by an expert of the extreme Tao. It was the strongest weapon in the world. For millions of years, the shadow of the supreme holy weapon had not appeared in the heaven realm. People knew that the heaven realm most likely had the existence of the supreme holy weapon. The heaven realm Tao sect was the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. Some people said that the Tao sect had the supreme holy weapon. However, no one had ever seen the Tao sect in the heaven realm use the supreme holy weapon. The heaven realm Buddhist sect was the continuation of the ancient Buddhist Lord. There might be a holy weapon left by the ancient Buddhist Lord. There was also the 100,000 Devil Mountain and the Southern Mountains Demon Tribe. Before the return of the Old Tortoise, the Southern Mountains Demon Tribe was also regarded as a super force with the supreme holy weapon. However, before the appearance of the Old Tortoise, no one had ever seen the Demon Tribe's supreme demon weapon. The Demon Tribe had 2 supreme demon saints, one was the Tai Sovereign, and the other was the Sky Demon. The Tai Sovereign had refined the Tai Sovereign seal, and the Sky Demon naturally had refined his supreme demon weapon. However, the bloodline of the Sky Demon was thin, and the descendants of the Sky Demon had probably disappeared over the years. Yao Tian had cultivated the Sky Demon's great technique, but he did not seem to have obtained the Sky Demon's supreme demon weapon. Otherwise, he would have used the supreme demon weapon when he was fighting the Old Tortoise in the Great Peerless Tomb. In the Great Obliteration Millstone formed by the Semi-Sage Domain, Gu Fei attacked continuously. Sword light pierced through the heaven and earth, slashing the golden light Tao Law, and continuously slashed towards Yao Tian. Peerless saber light shot up into the sky, slashing into the golden void outside, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack. The golden light Tao Law could not suppress the saber light and sword chi that rushed out from Gu Fei's arms. The semi-sage domain was constantly being torn apart by the saber light and sword chi, which made Yao Tian's body tremble. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The domain was torn apart, and the Tao Law was destroyed. This was a huge blow to Yao Tian. "Open it for me." Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron, and an ancient cauldron emerged from his body, condensing in the void. The body of the mountain and river cauldron had been drawn out by Gu Fei. Boz. Boundless martial Tao true power poured into the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to emit a rumbling sound. The entire void collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron gave off a terrifying might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the void to shatter. The Great Obliteration Millstone formed by Yao Tian's semi-sage domain collapsed instantly. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing that could not be suppressed, even the heaven and earth. The great obliteration millstone formed by Yao Tian's semi-sage domain collapsed instantly. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing that could not be suppressed, including the heaven and earth. Chapter 12:10. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a supreme aura that could shake the heavens and earth spread out from the cauldron. It was as if chaos was opening up the heavens, and the entire half-sage domain was collapsing. Starting from the inside, the golden millstone began to collapse in all directions. Rays of golden Tao laws that contained Taoist rhymes and Tao power were collapsing. There was nothing that could stop the mountain river cauldron from unleashing an extreme divine might. A flawless extreme saint weapon was terrifying to the extreme. If it could truly display the might of the extreme saint weapon, even a part of the real world would probably be destroyed. It was not an exaggeration to say that the extreme divine weapon had supreme divine might that could destroy the world. The half-sage domain was broken, and Yao Tiandu almost exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were almost destroyed, and countless shocking bloody wounds appeared on his body. Yao Tiandu was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by this force, and his blood splattered across the sky. The moment the half-sage domain collapsed, Gu Fei immediately put away the three extreme divine weapons. Even so, a trace of the extreme divine might still leaked out. All living beings in the world felt the supreme saint might that made their souls tremble in fear. All the birds and beasts in the mountain involuntarily bowed in the direction of Gu Fei. Even the most powerful beasts in the mountain lowered their hideous heads at this moment. All the cultivators knelt on the ground in fear. The extreme divine might shocked their souls, making it difficult for them to resist. They could only bow down. The trace of supreme saint might flashed past as if it had never appeared. All the spectators in the mountain were drenched in cold sweat. They were frightened and at a loss. Even they themselves did not know why they knelt on the ground. Rumble, in the sky above the mountain, a huge ball of dazzling golden light burst out. It was as if a divine sun had exploded. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. The destructive power spread out, and the earth trembled. Mountains collapsed one after another, as if doomsday had arrived. Dust rose high into the sky, and everyone turned pale with fright. They hurriedly retreated far away. Many people weren't able to dodge in time and were swept into the turbulent flow of energy, causing their bodies and souls to be annihilated without leaving anything behind. Although Yao Tiandu was seriously injured in the Great Peerless Tomb and lost the Heavenly Dragon Sword, he was still a demonic half-saint and was extremely powerful. The wrath of a half-step saint caused heaven and earth to shatter. Such a scene truly shocked everyone. Even some of the more experienced ancient caverns couldn't help but be shocked. Just as Yao Tiandu's semi-sage realm collapsed, several extremely powerful divine thoughts burst out from several dangerous places in the heaven realm. These divine consciousnesses directly traversed the endless territories and descended upon the southern part of the heaven realm. Another extreme path sacred weapon? That seems to be the aura of that legendary thing. Only that thing has the power to shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Several divine senses descended upon the mountain, but at this time, Gu Fei had already put away his 3 sacred weapons. Even the divine senses of a peerless expert would find it difficult to detect anything. Peerless great tomb and the land of saint burial, how could such a thing appear? Has another reincarnation begun? In the end, 3 blurry figures appeared in the sky above the mountain. The blurry figures were faint and illusory, but they emitted a powerful fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out from the turbulent flow of energy. The martial path true force in his body was surging violently. His true force circulated rapidly in his body, emitting a thunderous sound. His yin and yang qi and blood soared to the sky and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The emperor martial body was extremely powerful. It was the strongest physique in the human race, even innate divine beasts couldn't reach it. Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war, his long hair danced in the wind, and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. Qi and blood surged like thunder, the successor of the martial ancestor? Even the successor of the martial ancestor has appeared, the great era is about to open. Several blurry figures emitted waves of divine will. These figures were talking, and everyone could feel the waves of divine will, as if there was a voice ringing in their hearts. These were divine will incarnations, but they were different from the one that had rushed out from the celestial demon emperor's body. These three divine will incarnations were very powerful, and the mighty aura that emanated from them made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. A wisp of divine will incarnation was already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how powerful these three people's real bodies were. After the great changes of the world, the sages became extinct, and there were no sages in the current world. However, even if these three unknown existences were not sages, they had probably surpassed the half-saint realm. Such existences were only half a step away from the Tao realm, and they were the most terrifying and powerful figures in the world. The three blurry divine will incarnations finally rushed into the peerless great tomb under the ground, and the mighty power of the peerless great tomb became even more powerful. However, Gu Fei did not care about that, and he directly rushed towards Yao Tiando. He wanted to kill this great enemy, and if this person did not die, he would become a great trouble. The essence of the world and the inner world was continuously guided out by Gu Fei, and there was a divine light flashing between his eyebrows and his dantian, and the essence of the world spread from these two places to his whole body. Just now, when he fully activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei's martial path true power was almost sucked dry by the cauldron of mountain and river, and an endless amount of essence was consumed. With the nourishment of the essence of the world, Gu Fei's qi and blood were still vigorous. Gu Fei's combat power was rapidly recovering, but Yao Tiando was in a tragic situation. His physical body was almost shattered, and he was seriously injured, and he was half crippled. At this time, he had lost 90% of his combat power, and it was no longer possible for him to compete with Gu Fei. So what if you're a half-step saint, die? Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. He was extremely domineering and directly struck out with the flawless five elements fist. There seemed to be 5 worlds surging in his fist. The power of the 5 elements interweaved, forming an indestructible fist force. Even a half-step saint was defeated. How is this possible? What just happened? Yao Tian was actually defeated by a monarch realm expert. That's too unbelievable. Defying the heavens and defeating a half-step saint, is this person really the successor of the legendary invincible martial ancestor? Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Yao Tiando, a half-step saint of the demon race, was actually defeated by a sovereign in the celestial being realm. This was simply a legend. Half-step saint was synonymous with the strongest power in the world, and there was a difference of 2 great realms between half-step saints and sovereigns. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had never been a sovereign who dared to challenge a half-step saint. Even a supreme expert of the Tao's severing realm was like an ant in front of a half-step saint. A half-step saint, such a realm was there, and it was an insurmountable gap, but now, someone had done it. This made everyone feel that everything they saw was very unreal, as if they were in a dream. Bang! Chapter 12:11. Boom! Gu Fei continued to press forward, unleashing one punch after another. His martial Tao true force surged out from his fists, shattering the void and piercing through the heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This wasn't an immortal Tao divine art, it was pure strength. This was a battle technique that was different from other cultivation systems. Using strength to prove the Tao, is this guy really the successor of a martial venerable? Too terrifying. With such strength, even a peak martial emperor would be crushed by his fist. This kind of battle technique has been lost for countless years. I can't believe someone still knows it. The surrounding mountains were filled with people. The battle between Gu Fei and Yao Tiando had attracted the attention of almost all cultivators. Many seniors of the Heaven Realm were discussing among themselves. Supreme Martial Ancestor was just a legend. For millions of years, no one had succeeded. An invincible cultivator hadn't appeared for millions of years. Some people thought that the inheritance of the martial ancestor had already been lost in the endless river of time and would never appear in this world again. But now, with the appearance of Gu Fei, an invincible inheritance that had been lost for countless years had once again appeared in the Heaven Realm. This inheritance was too powerful. Gu Fei was only a celestial being realm martial emperor, but he could defeat Yao Tiando, a half-step saint of the demon race. This was simply a miracle, a legend. How could a martial emperor defeat a half-step saint? Cultivation bases were insurmountable. Above Deva beings were almighty beings, and above almighty beings were the half-saints. Not only had he defied the heavens, but he had also defeated a half-saint. No one could believe what they were seeing. But the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. There were many demon race experts from the southern mountains. They were shocked, but also felt ashamed. No matter what, Yao Tiando was still a half-step saint of the demon race. Bang! Gu Fei's fist landed on Yao Tiando's chest, shattering his ribs and causing his chest to cave in. Blood gushed out from his mouth, he had no strength to fight back. It was only a matter of time before Yao Tian died. No one knew that Gu Fei was actually able to defeat Yao Tiandu with the help of the Extreme Tao sacred weapon. Even Gu Fei would find it hard to defy the heavens and defeat a half-sage. If not for the 3 Extreme Tao sacred weapons, the one who would have died would have been Gu Fei. Yao Tiandu was covered in blood. He wanted to roar, but the blood gushing from his throat blocked his mouth, making it difficult for him to speak. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and used the 8 steps 8 kills. With the first step, Daoist rhymes circulated under his feet, causing the space below to collapse. Boom! Yao Tiando was sent flying by Gu Fei's foot and fell from the sky, crushing a mountain below. His physical body was almost destroyed, and blood splattered everywhere. Yao Tiando was enraged. He did not lose to Gu Fei, but to the Extreme Tao sacred weapon. Gu Fei hit it well, so no one knew that he had the Extreme Tao sacred weapon. Moreover, no one had expected a celestial emperor to have a sacred weapon of Extreme Taos. After Gu Fei kicked Yao Tiando down from the sky, he took a second step, not giving Yao Tiando any chance to catch his breath. Just as Gu Fei took his second step, a ray of blood-colored light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a blood-colored divine spear tore through the air and appeared behind Gu Fei, attempting to pierce through Gu Fei. Someone suddenly launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei with lightning speed. An emperor's might spread out from the divine spear. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one had expected that there would be someone who would dare to attack Gu Fei at this moment. After all, that young man had defeated a half-saint from the demon race. Gu Fei was also shocked. This was an emperor expert of the almighty realm attacking him. This person was clearly hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack on Gu Fei. The blood-colored divine spear pierced through the sky, and a terrifying ray of blood-colored light shot out from it, causing Gu Fei to feel a stabbing pain on his back. This shocked him. Gu Fei did not have time to take his second step. He directly rushed forward and increased his speed to the limit. His entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared on the spot. However, the speed of the divine spear was also extremely fast. It was like a ray of blood-colored light that instantly shot through the sky. It was actually not slower than Gu Fei's speed. Gu Fei turned around and punched out, hitting the divine spear. He used his flesh and blood to resist the divine spear. The divine spear was immediately deflected by him and flew past his body. Swoosh! A huge hand reached out from the void and grabbed the divine spear. Then, a tall and burly man with crimson hair and a head of black armor appeared on the battlefield. This burly man was over 3 meters tall like a black iron tower. His entire body was covered in a towering killing intent, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. What a burly man! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this man. This man was like an invincible god of war. His large eyes flickered with a terrifying ferocious light. You want to kill Yao Tiandu? You have to get past me first. The burly man spoke. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the eardrums of the spectators from afar. Then, he shook the blood-colored divine spear in his hand. His blood-colored hair danced wildly as he directly thrust the spear at Gu Fei. The mighty emperor's might and killing intent soared to the 9 heavens. This burly man was a demon emperor in the almighty realm. His cultivation and strength were incomparably strong. When he thrust the spear, it pierced through the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly struck out the flawless 5 elements fist towards the incoming divine spear. His fist instantly collided with the divine spear. The powerful fist force not only blocked the blood-colored divine spear, but also caused the shaft of the divine spear to bend. Even the burly man was shocked. What? He actually blocked the scarlet blood divine spear with one fist. How is this possible? This person is the Scarlet Emperor of the Nanling demon race. This person's physical body is really abnormally strong. The scarlet blood divine spear of the Scarlet Emperor seems to be a semi-sage weapon. Gu Fei and the burly man collided head-on. Both of them flew backwards. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He felt a stinging pain on his right fist. Although the scarlet blood divine spear didn't hurt him, it still made him feel pain. Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Race. Although Gu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle, he still heard the voices from afar. He had never heard of the Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Race. However, from the words of the bystanders, he knew that this Scarlet Emperor was very close to Yao Tiandu, the semi-sage of the Demon Race. The two seemed to have formed an alliance. The Nanling demon race was actually not as united as it seemed on the surface. With your cultivation and strength, how could you defeat Yao Tiandu? Chapter 12:12. The arrival of the demon clan Scarlet Emperor and his attack on Gu Fei shocked everyone. One was an emperor in the almighty realm while the other was an emperor in the celestial being realm. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Gu Fei was truly heaven-defying when he killed a demonic emperor. Such combat strength had once again stunned everyone. When Gu Fei defeated Yao Tiandu previously, no one knew what happened because of the barrier created by Yao Tiandu's sage-to-be realm. But now, Gu Fei had withstood the attack of the demon race's Scarlet Emperor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This kind of battle strength was simply unprecedented and would never be matched in the future. For countless years, there was no emperor who could challenge a Dao severing expert. Dao severing was not just a simple increase in strength, it was a metamorphosis. Severing another's Dao and achieving one's own Dao was a true expert in the world. They had already reached the boundary of touching their own Dao. Such an existence could kill a large number of so-called emperors with one hand. However, Gu Fei was not a Dao severing expert. He was only an emperor, but he had the combat ability of a powerful emperor. How could everyone not be shocked? With your strength, how could you defeat Yao Tiandu? Gu Fei and the Scarlet Emperor were facing each other. Their gazes collided in the void and sparks seemed to burst out in the void. Their auras were still rising. Everyone couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. How could a sovereign realm expert defeat a half-saint? Could it be that this young cultivator possessed some sort of powerful killing weapon? Humph. Gu Fei did not say much and took a step forward. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving. A powerful aura spread from his body, shaking the entire void around him. Bam! Gu Fei punched forward. The speed was not that fast, but there was a feeling that it could not be avoided. The dazzling golden light lit up the entire sky. His fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun. Power of metal element. The Scarlet Emperor's pupils shrank. The opponent in front of him was too powerful. He actually displayed a combat ability that did not match his realm. This person did not look like an emperor at all. He looked like an invincible emperor of war. Buzz! The Scarlet Emperor shook the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand, and a ray of blood light shot out from the tip of the spear. The entire divine spear seemed to have turned into a blood river in the hands of the Scarlet Emperor as it rushed forward. The scarlet blood divine spear manifested a towering blood wave as it pierced towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic energy contained within it directly tore through the void, destroying everything in its path. Kill! The Scarlet Emperor let out a furious roar, and his aura was raised to the maximum in an instant. His roar even scattered the clouds in the sky, and many of the spectators fell from the sky. Everyone's expression changed, and they retreated far away in fear. A battle between almighty Dao severing experts would be terrifying to the extreme. Even a bit of power would be enough to slay an emperor. At this moment, Yao Tiandu, who had narrowly escaped with his life, fled to the distance in a sorry state. He was on the verge of death and couldn't bear any more attacks. Boom! The golden fist and the scarlet blood divine spear collided fiercely. The power of metal element was surging and mighty. Gu Fei actually broke the blood river that was rushing towards him with one punch. Gu Fei's entire right arm was shaking, and the sound of bones colliding could be heard. It was as if there was a divine weapon knocking on his arm bones. The terrifying demonic energy from the scarlet blood divine spear flowed through his fist and into his arm. Every single pore on Gu Fei's arm was leaking out a bloody light. Gu Fei could clearly feel that the bones in his right arm were cracking as if they could break at any time. He could feel intense pain coming from his arm. He was shocked. This scarlet blood divine spear was not a half-holy weapon refined by a half-saint. It seemed to be a holy weapon. The power of the scarlet blood divine spear actually injured him. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his black hair danced wildly. Endless martial path true force crazily surged towards his right arm. The scarlet demonic energy that invaded his right arm was immediately forced back. Bang! Gu Fei shook his arm with all his strength and shook the scarlet blood divine spear away. A trace of blood flowed out from Gu Fei's fist. He looked down and saw a crack on the place where his fist collided with the scarlet blood divine spear. Martial path true force was mighty, and the crack on his arm disappeared quickly. The crack on his fist was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Someone could actually injure him. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. One should know that the strength of the Emperor martial body was comparable to a half-holy weapon refined by a half-saint. The Scarlet Emperor's scarlet blood divine spear was probably a holy weapon. However, the Scarlet Emperor was even more shocked than Gu Fei. He was very clear about the power of the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand. Even a half-saint would not dare to take a full blow from him. The strength of Gu Fei's physical body made the Scarlet Emperor's heart turn cold. This person was just an emperor martial artist. If he successfully cut his Dao, it would be disastrous. This person must not be allowed to live. The Scarlet Emperor's murderous aura intensified. If he did not kill this cultivator in front of him now, this person would definitely be a huge threat in the future. If this person was allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Fei could feel the Scarlet Emperor's murderous intent towards him. However, he was not afraid at all. His aura was still indomitable. He had the heart of an expert. No matter how murderous or fierce you were, you would not be able to shake his heart. Swoosh! The scarlet blood divine spear once again turned into a blood-red lightning as it pierced towards the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows. At the tip of the spear, a ball of blood light appeared. At this moment, Gu Fei was not willing to use the extreme Dao holy weapon. He did not want others to know that he had the extreme Dao holy weapon. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the heaven realm would come to snatch it. The extreme Dao holy weapon contained the extreme Dao imprint. It was equivalent to an extension of the extreme Dao saint's life. No one would not be envious of it. The entire heaven realm would probably start a bloodbath. Gu Fei wanted to use his true strength to fight the Scarlet Emperor. The Almighty of the Dao severing stage was too powerful. The Scarlet Emperor's attack was extremely fast. As he pierced with his spear, it seemed to have triggered the power of the great Dao and resonated with it. Gu Fei felt danger. Swoosh! A ray of purple divine light shot out from the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a small figure walked out from his Niwen palace. With a sway of its body, it turned into a ray of purple Dao light and slashed towards the Scarlet Emperor. At the same time, Gu Fei's fist collided with the scarlet blood divine spear again. He blocked the divine spear that was about to pierce through his eyebrows. The primordial spirit transformed into Dao light. The Dao light formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit contained Dao rhythm and attracted a trace of celestial force. If the Dao light of the great Dao hit him, even the Scarlet Emperor would die. However, the Dao light formed by the primordial spirit was too fast. It was so fast that the Scarlet Emperor could not dodge it in time. The Scarlet Emperor could not help but be shocked. However, the Scarlet Emperor was a cultivator of the Dao severing stage after all. His cultivation was earth-shattering and not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. At the moment when the primordial spirit Dao light slashed in front of him, a ray of red divine light shot out from the middle of the Scarlet Emperor's eyebrows. Within the divine light, there was a red shield. It was an ancient shield. The ancient shield instantly enlarged and the primordial spirit Dao light slashed on the ancient shield. The power of the great Dao could destroy everything, but it did not break through the ancient shield. Countless Dao patterns appeared where the ancient shield was. The moment Gu Fei's essence spirit Dao light slashed at it, countless Dao patterns collapsed. The primordial spirit Dao light flew back to Gu Fei and entered the middle of his eyebrows. A small figure sat in the middle of his eyebrows. The figure was surrounded by purple aura and looked like a saint of the celestial Dao. The Scarlet Emperor used the ancient shield to protect himself and quickly retreated. When the ancient shield was slashed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao light, it almost destroyed all the Dao patterns on the ancient shield. A deep scar was left on the ancient shield and it almost split the ancient shield into two. The Scarlet Emperor was extremely shocked. This ancient shield had a great history. He kept it in his Niwen palace and refined it day and night with the power of his primordial spirit. He was only one step away from erasing the original owner of the ancient shield and completely controlling this ancient weapon. However, now that the ancient weapon was slashed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao light, the Dao patterns on the surface of the shield were half destroyed. This ancient weapon was already half useless. The martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivates the physical body and not the primordial spirit. How can you cultivate a primordial spirit? The Scarlet Emperor was really shocked. The opponent in front of him was really unpredictable. He clearly cultivated the supreme martial ancestor's physical body to become a sage, but he actually cultivated a primordial spirit. Who said that I can't cultivate a primordial spirit? There was no expression on Gu Fei's face. His battle intent was like a rainbow. Although the opponent was a demon emperor, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hadn't used his real trump card yet. At this moment, Yao Tiandu had already escaped thousands of miles away from the battlefield. Brother Scarlet, don't kill him so easily. I want to extract his divine soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. Yao Tiandu transmitted his voice to the Scarlet Emperor. He was unwilling to accept this. His reputation was ruined by Gu Fei today. However, at this moment, Gu Fei appeared behind Yao Tiandu without a sound and slammed his palm down on Yao Tiandu's head. Pfft! Yao Tiandu's head instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The headless corpse twitched and fell to the ground. A divine light broke through Yao Tiandu's dantian and rushed out. Second primordial spirit. Gu Fei attacked directly with a punch. The violent fist force directly shattered Yao Tiandu's primordial spirit. Yao Tiandu's soul was instantly dispersed and he was killed by Gu Fei on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. How could there be two Gu Fei? One Gu Fei was confronting the Scarlet Emperor while the other one killed Yao Tiandu from thousands of miles away. Chapter 12-13. Yao Tiandu, a half-step saint of the demon race, was originally the most promising figure to become the leader of the demon race in the heaven realm. Such a figure was killed by a celestial being realm emperor. This was simply a myth. Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even those supreme saints who were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths didn't have such strength when they were young. It was impossible for a sovereign to go against the heavens and kill a half-step saint. But now, this impossible thing had happened. There was no doubt that Yao Tiandu was a half-step saint of the demon race. Once he unleashed his half-step saint domain, even an opponent of the same level would have to retreat. Roar! You! Scarlet Emperor was both shocked and angry. How could there be two identical opponents? This was definitely not an external incarnation, which didn't have such strength. Two Gu Feis appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was dumbfounded. One Gu Fei was confronting the demon race's Scarlet Arch, while the other Gu Fei had silently appeared behind Yao Tiandu, who was 1,000 miles away, and killed him on the spot. Yao Tiandu's death caused an uproar in the entire mountain. The death of a half-step saint would definitely cause a huge uproar in the heaven realm. Some great demons who were hostile to the human race might take revenge. After killing Yao Tiandu, Gu Fei turned into a green mist and disappeared in the void as if he had never appeared. Yao Tiandu cultivated a second primordial spirit, but he still couldn't escape. Gu Fei killed his second primordial spirit, causing his soul to scatter. Could it be the legendary 3 pure ones? A supreme secret art of the immortal Tao. Some of the old antiques in the heaven realm recovered from the shock and couldn't help but be moved again. This was not an ordinary external incarnation art. It was impossible for an external incarnation art to display the same strength as the main body. Only the 3 pure ones secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by Supreme Tao Ancestor, could have such unfathomable power. 3 pure ones. Scarlet Emperor stared at Gu Fei, his pupils constricting. Wasn't he the successor of Martial Ancestor? How could he use such a supreme secret art of the immortal Tao? Who was this guy? The Scarlet Emperor couldn't help but feel uneasy. The other party was unfathomable and mysterious. He could use the martial ancestors' battle techniques as well as the immortal path's secret techniques. How was this possible? Swoosh! A purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a purple figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in between his eyebrows. It was like a god, and there was a Taoist rhyme flowing around it. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. You killed Yao Tiandu, so leave your life behind. The Scarlet Emperor roared angrily and charged towards Gu Fei once again. He held a spear in his right hand and used the ancient shield to protect himself while attacking with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. Buzz! The Crimson Divine Spear tore through the void. The spearhead vibrated, and rays of divine light shot out, directly piercing the void between heaven and earth, displaying an indomitable and domineering momentum. The Scarlet Emperor moved in the void like a giant mountain. The entire heaven and earth shook from the impact of his powerful aura, as though the heaven and earth couldn't contain his real body. Swoosh! A silhouette rushed out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, it transformed into a sword of the way, heading towards the incoming divine spear. The power of the great path swirled around the sword of the way, and the chilling sword chi slashed through the air. This was the primordial spirit Tao sword, and it was also one of the variations of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the spirit-snatching secret technique. The Tao sword formed from the primordial spirit could slash through anything in the world. However, the divine spear in the Scarlet Emperor's hand wasn't an ordinary half-sage weapon. The power emitted from the divine spear was able to block the primordial spirit Tao sword. Gu Fei and the Scarlet Emperor started fighting. Both of them were extremely powerful and attacked each other. The sword light emitted from the primordial spirit Tao sword destroyed the void, shattered the heaven and earth, and kept clashing with the scarlet blood divine spear. The speed of both of them was so fast that it was hard to catch their figures with the naked eye. The void between heaven and earth was as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of them. This human cultivator is actually able to fight against the Scarlet Emperor. He defies the heavens and slays an emperor. This is too unbelievable. That person can even kill Yao Tiandu. I'm afraid he can also kill the Scarlet Emperor. The demons couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the Scarlet Emperor. Gu Fei's battle record was there for all to see. If he could even kill the Scarlet Emperor, then it would really be a heaven-piercing matter. To the demons, the death of Yao Tiandu was already an unacceptable loss. However, no one would stand up for Yao Tiandu when he actually became the Crown Prince's enemy. However, there was still a terrifying force supporting Yao Tiandu. Some of them, even the Crown Prince's old subordinates, had scruples. The division of the demon race seemed to be inevitable. Rumble, mountains collapsed one after another. Wherever Gu Fei and the Scarlet Emperor passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. They fought deep into the mountains, scaring the wild beasts into running for their lives. Swish! The blood-red divine spear deflected the Tao sword formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit and almost pierced through Gu Fei. Gu Fei remained calm in the face of danger and immediately struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. The flawless fist technique created by the flawless martial ancestor was finally executed by Gu Fei after countless years. A terrifying battle strength surged out from both of his fists. It was as though 5 small worlds had appeared around Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements surged violently. His long hair danced in the wind and each of his fists shattered the void, clashing with the scarlet blood divine spear. The ferocious fist force caused the Scarlet Emperor's hands to go numb. He almost couldn't hold the divine spear in his hands. The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. This person's physique was so strong that even the scarlet blood divine spear couldn't pierce through his fists. A cultivator with a high level of cultivation was truly terrifying. If this person could successfully sever his Tao, there would be an invincible martial emperor in the heaven realm. This must not happen. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor roared angrily and his voice shook the sky. He attacked with all his might. The scarlet blood divine spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a blood-red dragon as it swooped towards Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei was sent flying. Both of his arms felt as though they were broken. The power emitted by the scarlet blood divine spear was too strong. It was as though a ferocious dragon had awakened within the divine spear. Swish! The blood-red dragon flew out from the Scarlet Emperor's hand and instantly pierced through the front of Gu Fei. The Scarlet Emperor wanted to pin Gu Fei to death with a single strike. At this moment, the Tao sword formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit turned around and slashed at the blood-red dragon. The blood-red dragon that was formed by the scarlet blood divine spear was sent flying. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and quickly retreated. The Scarlet Emperor was, after all, an emperor in the almighty realm. He was a hero of a region. Even among the demon race, he was one of the top experts. Gu Fei was just an emperor in the celestial realm. The difference between the two of them was an entire realm. In the eyes of all cultivators, this was an insurmountable realm. However, Gu Fei could go against the heavens and kill an emperor. The Scarlet Emperor waved his divine spear and rushed towards Gu Fei. His killing intent soared to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. When an emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse. The demon race Scarlet Emperor used the divine spear in his hand to strike the void in the sky into chaos. Gu Fei kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. With his own strength, he was still not a match for an expert like the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor was a great accomplishment emperor. It was already a miracle that Gu Fei could fight with him. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to withstand the Emperor's aura, much less make a move. Use your 3 pure ones, or else you won't have a chance. The Scarlet Emperor's battle intent soared to the sky. He was like a supreme demon god from the ancient times. With the scarlet divine spear in his hand, he sent Gu Fei flying again. He was extremely powerful. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not use the 3 pure ones. He still used his Yuan spirit to form a sword and a pair of fists to fight with the Scarlet Emperor. His powerful battle strength was shocking. If that's the case, then die. Blood massacre in all directions. The Scarlet Emperor used his killer move. The divine spear turned into countless blood-colored divine lights. In every ray of blood-colored divine light, there was a divine spear. The heavens and earth were shrouded by the blood-colored divine light. Within a radius of thousands of feet, it was densely packed with the blood-colored divine light. They were the shadows of the divine spears. In all directions, the blood-colored divine spears were everywhere and filled every inch of the void. In an instant, Gu Fei was drowned by the countless divine spears. A terrifying power was coming towards him from all directions. This made it impossible for Gu Fei to avoid it. Chaotic reversal. Just as the countless divine spears pierced through the heavens and earth and were about to nail Gu Fei to death, Gu Fei let out a low roar. An unfathomable power surged out from his body. The void around him immediately rippled like waves. The transparent ripples spread out to the surroundings. Then, a scene that made the Scarlet Emperor dumbfounded appeared. The countless blood-colored divine spears were turned around inexplicably. The spearheads were pointed at him. In an instant, he was trapped by his killer move. It was as if he had switched places with Gu Fei. How is this possible? How did he do it? The Scarlet Emperor's shock was no small matter. Not only was his ultimate move reversed by his opponent, he was also giving him a taste of his own medicine. Damn it! The Scarlet Emperor was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He waved the divine spear in his hand and used the blood massacre in all directions again. He used the same killer move to counter the killer move that was reversed. Rumble, countless divine spears collided with each other in an instant. The entire heavens and earth were instantly shattered. This was a killer move. Its power was terrifying to the extreme and it directly destroyed a part of the void. Wah! The Scarlet Emperor roared continuously. He rushed out from the shattered void in a disheveled manner. He was fighting against himself. His opponent's technique was too terrifying. What kind of technique is this? How can it reverse my attack? Chapter 12-14. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao had been lost for eons. During the ancient times, the 9 secret skills were incomplete. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would have mastered a few of them. Even the Taoist sects in the heaven realm did not have the complete 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. The Taoist sects in the heaven realm only had fragments of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. For thousands of years, no one in the Taoist sects could cultivate the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. The fragments of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao were almost impossible to cultivate. No one was willing to take the risk. Once Gu Fei used the Chaos Reversal secret skill, even the powerful Scarlet Emperor's attack had to be reversed. This was equivalent to Scarlet Emperor going against himself. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become an outsider. He only needed to reverse Scarlet Emperor's attack. This was an undefeatable secret skill. Roar! Scarlet Emperor roared. His red hair danced wildly and his demonic aura shot up to the 9 heavens. Terrifying demonic energy spread from his body and the entire heaven and earth shook. Swoosh! Scarlet Emperor seemed to have gone mad. He shook the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Fei's forehead. The tip of the spear released a bloody radiance that shot up to the sky. However, Gu Fei remained calm in the face of such a big move. His body was intertwined with Tao energy and an unfathomable force surrounded him. The void was twisting and Gu Fei's figure became blurry. It was as though he was about to merge with the heaven and earth, giving off a surreal feeling. Void reversal. Gu Fei used another secret of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. His body merged with the heaven and earth as though he was one with the Tao. The terrifying scarlet blood divine spear pierced through the heaven and earth. The scarlet blood divine spear pierced through Gu Fei's blurry figure effortlessly. This allowed Scarlet Emperor to rush forward a few steps. In just a few steps, he had already reached Gu Fei. Swoosh! A ray of bloodlight appeared from Gu Fei's body and a divine spear rushed out from Gu Fei's body. This divine spear was exactly the same as the one in the Scarlet Emperor's hand. It also emitted a terrifying aura that could make one's soul tremble. Damn it, it's this move again. The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. He could feel the terrifying power emitted from the divine spear. This was his own power. The opponent had once again reversed his attack. This was not a simple reversal. The divine spear that shot out from Gu Fei's body had the same power as the Scarlet Emperor. In a sense, not only did Gu Fei reverse the Scarlet Emperor's attack, he also restored the Scarlet Emperor's attack to its original state. Then, he launched the Scarlet Emperor's own attack at the Scarlet Emperor. No matter how powerful a person was, there would only be one outcome in the end, and that was to exhaust oneself to death. Clang! The Scarlet Emperor retreated fiercely. As he retreated, he shook the divine spear in his hand and directly clashed with the divine spear that shot out from Gu Fei's body. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the heavens and earth. The ferocious power sent the Scarlet Emperor flying. The scarlet blood divine spear that shot out from Gu Fei's body was also shattered by the Scarlet Emperor in the air. The Scarlet Emperor was repelled by his own power and not by Gu Fei. This made him extremely depressed. The opponent's great technique was truly unbelievable. One should know that the Scarlet Emperor was an emperor of the demon race. He was extremely powerful. Even among the emperors of the same realm, not many could be his opponent. Before this, the Scarlet Emperor would never have dreamt that someone could reverse his attack. But today, he encountered such an unbelievable thing. A human emperor of the celestial being realm actually killed Yao Tiandu and fought with him endlessly. All kinds of great techniques were at the fingertips of this person's hands. If it wasn't for the fact that this person had mastered all kinds of unimaginable great techniques, the Scarlet Emperor would have killed this person long ago. This human emperor should not be underestimated. What kind of technique is this? It's so magical. Is it the Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang Great Shift? It's definitely not the Yin-Yang sect's technique. Even if the Yin-Yang ancestor were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for the Scarlet Emperor. The spectators from afar were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The human emperor who fought with the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race could be said to have endless great techniques. Killing a half-sage and battling an emperor. This battle was definitely a battle that would shake the entire heaven realm. With such a battle record, it was impossible for Gu Fei not to be famous. No one knew that the great technique that Gu Fei used was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao were 9 independent secret techniques. The one turning into 3 pure ones was too famous, so it was not surprising that it was recognized. However, the other secret techniques were mysterious. Even in the ancient times, there were probably not many people who had seen other secret techniques. However, at this time, many people faintly guessed that the great technique that Gu Fei used was probably one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. How is this possible? The Scarlet Emperor roared. Gu Fei's great technique was too strange and unpredictable. This made him feel like he didn't know where to start. His attacks would only be directed at himself. I'd like to see if you can reverse all my attacks. The Scarlet Emperor was furious. The opponent was just a human emperor in the celestial being realm. It was already embarrassing for him to not be able to defeat him. He had no choice but to use his killer move. Just bring it on. Gu Fei said indifferently. He was neither sad nor happy. His state of mind was as calm as a mirror. It actually gave people a feeling that the great Tao was emotionless. His figure was blurry. The void he was in was like a transparent water ripple. The ripples that were visible to the naked eye were spreading outwards. Chaos reversal and void reversal appeared on Gu Fei's body at the same time. Both of these secret techniques could be said to be heaven-defying. Void reversal could allow the user to be infinitely close to nature. Upon mastery, the user would be able to become one with the Tao, allowing the user to control the void energy of the world at will. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he was still unable to merge his entire body with the void and truly activate the nature energy of heaven and earth. If he could really control the nature energy of heaven and earth at will, Gu Fei would have slapped the Scarlet Emperor to death long ago. Heaven devouring. The Scarlet Emperor roared. His entire body emitted a bloody light. A terrifying demonic power exploded from his body and the bloody demonic light drowned the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor is going all out. The legendary blood tiger heaven devouring. Everyone who was watching from afar was instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. In the endless bloody light, a pitch-black hole was forming. Rumble, the heavens and earth collapsed. Terrifying cracks in the space spread out from the black hole in the middle of the bloody light. The blood-red light condensed and did not dissipate. A huge blood-red tiger appeared in the sky. The pitch-black hole was not a spatial hole, but the blood-red tiger's mouth. This bloody tiger was ridiculously huge. It was like an ancient mountain that filled the entire sky. One of its claws was bigger than a mountain. In front of this bloody tiger, Gu Fei was as small as an ant. If you're so capable, you can create such a phenomenon too. The Scarlet Emperor's voice echoed in the sky. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void and causing the ears of all the cultivators who were watching the battle to buzz. It really is the legendary blood tiger heaven devouring. This is too scary. Someone said that the Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was a scarlet blood divine tiger. Could it be that the Scarlet Emperor is really a bloody tiger? This was a blood tiger that could devour the heavens. Within its pitch-black mouth, the void was collapsing, forming a terrifying destructive power that made people's hearts tremble. Go to hell. The ridiculously huge blood-red tiger raised its claws and slammed them down towards Gu Fei. A terrifying demonic energy spread out from the tiger's claws, shattering the void in this part of the world. Gu Fei stretched out his right palm and pressed downwards. Golden light appeared on his palm and the power of the metal element gushed out. A huge golden hand immediately rushed out from his palm. The huge golden hand instantly grew to the size of a mountain and attracted the power of the metal element. Like a huge golden hand, it collided with the bloody tiger claw that was smashing down from the sky. Boom! The huge golden hand and the tiger claw collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. The huge golden hand blocked the bloody tiger claw that was smashing down. At the same time, a bloody tiger appeared behind Gu Fei. Roar! The bloody tiger roared, and the bloody tiger behind Gu Fei instantly grew to the size of an ancient sacred mountain. It was exactly the same as the bloody tiger displayed by the Scarlet Emperor. The roar of the tiger shook the entire heaven and earth. The terrifying murderous aura spread in all directions, causing one's soul to tremble. What? Everyone's eyeballs dropped to the ground when they saw this scene. This was too unbelievable. How could such an earth-shattering skill be reversed? This was simply a miracle. Impossible, what kind of skill is this? The Scarlet Emperor was really shocked. The other party could actually imitate his attack. Moreover, the power and the wave of the attack was not a simple imitation. Two bloody tigers appeared in the mountains. The aura of the tigers shook the sky and mountains collapsed one after another. The entire heaven and earth was in chaos. Even the countless cultivators who were watching the battle had to retreat far away. If these two tigers were to fight, it would be a total destruction. Gu Fei did not say anything. The reason why he could activate the power of the Scarlet Emperor was because his huge golden hand blocked the tiger claw that was smashing down from the sky. The chaotic secret skill was to reverse the opponent's power and recreate the opponent's killer move. As such, the opponent's power had to come into contact with the opponent's power. Power could not be created out of thin air. Gu Fei was using the Scarlet Emperor's power to attack the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor did not expect the other party to borrow his power so easily. He had never seen a skill that could completely reverse an emperor's attack. Bang! Gu Fei shook the huge golden hand that was blocking the tiger claw. An extremely strong force rushed out from Gu Fei's hand, and the entire golden hand gave off a dazzling golden light. When Gu Fei exerted his strength, the Scarlet Emperor naturally followed suit, raising his fighting strength to confront Gu Fei. Boom! Chapter 12-15. The blood-red tigers exuded boundless ferocity. They were like two blood-red mountains standing between the heavens and the earth. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei displayed a supreme technique. He actually borrowed the power of the Scarlet Thoarch and also condensed a scarlet blood tiger. This caused the Scarlet Thoarch to be extremely shocked. This guy, the Scarlet Emperor, was shocked. Gu Fei's method was too frightening. It was the same scarlet blood tiger and the same power. It was as if there were two Scarlet Emperors. Damn it! The Scarlet Emperor roared. He really didn't expect Gu Fei's technique to be so powerful. How did he do it? This was definitely not something that the Yin-Yang Great Shift technique could compare to. The technique that Gu Fei used was many times more powerful than the Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang Great Shift technique. It was impossible to compare the two. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. An unavoidable battle broke out again. The two scarlet blood tigers collided with each other and the entire void was shattered. The terrifying roar of the tigers shook the heavens. The pitch-black mouth kept swallowing the chaotic energy. It was a terrifying chaotic black hole with destructive energy. Roar! The scarlet blood tigers roared into the sky. One of them opened its mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring power rushed out from the chaotic black hole. The entire void of heaven and earth was devoured by this blood tiger. Roar! The other scarlet blood tiger roared into the sky. It also opened its mouth and tried to swallow the Scarlet Emperor. The heaven-devouring power was vast and the void collapsed. It turned into chaos and was swallowed by the scarlet blood tiger. It was the same killer move and the same power. It was like two Scarlet Emperors were fighting. Rumble, the entire world was collapsing. Within a radius of 100 miles, the void of the world had turned into chaos. Mountains were being wiped out, and the earth was sinking. This was the power of an almighty emperor. If such an existence attacked with full force, the 100,000 mountains would probably collapse. A Tao-severing almighty was so powerful that it could move mountains and drain oceans. Without reaching this level, one would never know how terrifying a Tao-severing almighty being was. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, every secret had a heaven-defying divine might. Once the chaos reversal secret art was used, Gu Fei was undefeatable. He displayed Scarlet Deity's great art and fought against Scarlet Deity. Wherever the 2 blood-red battle tigers passed, the mountains would crumble and the rivers would be blocked. They fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The depths of the mountain immediately fell into chaos. What kind of divine ability is this? It can actually refine the opponent's killer move. He is already in an undefeatable position, unless the Scarlet Emperor can break the great technique of this human emperor. The circulation of the Tao is profound and unfathomable. Could it be the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The spectators were discussing in low voices. The great technique Gu Fei had displayed was truly too shocking. It was as if they were in a dream. It was very surreal. Gu Fei channeled the chaos reversal secret art with all his might and attacked the Scarlet Emperor continuously. The Scarlet Blood Tiger pounced and bit. Its terrifying power tore the void and shattered the heaven and earth. The Scarlet Emperor was fighting against himself. This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He really couldn't figure out what kind of technique Gu Fei was using. In the heaven realm, what kind of technique could be used to refine the opponent's great technique? However, the Scarlet Emperor was a Tao-severing almighty being after all. Very soon, he noticed something strange and started to restrain his power. As expected, as the Scarlet Emperor continued to restrain his power, the ferocity of the Scarlet Blood Tiger also decreased. It's like this. The Scarlet Emperor's heart trembled. He finally found the weakness of this secret art. His aura was immediately raised to the extreme. The Emperor's might of an almighty being filled the heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. The power that he had released was drawn by someone. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this human race sovereign had used, but he could actually draw the power that he had released for his own use. As long as he retracted all of his power into his body, the opponent wouldn't be able to feel any of it and wouldn't be able to borrow any power. This great technique would collapse on its own. The Scarlet Blood Tiger that was formed from the Scarlet Emperor's body gradually disappeared into the void. The Scarlet Blood Tiger that was formed from Gu Fei's body also disappeared into the void. It was as if the 2 Scarlet Blood Tigers had never appeared. Wang! The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear vibrated and a blood-red cold star broke through the void. It was aimed at the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It wanted to pierce through Gu Fei's Niwen Palace and destroy his soul. Swoosh! A small figure rushed out from the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. After that figure rushed out from the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows, it instantly turned into a Tao sword and fought against the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. Eat my fist! Gu Fei roared and directly punched towards the Scarlet Emperor who was rushing towards him. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on a broken shield and the Scarlet Emperor's body shook. The hand that was holding the shield felt a sharp pain and the bones in his arm were almost broken. How can his strength be so strong? The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. His opponent's strength was too terrifying. He actually used his physical body to fight against the ancient shield and he didn't seem to be injured at all. Again. Gu Fei punched out again and landed another punch on the ancient shield, causing the seal of the Great Path on the ancient shield to flicker continuously. The force of his punch was like a landslide. The powerful impact was as heavy as a huge mountain. The Scarlet Emperor's body shook and he finally took half a step back. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He continuously punched 18 times and forced the Scarlet Emperor to continuously retreat. He was like an immortal god of war that came from the ancient times. Cracks started to appear on the ancient shield. There were fist marks of varying depths and it was shocking to look at. This human emperor's battle strength was really heaven-defying. Clang! The doctrine sword formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit had the power of the great Tao circulating around it. It continuously clashed with the scarlet blood divine spear in the Scarlet Emperor's hand, and the sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. The Scarlet Emperor tried his best to restrain his power. He condensed his power into a single point and then exploded it at the tip of the spear. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to attack. The power of a severing Tao Supreme was condensed and not released. It was difficult for Gu Fei to activate the Scarlet Emperor's power to execute his killing technique. He could only use his own strength to fight against the Scarlet Emperor. The doctrine sword formed by the primordial spirit was able to resist the Scarlet Blood divine spear. This allowed Gu Fei to use his martial arts skills to his heart's content and fight against the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race. Close combat was the strong point of a martial artist. No cultivator would dare to let a martial artist who had a high cultivation get close to them. Otherwise, they would be smashed to death by a pair of fists. The Scarlet Emperor didn't dare to use any more mystic arts. He seemed to be a martial artist who had a high cultivation level. He wielded the Scarlet Blood divine spear and attacked Gu Fei continuously. Even so, the Scarlet Emperor still had the upper hand. The physical body of a severing Tao Supreme was also extremely strong. The Scarlet Emperor wielded the divine spear in his hand and blood light shot up to the sky. It was as though he was wielding a blood-colored lightning, and he was constantly piercing towards Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. He knew that if this dragged on, it would be disadvantageous for him. Activating the 9 esoteric of the immortal path consumed a large amount of Yuan Qi. If he didn't use his killing technique, he would probably die here. Rise to the heavens! Gu Fei roared in his heart. Then, a dragon-like qi and blood rushed out from the top of his head. An extremely terrifying power instantly exploded from Gu Fei's body. Boom! The mighty power from Gu Fei's body directly caused the void around Gu Fei to collapse and turn into a chaotic void. The secret technique of rising to heaven instantly increased Gu Fei's combat prowess by 10 times. Beams of divine light vaguely appeared on his body, and the aura of the great path surged. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain such a powerful force and directly collapsed. What? Scarlet Emperor's shock was no small matter. In a close combat situation, he was already being suppressed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's body once again erupted with a terrifying wave of energy. Bam! 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 Gu Fei punched the ancient shield in the Scarlet Emperor's hand again and again. It was as though he was beating a heavenly drum, and there was an earth-shattering sound. Every time he punched, there would be more cracks on the ancient shield. Gu Fei was brave and powerful to the extreme. He continuously pushed the Scarlet Emperor back and followed him like a shadow. Before the Scarlet Emperor could react, he was already in front of the Scarlet Emperor and fiercely punched the Scarlet Emperor's shield. Boom! Gu Fei punched the 21st time. There seemed to be 5 small worlds emerging on his right fist. This was the flawless 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements exploded from this punch of Gu Fei. The ancient shield that was full of cracks was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's full-force punch. How is this possible? He actually smashed an ancient weapon with his bare hands. This is crazy. His physical body is actually so strong. Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. Gu Fei's pair of fists could actually fight against an ancient weapon and even smashed it into pieces. This was something that no one had expected. The ancient shield was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch, and the Scarlet Emperor was also sent flying by an unstoppable force. The force was so strong that even the Scarlet Emperor felt his heart palpitate. How could this be? How did his combat power increase to such a level? The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. The opponent was too strong and too abnormal. He actually made him feel helpless. Gu Fei's strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. Gu Fei's entire body seemed to be burning. Martial path true power was spewing out from every pore of his body. Rays of divine light flashed around his body like lightning. Swoosh! Gu Fei instantly caught up with the Scarlet Emperor who was sent flying. He then pressed his palm on the Scarlet Emperor's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the Scarlet Emperor's chest as his entire chest caved in. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor was infuriated. The scarlet blood divine spear turned into a ray of blood light and pierced towards the back of Gu Fei's head. Even the Dao sword formed by Gu Fei's Yuan spirit could not stop it. Chapter 12:16. The secret skill of ascension increased Gu Fei's combat power by 10 times. This was definitely a powerful force that could make any severing path powerhouse pale. Bang! Gu Fei was like an invincible god of war from ancient times. With a wave of his hand, the crimson blood divine spear was knocked away. At the same time, Scarlet Emperor was pressed on the chest by Gu Fei. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard from the Scarlet Emperor's body as his chest caved in from the pressure of Gu Fei's palm. The violent and powerful force shook Scarlet Emperor so much that blood oozed out of his orifices. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He was hit down from the sky by Gu Fei's palm, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole ground shook 3 times. Dust rose high into the sky. A shock wave spread out, and the whole ground undulated like waves. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the whole area was in chaos. More and more people soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Everyone was shocked. The might of Gu Fei's palm was too terrifying. This palm had a terrifying power that could destroy the world. How is this possible? How did his combat power increase to this level in an instant? My eyes are not playing tricks on me. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was hit down from the sky by the Human Clan's Emperor. It was really unbelievable. This Human Clan Emperor cultivated a secret skill that could increase his strength in an instant. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques of the Heaven Realm. Although they had lived for countless years, they had never made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Among them, there were some who survived from the late period of untainted land, and they were still celestial realm emperors. On the path of cultivation, there were times when a breakthrough could not be achieved with a long period of time. Sometimes, a moment of enlightenment was better than 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Those who could achieve great things all had to be proud of their talent. They were already outstanding at a young age. Could it be the legendary secret skill? Some people vaguely thought of a secret skill that appeared in the ancient times. This secret skill could instantly increase the cultivator's combat power, but there was a time limit. Roar! At this time, a loud roar came from the great earth. Boundless demonic energy surged violently, and a blood-red tiger could be vaguely seen within the dust. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered, and a blood-red tiger head the size of a mountain emerged from the ground. Its pitch-black mouth exuded a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire void of heaven and earth was about to be swallowed by this blood tiger. The pitch-black mouth directly swallowed Gu Fei. Blood tiger devours the sky. Roar! At the same time, an earth-shattering tiger roar came from Gu Fei's body. A blood-red tiger rushed out from his body. He used the chaotic reversal secret technique and borrowed the Scarlet Thearcha's power to execute the Scarlet Thearcha's killer move. Boom! The two tigers collided with each other in an instant. Blood light flooded the entire world. The earth was sinking and the sky was collapsing. The terrifying power directly tore apart the void between heaven and earth. The two blood-red tigers that collided with each other dissipated in the void. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions, sweeping across the world. Chaotic heaven and earth. Gu Fei rushed into the terrifying energy storm. After that, he used the chaotic reversal secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, with all his might. Boundless divine light shone from his body as imprints of the great Tao rushed out from his body. The chaotic energy was triggered by him. The imprints of the great Tao triggered the extremely chaotic energy, which then turned into heavenly swords, piercing towards the blood-red figure in the center of the storm. Terrifying destructive energy turned into heavenly swords of destruction. Such power could destroy the heavens and earth, destroying everything. There was nothing that could stop it. The ancient shield of the Scarlet Arch had already been shattered by Gu Fei. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was also knocked away by Gu Fei. The Scarlet Arch no longer had any divine weapons to protect himself. It was difficult for him to block the destructive heavenly swords formed by the destructive energy triggered by the chaotic reversal secret technique by Gu Fei. Every beam of destructive sword light contained the imprint of the great Tao. These were supreme divine marks of the immortal path. They could draw spiritual chi from all directions to augment the sword light, making the sword light even more resplendent and indestructible. Who exactly are you? The Scarlet Arch was shocked to the extreme. His opponent was simply too strong. This was an absolute strength that could suppress a mighty cultivator of the severing Tao. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one punch would be able to destroy the heavens and earth. This was the most sought-after strength on the martial path. Even if you were a mighty cultivator of the severing Tao, you could still be destroyed with a single punch. However, Gu Fei combined the immortal path and martial path, displaying even more terrifying and powerful combat prowess. The Scarlet Arch felt that his life was in danger. The Scarlet Thearch's physical body was almost destroyed by Gu Fei's palm. His physical body was also extremely tough. It was just the sword of breathing, but his injured body had already recovered completely. Clang! The Scarlet Thearch's body let out a series of metallic sounds. When the beams of destructive sword light pierced through, a set of battle armor appeared on the Scarlet Thearch's body. This was a set of blood-red battle armor. It looked as though it was soaked in fresh blood. There was a bloody light flowing on it. A beam of bloody light rushed over from afar and was caught by the Scarlet Arch. Boom! The bloody light suddenly brightened. A blood-red divine tiger appeared on the Scarlet Thearch's body. A violent murderous aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. It was as though an ancient wild beast had awakened. Clang! Beams of destructive sword light that could destroy everything struck the Scarlet Thearch's body. However, they were all shattered in the void, unable to cause any damage to the Scarlet Arch. Divine Weapon. Gu Fei could vaguely see that within the bloody light, the Scarlet Thearch's battle armor had the divine marks of the Great Tao faintly appearing. This was a battle armor that was branded with the Great Tao. The demon race's Scarlet Arch could be compared to Yao Tian. The force behind the Scarlet Arch was not to be underestimated. Even Yao Tian had to try his best to rope him in. Such a person should have a divine weapon. Gu Fei had already thought of this. At this moment, he had forced the Scarlet Arch to use his final trump card. The secret skill of Ascension had a time limit. Gu Fei could not maintain his invincible combat prowess forever. He had to defeat the Scarlet Arch before the time limit was up. Rumble! Gu Fei's hands conjured the 5 elements. It was as though there were 5 small worlds revolving around his fists. The power of the 5 elements was gathering towards his fists. Kill! The Scarlet Arch felt a great threat from Gu Fei. He was wearing the divine armor and wielded the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. He was the first to attack Gu Fei. Swoosh! A ray of bloody light pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was extremely fast. The Scarlet Arch had unleashed his maximum strength and speed in this attack. Bam! Gu Fei punched out, and a dazzling lightning seemed to appear in the void. His fist, which was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, instantly collided with the scarlet blood divine spear that was stabbing at him. Clang! As though two pieces of divine metal collided, the sound of the collision pierced through the void and spread far. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar felt as though their eardrums were pierced. Their ears were buzzing and they could not hear anything for a moment. The power of the 5 elements was vast and mighty. Blood-colored demonic chi shot up into the sky. The two great experts fought fiercely like two invincible gods of war. The entire void was shattered, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei was fighting the Scarlet Arch, who was wearing the divine armor and wielding the scarlet blood divine spear with his fists. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Everyone was so shocked that they could not be described with words. It was too crazy to fight against a divine weapon with his own body. Before this, no one believed that there would be someone whose body was comparable to a divine weapon. But now, the human emperor had done it. His fists were constantly colliding with the scarlet blood divine spear, and even the divine weapon could not hurt him. Invincible martial artist. I'm afraid not even a divine beast can be compared to such a physique. He's like a divine weapon in human form. Some of the old antiques knew how terrifying a successful martial artist was. In the immemorial era, such a person was an expert that no one dared to offend. Although there were only a few descendants of the martial progenitors, none of them were weak. They were invincible among their peers and they could do whatever they wanted in the chaos world. One should know that the martial progenitor's battle strength was recognized as the strongest among the extreme Dao experts. The Scarlet Arch used his divine weapon and the divine armor covered his entire body, including his head. There was not a single part of his body that was not covered by the divine armor, including his eyes. At the Scarlet Thearch's level of cultivation, he could sense everything around him without using his eyes, and his battle strength would not be affected. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist and threw out one punch after another in a domineering manner to fight against the Scarlet Arch. At this moment, there was no need for tricks. He wanted to suppress the Scarlet Arch with absolute strength. However, the Scarlet Arch was an emperor after all, and he used his divine weapon. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to suppress the Scarlet Arch with absolute strength. Wang! The scarlet blood divine spear vibrated and Dao patterns appeared on the Scarlet Thearch's divine armor. A trace of Dao charm flowed on the divine armor, and the energy of the divine armor gathered towards the scarlet blood divine spear. The scarlet blood divine spear in the Scarlet Thearch's hand and the divine armor on his body seemed to be a set of divine weapons. Such a combination could be said to be armed to the teeth. The scarlet blood divine spear pierced through the void and swung towards Gu Fei's chest. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He left an afterimage on the spot and his real body soared into the sky and appeared above the Scarlet Arch. Boom! The yin-yang true power exploded from Gu Fei's body. The yin-yang true power intertwined and a huge seal appeared in front of him. He clasped his hands together and pressed it down towards the Scarlet Arch. The Scarlet Emperor's blood-colored fist struck out in defiance of the heavens. With a single punch, the entire void collapsed and turned into chaos. Bam! The yin-yang seal of life and death collided with the Scarlet Thearch's blood-red fist. The Scarlet Arch was knocked down from the sky by the yin-yang seal while Gu Fei was sent flying by the Scarlet Thearch's fist. Again. Chapter 12:17. Gu Fei and the Scarlet Emperor fought until their eyes turned red. The void that was the size of the flawless 5 elemental fist was collapsing. The scarlet blood divine spear seemed to have overturned the heaven and earth. The blood-colored demonic light illuminated the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on Scarlet Emperor's right shoulder and a bone-cracking sound came from his shoulder. His entire shoulder was almost destroyed and his right arm immediately went limp. Even with the protection of the Scarlet Blood Divine armor, Scarlet Emperor was still severely injured. Swoosh! Blood light appeared. At the moment when Gu Fei's fist landed on Scarlet Emperor's shoulder, the Scarlet Blood Divine spear pierced Gu Fei's chest. The spear had pierced into Gu Fei's body and almost pierced through Gu Fei's body. The Emperor martial body was extremely strong and was comparable to a half-holy weapon. However, the Scarlet Blood Divine spear was a holy weapon and was a complete set of holy weapons with the Scarlet Blood Divine armor. The entire spear had great Tao Divine markings and the Tao power gathered at the spearhead. It actually pierced into Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His eyes shot out brilliant divine light and a terrifying power surged around his body. Scarlet Emperor wanted to pierce through Gu Fei's body, but the Scarlet Blood Divine spear could only pierce a few inches in and could not go any further. Bam! Gu Fei kicked Scarlet Emperor's body and sent him flying 100 miles away. He could clearly feel the minute changes in his blood when the Scarlet Blood Divine spear was pulled out of his body. This Scarlet Emperor, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Scarlet Emperor's combat power had also increased to a frightening level. The Scarlet Blood Divine spear in his hand was surrounded by Tao power. He realized that the bloody hole in his chest was actually very difficult to heal. There was a force attached to the wound and this force was preventing the wound from healing. This was caused by Tao power and it was very difficult to heal. Even if Gu Fei's life force was as strong as a dragon's, it was difficult to heal his body in a short period of time. However, Scarlet Emperor's right shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Preposterous! Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled and infuriated. His opponent's injuries could heal, but his own couldn't. This couldn't continue. Moreover, there was a time limit to the soaring secret skill. If he couldn't defeat Scarlet Emperor within the time limit, there would only be one ending for Gu Fei: death. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly disappeared into the void. No one could catch a trace of him. It was as if he had jumped out of this world. All of Gu Fei's aura, all of his fluctuations, suddenly vanished, causing everyone's hearts to pound. What? Where did he go? He couldn't have escaped. The spectators were dumbfounded. Gu Fei's sudden disappearance startled them all. Some people opened their heavenly eyes to look around, but they couldn't find anything. It was as if Gu Fei had really evaporated from this world. Only Scarlet Emperor knew that Gu Fei didn't leave because he could still feel a terrifying killing intent. He didn't dare to be careless and held the Scarlet Blood Divine spear tightly. Without any warning, Gu Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind Scarlet Emperor. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei exerted the flawless Five Elements fist and punched Scarlet Emperor's back. Boundless five-colored fist force instantly drowned Scarlet Emperor. It was as if 5 small worlds had swallowed Scarlet Emperor. Then, the extremely compressed fist force instantly exploded like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Boom! A terrifying fist force swept out in all directions. It was as if a 5-colored divine sun had exploded. The entire void of heaven and earth turned into nothingness in an instant. A crimson figure flew out from the terrifying destructive force. Scarlet Emperor was sent flying 10,000 feet away by Gu Fei's punch. His Scarlet Blood Divine armor was covered in blood and even the Scarlet Blood Divine spear flew out of his hands. The flawless 5 Elements fist was a supreme fist technique created by martial progenitor Wu Wu. Each of Gu Fei's punches contained a trace of Tao force. However, the Scarlet Emperor was wearing the Scarlet Blood Sacred armor, which could counteract the Tao power, causing him to only be injured and not die. This made Gu Fei very depressed. If this punch landed on the Scarlet Emperor's body, it would definitely be able to blast this demon race Scarlet Emperor's body apart. Die! Gu Fei was extremely ferocious as he charged forward once again. However, just as he took his first step, his figure disappeared once again. The billowing blood chi and boundless killing intent disappeared in an instant. The terrifying wave of energy also disappeared completely. This was unbelievable. How did he do it? Could it be some kind of mysterious secret technique? This time, no one could see how Gu Fei disappeared. Even Scarlet Emperor couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence. This was a miracle. Arg! The Scarlet Emperor roared like an injured beast. Boundless blood light rushed out from his body, and the blood that seeped out from the scarlet blood holy armor flowed back into his body. His injured body was actually healed in an instant. A supreme expert of the Severing Tao had an incomparably strong body. As long as his primordial spirit was destroyed, he could recover instantly even if his body was destroyed. Scarlet Emperor extended his hand and retrieved the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared beside him again. Gu Fei seemed to have walked out from the void. He was silent and didn't cause any waves. Bam! Gu Fei's right leg was like a divine whip as it ruthlessly swept across the waist of the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away. The extremely ferocious power injured the Scarlet Emperor through the Scarlet Blood Holy Armor. Fresh blood flowed out from the Scarlet Blood Divine Armor. Shameless rat! Come out and fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Scarlet Emperor was extremely depressed. He couldn't even catch a trace of Gu Fei. It was as though his opponent had merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. No matter how strong his divine will was, he couldn't sense where Gu Fei was. Humph! You have the cheek to say fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? Gu Fei disappeared into the void again. His voice reverberated in the void. His voice was like a heavenly voice that echoed in all directions. No one could sense his exact location. Scarlet Emperor was speechless. He was the demon emperor of the demon race while his opponent was an emperor of the human race. He was bullying the weak and they weren't on the same level. Moreover, this emperor of the human race had the upper hand in the battle. Scarlet Emperor was speechless. Even the demon race at the scene felt embarrassed after hearing Gu Fei's words. It was indeed embarrassing that a demon emperor couldn't even take down an emperor of the human race. If it was an ordinary emperor, Scarlet Emperor could kill as many as he wanted. However, this emperor of the human race was a monster. His combat strength was heaven-defying and he could fight against a supreme being of the Severing Tao. Bam! A huge foot suddenly appeared on top of Scarlet Emperor's head and stomped him down from the sky. This made Scarlet Emperor furious. This was a blatant humiliation to him. Ah! Scarlet Emperor flew into the sky like a madman. The crimson blood divine spear in his hand shot out thousands of rays of bloody light and pierced through a figure that was about to disappear into the void. However, the crimson blood divine spear seemed to have pierced through a mirage. There was no sense of force behind it at all. It was as if it had pierced through the air. Then, the blurry figure disappeared into the void before Scarlet Emperor's eyes. Not only was Scarlet Emperor dumbfounded, but everyone who was watching the battle from afar was also stunned. What kind of secret skill was this? How could he transform into the void without a trace? This time, everyone saw how Gu Fei disappeared into the void. It was as if he had merged with the void. This kind of secret technique was too terrifying. There was probably nothing in the world that could trap this human race sovereign. Transforming into the world, this kind of supreme technique seemed to be something that only sages who had comprehended the Tao could do. Is the 9 secrets of the immortal path going to reappear? In the distant sky, an ancient bronze chariot stood a burly figure. This person's body was surrounded by a trace of Emperor's aura. This was a power of the Severing Tao. In other directions, there were also powerful figures looming. The battle between Gu Fei and Scarlet Emperor had alarmed these power of the Severing Tao. In the heaven realm, severing Tao were respectfully called emperors. Every power of the severing Tao was an emperor and was the most powerful existence in the heaven realm. And in the area where the peerless tomb was located next to Scarlet Plains, there was a vast and mighty sage aura. There were powerful figures fighting with holy weapons. Those power of the severing Tao who did not have holy weapons had all withdrawn from the terrifying battle for the fruit of the way. Even though those people were fighting in the peerless tomb could not block the sage aura emitted by the holy weapons. No one could get close to that area. Therefore, the battle between Gu Fei and Scarlet Emperor attracted everyone's attention. Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique and turned himself into the world. He was invisible, traceless, and shadowless, shielding the heavenly secrets and concealing all of his aura. Unless a saint jumped out, no one would be able to accurately sense his location. The Scarlet Emperor roared in anger. He kept thrusting the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand in all directions. The crimson light that was emitted from the scarlet blood divine spear pierced through the void, leaving huge black cracks in the void. It was extremely terrifying. However, such attacks were useless against Gu Fei, who had transformed into the heaven and earth. He could easily guide these attacks into the void of the heaven and earth. The Scarlet Emperor's entire body was covered with the scarlet blood sacred armor. Ordinary attacks would not be able to kill him. Gu Fei was secretly anxious. The time limit of the Ascension secret technique was almost up. He could not maintain this state forever. If the time limit of the secret technique of rising to heaven was up, he would not be able to transform into the heaven and earth again. At that time, Scarlet Emperor, who used the divine weapon, could easily kill him. What should I do? Chapter 12:18. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension, had a time limit and could not maintain an invincible state for a long period of time. This made Gu Fei very anxious. If he could not finish off Scarlet Emperor within the time limit, he would be the one in trouble. Rumble, Gu Fei traversed through the void and continued to use his killer moves. The flawless 5 elements fist was like a landslide that bombarded Scarlet Emperor continuously. The sky and earth collapsed and the mountains crumbled. However, Scarlet Emperor was covered in scarlet blood holy armor. The powerful fist force that could destroy a part of the void was nullified by the armor. Tao rhymes circulated around the scarlet blood holy armor. The great Tao divine patterns that were imprinted on the armor were faintly discernible. The power of Tao interweaved and protected Scarlet Emperor within it. Unless it was a sage or someone with a holy weapon, no one would be able to break through the defense of the Scarlet Emperor's scarlet blood holy armor. This was the power of a sage being activated. Although it was not the true power of a sage, it was still very terrifying as it could kill a half-sage. This Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was able to be on the same level as half-sage Yao Tian. This meant that he was quite capable. His set of holy weapons gave him the ability to challenge a half-sage. Swoosh! The Tao sword formed from the primordial spirit broke through the void of the heaven and earth, slashing out from the void towards the Scarlet Emperor. This was a type of power formed from the power of the Immortal Tao triggered by the secret techniques of the Immortal Tao. This power could destroy the void of the heavens and earth. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, the primordial spirit could turn into the true great Tao killing light that could destroy everything in the world. The primordial spirit Tao light was extremely fast and Scarlet Emperor had no way to avoid it. The primordial spirit Tao sword slashed at his waist and he was sent flying. However, such a killer move could not truly threaten Scarlet Emperor who was wearing the scarlet blood holy armor. It could only injure him but not kill him. It could not threaten his life. You can't kill me. The Scarlet Emperor roared angrily. He was being suppressed by Gu Fei and was already enraged. However, Gu Fei's great techniques were too unpredictable and unbelievable. He was unable to defend himself and was hit repeatedly. If he wasn't wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor, he would have been killed by Gu Fei with all kinds of great techniques. No one could withstand the power of the Great Way. Not even a semi-sage could do it. The supreme secret technique could attract the power of the Great Way. This was the terrifying part of the supreme secret technique. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei was going all out. If he didn't go all out now, he might not have the chance to go all out in the future. He created another Taoist body and attacked the Scarlet Emperor. The two Gu Feis moved rapidly in the void and attacked at the same time. They immediately suppressed the Scarlet Emperor to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. This was the embodiment of absolute power. Gu Fei's 3 pure ones in one breath could only create one incarnation of the Great Way. If he could create 3 incarnations of the Great Way, the Scarlet Emperor would probably be defeated even if he was wearing the sacred armor. Unfortunately, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only create one incarnation of the Great Way even if he used the secret technique of ascension. Even so, this was already quite a miracle. The 3 pure ones in one breath was a secret technique that was very difficult to cultivate among the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. This was because to create the incarnation of the Great Way, it was equivalent to cultivating a second self. The incarnation of the Great Way created by the 3 pure ones in one breath was different from the ordinary incarnations. The strength of the incarnation of the Great Way was similar to the original body. If he could create 3 incarnations of the Great Way, it would be equivalent to 4 Gu Feis attacking together. No one would be able to resist such a combat strength. He was absolutely invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Bam! The Taoist body struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist and smashed the Red Emperor into the sky. Then, Gu Fei's original body descended from the sky like an ancient god of war. He stomped in all directions and stomped the Red Emperor down from the sky. Boom! The Scarlet Emperor was like a scarlet meteorite, falling from the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to collapse. This kind of extremely ferocious power caused him to suffer a great impact. However, regardless of whether it was the flawless fist of 5 elements or the desolation steps, the power of the Great Way contained in the Scarlet Emperor's body was blocked by the Scarlet Blood Armor. The Scarlet Emperor was still only injured but not dead. Although his physical body in the Scarlet Blood Armor suffered a great impact, it could still recover quickly. The power of the Great Way could not hurt the Scarlet Emperor. Damn it! Gu Fei already felt that there was not much time left for the secret technique of ascension. However, the power of the Great Way that he attracted could not hurt the Scarlet Emperor and could not threaten his life. It was not an easy task to kill a mighty figure of the Severing Path. The life force of a mighty figure of the Severing Path was so strong that it was unimaginable. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, the physical body would not be destroyed. The Scarlet Emperor hid in the Scarlet Blood Armor and it was difficult for Gu Fei to hurt his primordial spirit. Now, there was only one way, and that was to use the power of the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path to kill the Scarlet Emperor. However, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him in the surrounding area. If he used the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path, the surrounding spectators would definitely feel the existence of the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path. In this way, the old antiques in the dark would not be able to sit still and fight for the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path. If this really happened, even if he was not killed by the Scarlet Emperor, he would probably be killed by others. Gu Fei did not want to become the enemy of all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm. The sacred weapon of the Extreme Path could make any cultivator go crazy. Even a half-sage was no exception. No one could sit still and not be jealous. Gu Fei did not dare to use the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path. Swoosh! A scroll suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body and quickly unfolded. On the scroll, there was a scenery of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers on the scroll seemed to have come to life and there seemed to be a world evolving on the scroll. A wave of saintly might spread out from the scroll. Rumble, the divine mark of the Great Path appeared on the scroll. The scroll produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the void of the world and sucked the Scarlet Emperor who had just rushed out from the ground. This scroll was the spoils of war that Gu Fei obtained when he killed Dongfang Qin, the mountain river diagram. Since he could not use the sacred weapon of the extreme path, he would use the sacred weapon. Gu Fei still had a sacred weapon. Once the mountain river diagram appeared, it immediately sucked the Scarlet Emperor into it. There seemed to be a world evolving in the mountain river diagram. A wave of power of heaven and earth was emitted from the surface, and the mountains and rivers on the surface started to gradually turn into a diagram. In the mountain river diagram, there was a blood-red figure rushing left and right, trying to rush out. That blood-red figure was the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race who was wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor. The Scarlet Emperor roared again and again. The scarlet blood divine spear in his hand kept piercing the void. Scarlet divine light kept bursting out from the mountain river diagram, and the whole mountain river diagram was shaking. The Scarlet Emperor was really impressive. He actually broke through the mountain river diagram and showed signs of killing his way out. Gu Fei performed a great technique and continuously used the power of the mountain river diagram to suppress the Scarlet Emperor. However, the Scarlet Emperor also had a sacred weapon, and the power of the mountain river diagram could not completely suppress him. Good Lord! Gu Fei did not care so much. He directly rolled up the mountain river diagram and then used the desolate steps. He rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Scarlet Emperor has been suppressed. What kind of sacred weapon is that? It can actually suck the Scarlet Emperor in. Has the Scarlet Emperor been defeated? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle from afar suddenly burst into an uproar. This scene happened too suddenly. Before they could react, the Scarlet Emperor was taken away by Gu Fei. Some people hurriedly chased in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. However, some real strong cultivators did not chase after him, especially the powerful cultivators of the Tao Severing Realm. They were not willing to leave just like that. At this time, the battle in the Peerless Tomb had probably reached the climax. Everyone was coveting the fruit of Tao that was bred in the Peerless Tomb. The powerful cultivators of the Tao Severing Realm had the opportunity to fight for it. No one was willing to give up the fruit of Tao. However, the cultivators below the Tao Severing Realm knew that the fruit of Tao that was bred in the Peerless Tomb was not for them to touch. Even the emperors had to retreat. The powerful cultivators of the Tao Severing Realm did not chase after Gu Fei. With the speed of the emperors, it was impossible for them to catch up with Gu Fei. Gu Fei easily shook everyone off. Even some of the emperors who were proficient in the tracking technique could not track down Gu Fei. In the end, Gu Fei opened the Void Matrix platform and directly teleported thousands of miles away. He appeared in the sky above an unknown mountain in the southern region. He then shook the mountain and river diagram in his hand and threw the Scarlet Emperor out of it. This was a desolate place in the southern domain with barren mountains and unruly rivers. No cultivator would like to live in a place like this. The barren land had very little spiritual qi. It was not suitable for cultivation. No cultivator would enter such a barren land to cultivate. In this area, Gu Fei could fight to his heart's content. Rumble, just as the Scarlet Emperor was thrown out of the mountain and river diagram by Gu Fei, a huge cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the Scarlet Emperor before he could see his surroundings clearly. An extremely terrifying aura spread in all directions. Even the Scarlet Emperor, who was wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor, felt his soul trembling. He turned pale with fright. This was an aura that was many times stronger than the sage's aura. This was the aura of the extreme path. Someone was using the extreme path sacred weapon. The Scarlet Emperor did not hesitate. He turned into a ray of bloody light and broke through the void. He escaped into the void and disappeared. He was extremely fast. This guy, seeing this, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The Scarlet Emperor escaped too quickly. Before the mountain and river cauldron could really suppress him, he had already disappeared. The Scarlet Emperor was protected by the scarlet blood sacred armor. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron could not suppress him. He escaped. All of this was because Gu Fei was not strong enough. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to truly activate the mountain and river cauldron and let the mountain and river cauldron display the true sage's aura. This gave the Scarlet Emperor the opportunity to escape. Boom! Chapter 12:19. The moment the Scarlet Emperor sensed the aura, he immediately broke through the void and escaped into the chaotic nothingness, disappearing without a trace. The mountain and river cauldron fell and crushed the void, but it still couldn't stop the Scarlet Emperor from escaping. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little unwilling to accept this. The Scarlet Emperor and Yao Tiandu were so close, so he must be the old tortoise's enemy. Although Yao Tiandu was dead, the force behind him was still not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the old antiques of the demon race, Yao Tiandu wouldn't have dared to attack the old tortoise. One should know that the old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang. His status and identity were absolutely supreme within the demon race. The Heaven Realm demon race wasn't united. There were internal conflicts within the Heaven Realm demon race. Some viewed the Tai Huang as a supreme god and respected him as the demon ancestor. However, there were also those who respected another supreme existence as the demon ancestor. The Grand Sovereign and the Heavenly Demon were the two greatest existences of the demon clan during the primordial era. The two great demon clans had no existence and each had their own followers. However, in the end, the Grand Sovereign unified the primordial demon clan and single-handedly established the primordial demon clan's heavenly court. The Supreme Tai Huang's followers were much more numerous than the sky demons. The ones who secretly incited Yao Tiandu to go against the old tortoise were the descendants of the great demons that followed the sky demon. Only such people would dare to go against the Tai Huang's old subordinates. It could be said that the conflict within the demon race involved the grievances between the ancient demon race. Gu Fei didn't know about the various secrets of the demon race, nor did he want to know. His thinking was very simple. The old tortoise's enemy was also his enemy. An enemy must be eliminated. What a pity. Gu Fei originally wanted to detain the Scarlet Emperor in a secluded place and then use the Extreme Path sacred weapon to kill him. However, he didn't expect the Scarlet Emperor to escape without a fight. At this time, Gu Fei sensed a few powerful auras appearing in the distance. He quickly put away the mountain and river cauldron and used the 8 desolation steps to leave this barren land. The Scarlet Plains, which lay between the southern mountains and the central plains, attracted cultivators from all 5 regions of the Heaven Realm due to the appearance of the land of buried saints and the peerless tomb. From time to time, the figures of cultivators would appear between the mountains. From time to time, resplendent divine rainbows would fly past in the sky. Those were the streaks of light that cultivators rode. The holy aura of the extreme Tao spread throughout the boundless region. The battle in the peerless tomb affected the entire vast territory, and even the land of Saint Burial was affected. Gu Fei sensed the aura of the Grand Sovereign seal. At the same time, he sensed another ripple that was no weaker than the Grand Sovereign seal. It seemed that someone had arrived with an extreme divine weapon. The ripples from the other saint artifacts spread out, causing all the living beings in the region to tremble. This was a battle between saints. No one could intervene, unless a saint jumped out. However, there were no saints in the current Great Era. It seemed that it would not be easy for the old turtle to obtain the Tao fruit, nurtured in the peerless tomb. No one was willing to give up the hope of becoming a sage. Hey Tian, that guy. Gu Fei carefully searched the mountains in the southern part of the central region and finally found the unique mark that He Tian had left behind. He Tian had chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, but he did not know if he had succeeded in killing the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was extremely powerful. Before he met Gu Fei, he was the Emperor of the Emperors in the Nanling Demon Clan. His combat strength could be said to be invincible among his peers. However, it was unfortunate that he met Gu Fei, who had the human race martial body. His physique was unparalleled in the world. Even the celestial demon emperor could not compare to him. In the end, he was defeated by Gu Fei. The legend of the celestial demon emperor, who was invincible among his peers, came to an end at the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei followed the mark left behind by He Tian and chased all the way. Soon, he arrived near the Red Plains. The Red Land suddenly appeared outside the mountains. Such a terrain seemed impossible. Could the Red Plains really be a battlefield from ancient times, and the blood of the ancient gods and demons dyed the entire land red? The inexplicable aura that emanated from the Red Plains made Gu Fei feel uneasy. He seemed to hear the sounds of fighting and saw countless gods and demons falling. They entered the Red Plains. At this time, although it was noon and the sun was hanging high in the sky, there was not a trace of sunlight in the Red Plains. It gave people a cold feeling. There was a great danger in the Red Plains. This was something that all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm knew. Some cultivators who walked into the Red Plains often disappeared inside and never came out again. This was a barrier between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. This was also the reason why the demons of the Heaven Realm rarely appeared in other regions of the Heaven Realm. To enter the Central Plains and then the other major regions, one had to first pass through the Red Plains. All the major forces in the Heaven Realm had set up a teleportation array that connected the Nanling Mountains and other major regions. The demons should also have such an array. However, the demons were the land of the entire Heaven Realm. If the array set up by the demons was discovered, it would be destroyed directly. Even so, many experts of the demons walked out of the 100,000 demon mountains and entered the major regions of the Heaven Realm. This caused many battles between the gods and demons, which caused the Heaven Realm to be in turmoil. Gu Fei discovered that the mark left by He Tian actually pointed to the Red Plains. In other words, He Tian had really entered the Red Plains, which was not a good thing. No one knew what dangers there were in the Red Plains, but not everyone dared to enter the land of saints. Perhaps even the old antiques in the Heaven Realm did not know what dangers there were inside. It seemed that the celestial demon emperor had nowhere to go and was forced to escape into the Red Plains by He Tian. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally walked into the Red Plains. When Gu Fei stepped on the dark red soil of the Red Plains, a cold aura hit him. The Red Plains was vast and lay between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. It seemed to be an evil land with no end. Ever since the Red Plains appeared, not many people had been able to successfully cross this barrier. Even under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for a cultivator to cross this barrier. Even a half-saint would not be willing to set foot in such an area. After walking into the Red Plains, Gu Fei felt that the extreme saint power that enveloped the entire area had weakened by more than half, which shocked Gu Fei. The land of saints was indeed extraordinary. It could actually weaken the fluctuations of the extreme saint weapon. He Tian's mark had been pointing to the depths of the Red Plains, which made Gu Fei frown. This guy did not have any deep hatred for the celestial demon emperor, so why did he take this risk? As Gu Fei walked along the Red Plains, chilly winds howled and stirred up layers of bloody mist from time to time, as if there were countless ghosts howling in the bloody mist. This was a dangerous place, and there were no signs of life. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about 500 kilometers into the Scarlet Plains, a loud noise suddenly rang out from up ahead. The entire Scarlet Plains shook as a powerful ripple spread out from up ahead. Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel the aura of He Tian and the soaring demonic aura. These fluctuations had suddenly appeared, which was very strange. Humph. Your formation is only a so-so. An emotionless voice came from ahead. Someone spoke, and the voice was extremely old. The person who spoke should be an old antique. Whoosh. Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolation steps and showed his extreme speed as he approached. He saw a few figures standing on the red hills in front of him. He Tian was blocked in the middle by 3 people dressed in black. Near the red hills, there were countless sparkling jade pieces scattered around, and each jade piece had spiritual light flowing around it. This was the divine sheep fat jade, which contained spiritual qi. On the divine sheep fat jade, one could also see the incomplete formation patterns. When Gu Fei saw this, he immediately understood why these people's aura suddenly appeared. The 3 experts of the demon clan should have been trapped by He Tian's formation. However, among the 3 experts of the demon clan, one of them broke He Tian's formation. These people could actually break He Tian's formation, which made Gu Fei secretly shocked. He was very clear about He Tian's attainments in formations. The killing formation that He Tian had set up could kill any opponent of the same level. Gu Fei's arrival surprised everyone. He Tian was surprised and delighted. He had been plotted against. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had actually led him into an ambush. Among the 3 black-clothed people, the young expert of the demon clan was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor with 3 eyes. Gu Fei's arrival really frightened the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Ancestors, this is the person who killed Yao Tiandu. Yao Tiandu's death could be said to have pierced the sky. Even the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who was fleeing, also learned of Yao Tiandu's death, which shocked and angered him. Since Yao Tiandu was dead, who else in the demon clan could compete with the crown prince for the throne of the demon clan? The people of the celestial demon lineage had been restless in recent years. Wasn't it because they wanted to control the demon clan in the heaven realm? The celestial demon lineage would definitely not lose to the crown prince's lineage. The grievances between the primordial demon clan had continued into the present age. Swoosh! 2 pairs of eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through the void immediately fell on Gu Fei. They were the eyes of 2 white-haired old men with wrinkled skin. You killed Yao Tiandu. The 2 old men could not maintain their composure at this time, and they were both shocked. Yao Tiandu was a half-saint of the demon clan. Before the crown prince returned, Yao Tiandu was regarded as the hope of the entire demon clan. How is this possible? When the 2 old men sensed the fluctuations in Gu Fei's body, their wrinkled old faces showed a look of disbelief. An emperor killed a half-saint. Was this possible? 2 Dao severing almighties. When Gu Fei saw the 2 old men, his pupils involuntarily shrank. No wonder even a half-step mighty like He Tian was at a disadvantage. It turned out that the opponents were 2 almighties. Bam! One of the old men directly attacked Gu Fei. A huge green hand rushed out from the old man's hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he also pressed his palm forward. An earth-shattering palm force surged forward and smashed the heaven and earth. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's palm collided with the huge green hand. Gu Fei was like a huge primordial mountain and did not move an inch. However, the old man who attacked shook his body and took a step back. This. Chapter 12:20. Gu Fei had made a move to fight against a powerful figure at the severing path and even forced him to retreat. Such combat power shocked everyone, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even He Tian, who knew the ins and outs of Gu Fei, was shocked. Gu Fei's timely arrival made He Tian secretly heave a sigh of relief. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had lured him to the Red Plains, where 2 old guys were waiting. They were 2 powerful figures of the demon clan who had been at the severing path for countless years. Such figures had lived for a long time, and their cultivation and strength were not comparable to ordinary powerful figures. Even a half-step powerful figure like He Tian, who was proficient in formations, had almost been killed by these 2 old guys. The killing formation that he had set up could not trap these 2 guys at all. It was known that the killing formation that He Tian had set up had the power to fight against a powerful figure at the severing path. He had become one with the killing formation, and his combat power had been raised to a frightening level. "You are," the old powerful figure who had exchanged a blow with Gu Fei was very surprised. His eyes shot out rays of light, and he glanced at Gu Fei, trying to see through Gu Fei. Human martial body. The other old monster at the severing path was also shocked. He had already seen the origin of the combat power that Gu Fei had displayed. It was not a divine technique of the celestial path, but a direct manifestation of a powerful force. This was a supreme cultivation method that had disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect someone with this kind of physique to appear again. You obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor? The two old monsters at the severing path looked at each other, and they could not help but be moved. In ancient times, human warriors were synonymous with power. Warriors who had reached the great accomplishment realm had heaven-defying combat power, and they were invincible among their peers. Humph. Gu Fei did not say anything, and then he directly pressed forward. Even Yao Tian had died at his hands. Although these two old monsters were powerful, they were not as powerful as Yao Tian. Furthermore, this was the Scarlet Plains. A strange power enveloped the entire place. Even if an extreme path saint weapon was used, the people outside would not be able to sense it. In the Scarlet Plains, Gu Fei had no scruples. You can't stay. You must die. After the two old demons of the severing path found out about Gu Fei's background, they were determined to kill him. It was not a legend that a martial arts practitioner of the upper realm was invincible among his peers. If the person in front of them who had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor was allowed to grow, the descendants of their bloodline would definitely be suppressed by the martial physique of the human race. The path of Tao corroboration was incomparably difficult. 100 clans contended for supremacy, and the two Tao severing old demons wanted to do something exterminating. They wanted to kill geniuses and clear away the obstacles on the path of Tao corroboration for their clan's inheritors. Bam! The entire space trembled as the gigantic green hand appeared once more, exuding a monstrous amount of demonic energy as it grabbed towards Gu Fei. This grab seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart. The great demons of the severing path were incomparably powerful. With a wave of their hands, they could pierce through the heavens and the earth and shatter the space. They displayed such great power that it was terrifying. Swoosh! A purple divine light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a tiny figure flashed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It then turned into a divine light of the great path and rushed towards the gigantic green hand. The divine light of the great path contained a trace of the power of the great path. It immediately destroyed the gigantic green hand. Like a stream of light, it instantly streaked across the sky and pierced towards the great demon of the severing path. The killing light of the primordial spirit was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Every one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path had heaven-defying power. They were the 9 life-killing techniques created by the Supreme Great Path Ancestor. As soon as the 9 secrets of the immortal path were used, the expressions of the 2 severing path demons immediately changed. The great demon quickly retreated. A blade of light rushed out from his body and blocked the attack. The green blade of light illuminated the entire world and tore through the sky. This was a great demon's war blade. It was green, and the divine patterns of the great path were faintly discernible. These were the patterns that the great demons of the severing path had imprinted on the war blade. The great demons of the severing path severed other paths to achieve their own. They could already develop their own patterns of the great path and use them to draw on a trace of the power of the great path for their own use. This was a qualitative transformation. The extreme sublimation of one's cultivation and strength. At this level, one's cultivation had already begun to break away from the scope of immortals. However, when the killing light of the great path that Gu Fei's primordial spirit had turned into clashed with the war blade of the great demon of the severing path, it actually blocked the war blade. The clanging sounds did not stop. The killing light of the great path that Gu Fei's primordial spirit had turned into clashed with the war blade of the great demon of the severing path. Sparks flew in the sky. In the end, Gu Fei and the great demon of the severing path were sent flying. Gu Fei withdrew the killing light of the great path that his primordial spirit had turned into. The great demon of the severing path also held the war blade in his hand and was on guard. The bronze war blade was covered with slashes, and there were even countless nicks on the blade. The killing light of the great path that Gu Fei's primordial spirit had turned into had actually damaged the war blade of the great demon of the severing path. How is this possible? The two great demons of the severing path were extremely shocked. The killing technique that Gu Fei had displayed was actually a killing technique of the immortal path. He was a warrior. How could he have cultivated a primordial spirit of the immortal path? Had he gathered the immortal path and the martial path in one body? The two great demons, who could not be any older, had looks of disbelief in their eyes. They could not believe what they were seeing. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly used the desolate steps and rushed over. He struck out with the flawless fist of the 5 elements. The extremely ferocious fist force shattered everything. Nothing could be preserved under his fist. The other old demon also made a move. An ancient bell rushed out from the body of this old demon. It vibrated with the heavenly voice of the great path. The sound waves formed a terrifying sound of killing that attacked Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei was extremely ferocious. He blasted his fist on the ancient bell, causing it to shake again and again. It was almost blown away by Gu Fei's punch. On the ancient bell, the divine runes of the great path were faintly discernible. They offset the ferocious power of Gu Fei's punch. This ancient bell was also a divine weapon of a great demon. Swoosh! The war blade swept across the sky and slashed at Gu Fei with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. The extremely powerful blade chi rushed up thousands of feet and strangled everything. Swoosh! Gu Fei used his hand as a blade and similarly slashed out. A dazzling golden blade aura rushed out from his hand and met the incoming war blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. It was as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The blade chi swept out in all directions, forcing He Tian and the celestial Eye Demon Emperor to retreat far away. Gu Fei was fighting 1 against 2, but he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. After a series of battles, Gu Fei had a deeper understanding of the path of martial arts. He had obtained great benefits. As long as he took another step forward, he would be able to make another breakthrough. Again! Gu Fei roared angrily. His blood and chi were surging and mighty. Martial true power seeped out from the pores of his body and formed a divine light outside his body. His entire person was like a burning divine fire, giving off an illusion of invincibility. Gu Fei skillfully used all kinds of martial arts battle techniques. He used his martial will and a trace of the power of the great path surged out from his hand, causing the 2 old demons to be shocked and angry. Boom! The giant hand covered the sky. Gu Fei used the heaven-covering palm and slapped the ancient bell thousands of feet away. The old demon controlling the ancient bell suffered a great impact and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bam! Gu Fei used the 8 steps 8 kills. He only took 2 steps and stepped on the mighty war blade. He was extremely powerful and this was the stance of invincibility. He Tian saw this scene from afar and was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that his big brother's cultivation and strength had increased to such a level. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor's expression was a bit ugly. As long as the 2 old demons were defeated, he could already imagine his fate. However, the two old demons were old monsters who had lived for countless years and had extremely rich battle experience. He could already see that Gu Fei only wanted to completely defeat them in one go. Gu Fei was unparalleled in the beginning, but as time went on, he would definitely be defeated. Sure enough, Gu Fei's strength gradually disappeared. He used all the martial true power in his body to fight against the two great demon experts. Moreover, they were great demons of the Tao-severing realm. He felt a little powerless. Insufficient strength. When the two old demons saw this situation, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Just as they had guessed, the power that Yi Futian displayed would become weaker as time went on. Dang! The ancient bell rang, and a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. In the void, there were ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The ancient bell vibrated with the sound of absolute death. Virum. The old demon holding the saber used all his strength to activate the bronze saber in his hand. On the bronze saber, an unprecedentedly powerful saber radiance rushed out. Swoosh! The old demon held the Tao-severing saber and slashed with all his might. The terrifying saber radiance suddenly soared to thousands of meters. All the divine patterns of the great path that were imprinted on the saber lit up, drawing the power of heaven and earth from all directions. This slash caused the world to lose its color. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and then directly used the chaotic secret technique. A mysterious power spread from his body, and the void around him immediately became rippling like water. He reversed the sound of killing that came from the ancient bell. The terrifying sound of killing changed its direction and shook toward the great demon holding the saber. The terrifying saber radiance that soared to thousands of meters was also reversed by Gu Fei and slashed toward the other old demon of the Tao-severing realm. What? The two old demons of the Tao-severing realm were really shocked. The killing move that they had unleashed was actually reversed by their opponent, and he attacked their companion. Bam! The sound of killing that came from the ancient bell directly knocked away the old demon holding the saber, and the dazzling saber radiance that was thousands of meters long slashed past the other old demon, chopping off one of his arms. Gu Fei pretended to be weak, and then he lured the two old demons to attack with all their strength. He then suddenly reversed their killing move and made them kill each other. He actually succeeded. Roar! Wah! Chapter 12:21. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the chaotic secret art, was too unimaginable. Not only could it shift the opponent's killer move, but it could also evolve the opponent's killer move to attack the opponent. What Gu Fei was using now was merely shifting the killer move of the two old monsters, causing them to involuntarily kill each other. Clang! The murderous sound of the Grand Tao shook the heavens and earth. The old monster covered in green demonic energy was immediately sent flying by the terrifying sound wave, vomiting blood. The ancient bell was an ancient weapon, a killer weapon refined by an ancient almighty. This kind of holy weapon was very terrifying, much more powerful than the holy weapons of the current almighty. The murderous sound of the Grand Tao almost tore the old monster's body apart, causing him to suffer a great impact. The saber light that caused the heavens and earth to lose color brushed past the other old monster. There was a flash of blood, and an arm fell from the sky. Ah! The old monster let out a mournful howl and was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body was covered in purple demonic energy, wanting to regrow his flesh and repair his broken arm. However, no matter how much the old monster urged his demonic energy, his wound was still bleeding. Every drop of purple demonic blood was emitting a purple demonic light, containing demonic energy. This was the terror of a Tao-severing monster. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair contained demonic energy that could kill a sovereign. However, Gu Fei was different. The human martial body was a special kind of body. This kind of body could grow infinitely. In ancient times, cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body were absolutely invincible among their peers. Even divine beasts of the same level didn't have a physique as strong as the indestructible martial body. What kind of magical power is this? The two old monsters were shocked to the extreme. They never thought that the other party could reverse their attack. One had to know that they were great monsters of the demon race who had cut their Tao for countless years. They had lived long enough and were almighty figures of the previous generation of the demon race. Ever since they had cut their Tao, they had never encountered such a thing. The divine art of the immortal path. Could it be the secret art of the legends? The two old monsters were very knowledgeable and soon thought of a supreme secret art from the ancient Tao sect. Legend has it that this secret art was created by Tao ancestor Supreme Tao. If one were to successfully cultivate this secret technique, they would not be affected by all techniques. Moreover, they would be able to replicate the great techniques that their opponents used. It could be said to be an invincible great technique. If this human cultivator had really cultivated that legendary secret technique, then there would be no need to fight anymore. The other party was already in an invincible position. How could they fight? In the distance, apart from He Tian, the heavenly-eyed demon emperor's expression became very unsightly. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. Even his two ancestors had been injured. Although the sky demon lineage kept a low profile and did not have much of a reputation, every single one of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yao Tiando was a half-step saint of this lineage. Although these two old monsters weren't from the same era as the heavenly demon, they were still descendants of the heavenly demon's followers. They were super ancient beings who had been fortunate enough to survive the late prehistoric era. Such figures could challenge the Grand Emperor's old subordinates who had awakened from their deep slumber. The Grand Emperor's old subordinates were figures from the same era as the Grand Emperor. They were the oldest experts of the demon clan. They had used a special method to sleep in the present world. Countless years had passed. Although the Grand Emperor's old subordinates hadn't fallen into a deep slumber, their cultivation and strength had been weakened to the lowest level by the merciless passage of time, just like the old tortoise. The Grand Emperor's old subordinates had used 1,000 years to recover their cultivation. Now, every ancient monster had regained the cultivation and strength of a mighty figure. Such a force was enough to deter the entire demon clan, so the experts of the sky demon lineage didn't dare to act rashly. When the old tortoise returned, the Grand Emperor's old subordinates immediately supported the old tortoise as the leader of the demon clan. No one had any objections. Even the sky demon lineage had to swallow their anger. Seeing that the two old monsters seemed to be no match for Gu Fei, the heavenly-eyed demon emperor wanted to retreat again. He didn't want to die in the Red Plains just like that. The heavenly-eyed demon emperor's Tao heart was already unstable. Humph. I've always been the one to trick people. No one has ever dared to trick me. You've got guts, kid. He Tian approached from afar. His murderous aura soared into the sky as he stared coldly at the heavenly-eyed demon emperor. He Tian was really angry this time. The heavenly-eyed demon emperor had actually lured him into a killing trap. If Gu Fei hadn't arrived in time, his life would probably have been lost there. The two old guys had the divine weapons of ancient mighty figures, which could seal the entire void of heaven and earth. He Tian couldn't even teleport to escape. Whoosh! A huge star rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars suddenly spread between heaven and earth, and the starlight shone, illuminating the entire area. He Tian also had a divine weapon of a mighty figure. Even when he was in danger just now, he didn't use it. That was He Tian's final trump card. At this time, He Tian no longer had any other plans. He didn't intend to let the heavenly-eyed demon emperor leave the Red Plains alive. Do you think you can kill me? The heavenly-eyed demon emperor said coldly. Although He Tian was powerful, it would still be difficult for He Tian to stop him if he was bent on escaping. So what if I kill you? He Tian was extremely powerful. He reached out and attracted a starlight, which turned into a sword of stars. It then pierced towards the heavenly-eyed demon emperor. The sword of stars contained vast power of the stars, which directly tore the void. Wherever the divine sword passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Whoosh! The divine light between the eyebrows of the heavenly-eyed demon emperor flickered. A dazzling divine light shot out from the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and met the sword of stars that pierced through him. Pfft! With a soft sound, the sword of stars collided with the beam of divine light shot out from the heavenly-eyed demon emperor's heavenly-eyed demon emperor's heavenly-eyed demon emperor's heavenly-eyed demon emperor. A blinding light burst out, as if a divine sun had appeared on the red ground. The destructive power spread in all directions. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye first appeared in the entire void, which then directly collapsed and was annihilated. The full attack of a half-step mighty figure displayed great power. He Tian rushed directly and fought with the heavenly-eyed demon emperor. The power of the stars continuously turned into the sword of stars. The sword light crisscrossed the sword of heaven and earth, causing the heavenly-eyed demon emperor to be in danger. The heavenly-eyed demon emperor was also powerful. The heavenly eye between his eyebrows constantly opened and closed, shooting out beams of destructive divine light that contained a trace of the power of the way, which continuously collided with the sword of stars. However, even though the heavenly-eyed demon emperor had cultivated was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to truly compete with the divine weapon of a mighty figure. Soon, he could not hold on anymore. Whoosh! The heavenly-eyed demon emperor did not hesitate and directly turned to rush into the depths of the Red Plains. His heart of the way was already unstable, and even if he had a heaven-defying combat strength, he would still be defeated. He had already lost his invincible heart. At this time, Gu Fei also fought with the two old monsters again. The ancient bell continued to ring, emitting the heavenly sound of the great path as it attacked Gu Fei. The bronze battle saber cut through the void, and the saber light rushed tens of thousands of feet, as if it wanted to cut the entire world in half, strangling towards Gu Fei. However, even so, the two old monsters could not do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei stood in the void like that, allowing the two old monsters to attack him. He only moved between the two old monsters, causing them to kill each other. The two old monsters were completely shocked. They really could not continue fighting like this. If this went on, the other party would simply be able to exhaust them to death without any effort. The two old monsters' minds were connected. They looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Then, they put away the holy weapon of the mighty figure and directly turned to escape in the opposite direction. Trying to escape. Gu Fei sneered. Since they were related to the heavenly-eyed demon emperor, none of them could escape today. The old tortoise's enemy was Gu Fei's enemy, and Gu Fei wanted to help the old tortoise get rid of him. Whoosh! A purple divine light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a small figure walked out from between his eyebrows, chasing after the old monster whose body was emitting a green demonic light. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's real body chased after the other old monster shrouded in purple demonic light. What? The two old monsters were shocked to see this scene. This human cultivator was so powerful that he actually formed a primordial spirit body. This was the legendary 3 Pure 1 secret technique of the Immortal Path. The 3 Pure 1 secret technique of the Immortal Path was too famous in ancient times. It was the only secret among the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path that was known to the world. In ancient times, many immortal Tao powerhouses cultivated this secret art. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps. Every time he took a step in the void, a Taoist rhyme appeared under his feet. It was a great technique created by a sage. 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world. Even the powerful figures of the older generation could only eat dust behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei only took a few steps to catch up with the old monster. Buzz! A huge cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and smashed directly at the old monster in front of him. The ancient cauldron did not have a monstrous energy wave, but it smashed the entire void until it collapsed. Boom! The entire void turned into a chaotic void in an instant, and the destructive power immediately engulfed the old monster in front of him. The old monster roared in anger in the chaotic void, as though he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. His voice was filled with fear. Rumble, in the shattered void, a heaven-devouring force appeared, swallowing everything into a bottomless black hole. In the absolute darkness, a huge cauldron floated. The old monster was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron and then refined to death by Gu Fei. Chapter 12:22. A great demon that had lived for countless years was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Then, the primordial chaos qi in the mountain and river cauldron directly refined the great demon. The primordial chaos qi was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. A trace of it could crush an ancient being. Even if a sage was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to withstand the obliteration of the primordial chaos qi. The old demon perished, and an ancient bell flew out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although Gu Fei killed the old demon with the mountain and river cauldron, he did not destroy the ancient bell. This ancient bell was an ancient weapon. It was a magic treasure refined by an ancient mighty figure and had great power. Although Gu Fei could not use it, he could give it to others. Gu Fei calmly put away the mountain and river cauldron and the ancient bell, then rushed in another direction. At this time, the Tao body that Gu Fei had evolved with the Three Pure One secret technique had already fought with another great demon, causing a part of heaven and earth to collapse and shatter. Boom! Gu Fei's Tao body displayed the flawless Five Elements fist, attracting the power of the five elements of heaven and earth. The five elements' true power in his body was vast and mighty, as if there were five small worlds revolving around him. Every punch he threw out attracted the powerful and ferocious five elements' true power. Each punch shattered the void of heaven and earth, forcing the old demon to retreat. Swoosh! The green saber light flashed across the sky. The old demon shrouded in green demonic light was fighting desperately. He did not hesitate to consume his true essence to activate the bronze saber in his hand, wanting to cut down Gu Fei's Tao body. However, Gu Fei's Tao body was equivalent to Gu Fei's real body. There was almost no difference between it and the real body, and it could display all the great techniques of the real body. There was Tao rhyme flowing under the Tao body. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the immortal Tao divine technique was displayed to its limit, drawing a trace of Tao power between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's Taoist body used the 8 desolation steps and moved quickly in the void. He dodged the saber lights and approached the old monster with a strong will to fight. At this time, Gu Fei's real body also arrived, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he just stood aside and watched. His Taoist body was equivalent to himself, so it was equivalent to his real body attacking. However, Gu Fei's Taoist body didn't have a holy weapon. Even though he had the upper hand, it was still difficult for him to kill the old monster. After all, the old monster's bronze saber was also an ancient weapon. Clang! Gu Fei's Taoist body approached the old monster and directly clashed with the bronze saber in the old monster's hand. Sounds of metal clashing rang out, but the bronze saber failed to hurt Gu Fei's Taoist body. The flawless five elements fist technique caused the war saber in old Yao's hand to shake again and again. The ferocious power caused blood to flow out of old Yao's hands, which were gripping the saber, and the war saber nearly flew out of his hand. The human tribe's martial body is actually so powerful. The old monster was shocked to the extreme. He never thought that his opponent could fight endlessly with a Taoist body and even had the upper hand. Swoosh! A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body, and there was a scroll wrapped in the divine light. Gu Fei's Taoist body took the scroll and shook it. Rumble, the void trembled, and the scroll suddenly unfolded. A wave of the power of heaven and earth surged out from the scroll, and there seemed to be a world evolving on the scroll. This was the mountain and river diagram, a holy weapon. The holy aura emitted from the mountain and river diagram made the world lose its color. It was as if a saint had suddenly descended. What? The old monster was really shocked. His opponent had actually used a holy weapon. This was bad. He didn't think and immediately turned around to escape. However, at this time, the mountain and river diagram in the hands of Gu Fei's Taoist body had already unfolded. It expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sealed the void. A world of mountains and rivers emerged from the scroll, and the power of heaven and earth surged violently. It was as if a world was pressing down from the sky, and it directly sucked the old monster into the mountain and river diagram. There was no suspense. If one wasn't a saint, he was still an ant. The mountain and river diagram was a holy weapon, and the power of heaven and earth directly killed the old monster. After the old monster was killed by Gu Fei's Taoist body, the bronze war saber also fell into the hands of Gu Fei's Taoist body. This was an ancient weapon of the demon tribe. It was a bronze war saber, and it was branded with ancient demon tribe Taoist patterns. It was a demon saber refined by a great demon in ancient times. Gu Fei's Taoist body flew towards Gu Fei, and then it quickly shrank and disappeared between his eyebrows. After killing the two old monsters, Gu Fei chased in the direction where He Tian disappeared. He Tian chased after the celestial eye demon emperor and walked into the depths of the Red Plains. In the depths of the Red Plains was the legendary place where saints were buried. It was said that ancient saints were buried there, and it was the most dangerous place in the Red Plains. No one dared to walk into the depths of the Red Plains. In the Red Plains, apart from the Red Land, there was also a blood mist that floated around all year round. The originally boundless Red Land would suddenly surge with a monstrous blood mist. Such changes came without warning and were unpredictable. In the depths of the Red Plains, the blood mist was steaming. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, he couldn't see far. The divine thoughts that he released were also greatly weakened in this place. The entire Red Plains was shrouded in an unfathomable power. Gu Fei followed the traces left behind by He Tian and only chased for 500 kilometers before he found a headless corpse under a hill. Judging from the clothes of the corpse, it was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was actually dead. His head had been blown up, and his primordial spirit had been destroyed. His body and spirit had been destroyed, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Who killed the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor? Gu Fei knew that this wasn't He Tian's method. If He Tian wanted to kill someone, he didn't have to blow up a person's head. Such a method was too bloody. Gu Fei suddenly frowned. He sensed a strange fluctuation and hurriedly looked at the wound on the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's neck. He saw a trace of black qi lingering around the wound on the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's neck. It was not an ordinary black qi. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation of demonic power from the black qi. Could it be that the person who killed the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was an expert of the demons? Did the experts of the demons also enter the Red Plains? Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he did not find any fluctuations of demonic power. He Tian had also disappeared. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, there was a sudden tremor under his feet. Then, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a large black hand directly grabbed out of the ground. A monstrous wave of demonic power spread between heaven and earth. This is... Gu Fei displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and soared into the sky, avoiding the black hand that had grabbed out of the ground. He had never expected that there would be a demon lurking nearby and attacking him. Demon. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and stared coldly down below. The black hand dissipated in the void, and then a faint black figure appeared below. Human martial body. The blurry figure emitted 2 blood-colored evil lights and stared at Gu Fei. This demonic figure could see through Gu Fei's physique at a glance. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used a killing technique. A large golden hand rushed out of his right hand and then slapped down. Bam! The large golden hand shattered the void, and the vast power of the 5 elements shrouded the blurry demonic figure below. The demons were the archenemy of all the cultivators in the world. All the cultivators in the heaven realm would immediately attack a demonic cultivator if they saw one and would not bother to ask anything. This was especially true for the demons and the human clan. For countless years, the demons and the human clan had been in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, when Gu Fei saw that it was an expert of the demons, he immediately attacked. Martial arts combat technique. An illusion of a divine demon rushed out of the demonic figure, and its demonic power was mighty. The divine demon made its move and directly raised its palm to meet the large golden hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei was sent flying by an extremely powerful force, and the demonic figure below was slapped into the ground by Gu Fei's palm. Roar! A muffled roar was heard from the ground. Then, an extremely powerful demonic power erupted from underground, causing the entire area to shake. Swoosh! A figure with monstrous demonic chi rushed out from the ground. The demonic aura that made people's hearts palpitate immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a demonic power that caused the color of the heavens and the earth to change. Yin-Yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei activated the yin and yang true force, and directly formed a seal with both hands, evolving a large seal with the power of yin and yang intertwining. This large seal had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Boom! The yin-yang seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the demonic figure that rushed up to the sky. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty, and the void collapsed. Demonic chaos of heaven and earth. With a loud shout, the demonic figure unleashed a demonic killing technique, causing the entire void to suddenly distort. Then, Gu Fei's yin-yang seal smashed into the distorted void around the demonic figure. Gu Fei only felt that his yin-yang seal was guided away by a force. The yin-yang seal did not hit the demonic figure, and instead, its attack was almost reversed by the demonic figure. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The demonic technique that the demonic figure used seemed to be somewhat similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal path. Both were used to guide and shift the opponent's killing technique, so that the opponent's killing technique could be used by the user. Could it be that this demon had also cultivated the chaotic secret art? Or could it be that he had cultivated a supreme demonic power that was comparable to the chaotic secret art? Sky Demon Saber. The demonic figure's battle intent was like a rainbow. He separated his hands,